Okay. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. How y'all doing? Hope y'all doing great. Wow, that's a. So what is going on there? What are we? What are you up to? You So what's going on here? I'm making a game in Godot. It's kind of the first like medium-sized game I'm trying to make. I don't want it to be super big. I don't want it to be super small. And it's about an alien who is invading Earth. And they need to collect some meat, that is to say from humans and from animals, and either eat those things to heal themselves or send them back to their home planet to get points. And I've been trying to implement a grab mechanic so we can properly do that, get stuff and do things with it. Yesterday I had some awesome help from Dragonblade and Pierogi God in the chat, Joe Schmo as well. But big props to Dragonblade for getting this. Look at that. Look at that. I click on it, I drag it. It's awesome. So the idea is that you, the alien, will be grabbing that. We can smack these helicopters. Bow. All right. So this is look how cool this is. Bow. You know, we're getting there little bit by little bit. And today, what I want to do is I want to improve this grab mechanic. Now, what's the things going on down here? Well, there's some issues. So if I click on this cow, and then I come click on this cow, it teleports one cow to the other cow, and then they're both like, I don't know, sparring or something, like doing a strange mating ritual. I don't really know, but that's why I started spawning these in to see if it would help, because these are all the ones that are in the background here are actually a part of these tiles. So there's like tiles in this game, and that's what the houses are on, and then the cows are on there. So I didn't know if maybe if I instantiated it that way, if it'd be different, but the tiles are instantiated too, so it didn't really matter. Anyway, that was an experiment, and they're spawning there, and that's the way it is. We can also jump, we can we can collide the character with it. You might notice that the character's limbs are shrinking. That's another feature of this game, is that your legs, your arms, even your head will shrink, and that will affect the ability your player has to do things. And that's kind of what this game is about, avoiding obstacles and stuff like that. So yeah, so what I want to work on today is fixing some of the eccentricities that are present with, it's auto jumping. I didn't do that. It's because of the cows underneath. The cows underneath are like colliding with the house or something, and then colliding with this. Anyway, I don't think they're colliding with the house. I don't know what's happening. But there's some eccentricities with this grabbing system I need to figure out. So like generally I can grab this and drop it, and it doesn't go flying, but sometimes it does. Sometimes it like launches itself. You can also like kind of stick it in the ground, and then that causes some funny issues. Especially, I mean, of course. I mean, there we go. Look at that. That's not good. And this is kind of what I get. It's kind of what I get for making a game early in my game dev career that has 3D movement and actions and interactions, because it turns out very complicated, or at least confusing, and sometimes, well, weird things happen. So there's that, and then, you know, I could even like despawn it, right? I just drag the cow under the ground and now it's gone. So there's some things to think about here. And then sometimes it'll just, I mean, right now it's behaving pretty well. We worked on some code last night that seems to be preventing it from going flying. But I'm not convinced that it won't go flying. So I want to kind of work out some of these issues, see if I can improve them. And today, I might also want to work on like a couple other features, because the truth is, if I'm going to get some of this done, I'm going to need some help. I'm gonna need some help from people in the chat, and I don't expect people in the chat to help me, right? So which means I'm gonna have to hack some things together myself, which is always a couple different ways this stream can go. Y'all know what I'm about to say. If you don't, well, now you do. Look, I'm okay with however this happens. Milo's not even helpful. Oh Milo, as a member, you get a song. Welcome Milo, oh Milo, welcome to the stream. Oh Milo, welcome to the stream. Oh Milo, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh Milo, you get the longest song of the day 'cause you're first. Oh my love. All right, there we go. That's a song I sing for members and paid patrons because it makes me joyous. It makes me joyous. Yo, it kind of was good. I was like, I think I was just vibing with it. And that's why I kept going. This stream can go a lot of different ways. But some of the more important tracks that I notice is we could either go down this left road or the right road. Either is fine with me. It's part of the experience. Two paths. One way is the helpy way. We know Milo isn't gonna help us, and that's all right. I don't expect you to help me. I don't even expect you to say hi in the chat. Like, lurk, live your life. And this is great. Sometimes we're carried and people give me code that I love to use, and I make sure I credit everybody profusely in this game, all right? That's the way it goes. You will be in the credits, things like that. I'm not selling this game, so we're not gonna worry about any of those kind of things. At least not yet. I might remake it someday and sell it, but this version is for prototyping. So since we're in the spirit of prototyping, I very much go down the hacky path. I go down the hacky path and I just experiment and do things that often are sloppy and messy, like instance a bunch of cows that jitter constantly. And that's just gonna be okay. I don't mind either of these paths. They might feel very different, right? Where we're cruising, people are giving me tips and I'm like, yeah, backseat me into victory. Or I'm just hacking my way through it. But I think that's a great learning experience and I love to do that. So, you know, it all has its place. It all has its place, and I'm here for it, however it shall manifest. So, with that said, what should we do now? I guess, so some of the other things that I might work on, besides the grabby stuff, again, if help isn't here to make that work better, I want to add a score dunk. So the way this game works, as I said, you abduct humans and or animals, or you eat them. Also, you could throw them, but that's a stretch goal feature. So if you eat them, you're gonna heal. See how like your limbs are missing? Your limbs will regenerate if you eat them. If you abduct them, your score is gonna go up. And if your score goes up, then you can beat the level because there's a certain threshold for how many abductees you need to get before you win the level. So something that I could set up today is that score dunk, because what I want is that you can grab, not two cows, you can grab one cow and then drag it either towards the player or towards the score dunk, right? And depending on which way you grab it will determine whether or not, you know, you do that. So I don't know, I kind of gotta figure that out, like where is the score dunk gonna appear? I guess it should appear at the top, maybe? Since the player is already down here at the bottom, and maybe you drag down to go to the player and you drag up to go to the score dunk. But then I gotta think about, it's gonna take up a lot of screen space, because, I mean, that's something to think about, you know? If you're dragging up, like that might, it's just big old thing is gonna appear here every time you click on something. Maybe. I might experiment with that. So that's kind of what I'm up to today. Let's see what happens. Let's see where we get. And thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. If you have made it this far and you're not subscribed to the stream, like, okay, like, fine. You don't want to subscribe to the channel. Like, I respect that. But I did think, in case you did want to subscribe, I thought I'd remind you. You can hit that subscribe button, and it means you'll know more when I stream. I stream a lot, and then you'll be informed. So thank you if you're able to do that. I appreciate it, and I'll see you soon, maybe right now. All right, so this code is really awesome. Not this. This is nothing. This is. In fact, I need to destroy this. This is what's making that spawn stuff come in. And I don't really want that spawning to happen anymore. The spawning was just a test. But this code Dragonblade gave me was really helpful. And it kind of blew my mind. So let me show you a little bit about what's going on there. That's going to be on our cow script. The cow is a rigid body. It's a rigid body. And here's what it does. So we established this plane to move on. It's a plane. I adjusted the code a little bit. So that way it would just work a little better for our use case. But we create a plane up here, and then that's about it. The has been grabbed. I don't think we're using that. So, but that is there. Here's the cool code. Here's the actual cool code right here. Oh, we are using has been grabbed. Oh, we are using has been grabbed. Well, there you go. So this creates a plane, right? So so this is part of my modification that has been grabbed. And so what it does is it sets this flag so that way we can run this function one time. So it creates a plane one time. And the reason why I had to create the plane one time is because otherwise it would move too much. The more I think about it, I kind of want to establish this plane somewhere else. So that might be one of the first things I experiment with now that I think about it. You know, like technically, I might experiment with that like right away. I actually might. So what am I even talking about? So, I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around this code that Dragonblade gave me. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. But what it does is it creates a plane that intersects the cow, right? So there's a cow in the scene. You know what? Let's pull up Pierogigon to help me understand it, to help us understand it. Pierogigon, someone who is super helpful in this project, made a Blender file to help me wrap my head around this, because I was not wrapping my head around this. I just wasn't. Yeah, it's a cow plane. You know, a plane for cows. You don't know about the planes that are for cows? What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Time for round of Leeds versus the cow. Fight! Oh, you know it. You already know. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. So this is the plane, okay? Here's a plane. What part of this code is doing? So you see this line that's here? That line, you can think of it as what's happening right here. So the line is on the z-axis, and the z-axis is saying this code is saying create a plane perpendicular to the z-axis. So if I were to change this, right, to be like here, it would create a plane perpendicular to the y-axis. Same thing here, create it perpendicular to the x-axis. But that's not even what we're really looking at here. The line on the axis, that is not even what we're looking at. It's like this. This is what truly is happening. Let's set this to a cool 90 degrees. So this is what it looks like, perpendicular to the z-axis, right? Here's the z-axis, this line that's right there. That's the z-axis, and then it creates this plane. Otherwise, according to Godot, right, in Blender, this is the z-axis, but we're talking about Godot here. In Godot, here's our z-axis. So if I were to have said in Godot, make it perpendicular to the y-axis, well then it would look like this. So we're spawning this invisible plane with that code, and that's what that's doing. And then there's this other argument here, global position Z. So this is looking at the cow itself. This code is on the cow itself, right? And it's saying the origin of this plane needs to be at the Z position of the cow. That's what this plane thing is doing. This plane method. What would you even call it? Class? The plane class! This plane class is doing that. So, what you can imagine then is it's creating this at a certain vector. Let's make a monkey. Grabbing this version for J-Jorn, hey, hey, J-Jorn, hey, J-Jorn, hey, hey. Wait, it's hard to say the hey's and the J's. Hey, J-Jorn, hey, hey, J-Jorn, hey, hey, J-Jorn, hey, 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 J-Jorn, hey, 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 J-Jorn, hey, 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 J-Jorn, hey, 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 J-Jorn. All right, that's enough of that. Welcome, J-Jorn. Yes, we are grabbing things, version 4, let's go. So I'm explaining this code that Dragonblade set up for us, which is amazing. Here's a giant monkey. This is not a cow, but they're definitely, no, I don't think there'll be monkeys. Maybe if there's like a zoo. Maybe if there's like a zoo, there could be monkeys. Hey, what's up, Nikolaj? Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, welcome. So what this code is doing, it's creating a plane at or perpendicular to the z-axis. And that's what we have here, right? A plane perpendicular to the z-axis. So it's creating that. And it's saying spawn that. Oh, is it Nikolaj? Did I say Nikolai? Nikolaj, what did I say? Nikolaj, I apologize. And correct me if I say anything wrong, you better correct me. And I am correct that that's not a cow. Let's go. Let's go. So it's going to, if the cow was like over here, right? If the cow was over here, when we run this code, it's going to say create a plane on this perpendicular to the z-axis and make it appear right on the cow, right? Except it would be more centered. So let's just make it centered. So that's what this code is doing. And then based on that information, we will keep going. So this code is also creating a raycast from the cursor position, between the cursor and the camera is what this is doing. It's creating a raycast between the cursor and the camera. And it's saying that plane that we made right here, that we set up here in Blender, and it's intersecting with that raycast, and then it's making sure that it follows along that intersection. So it's taking the cow itself, which this is on the cow, and it's setting its linear velocity to the position that intersects with the plane and the cursor raycast, and it's moving it to that position. That's what this is doing. And honestly, one of the great things about it too was setting this flag is in group. So if we come to the raycast script, the main raycast script, which is on the camera, you can see a little bit better how this gets set up. We do have we have a couple raycasts here, but there's this new raycast that's made just for the cow. And it's just for the cow. And I will probably not make a raycast for every single pickup, but right now that's what it says. And so over here, we say in the process function, if the grab button is pressed, and the raycast is colliding with something, then it's gonna add that thing to the grabbed group. Which is interesting, and we might need to update that a little bit to say only look for cows. So there's some things that I'm seeing there, but that's kind of how this works. Nikolaj says, it's difficult to pronounce properly since it's another language, but it was fine. Yay, it was fine! I did fine! Thank you for letting me know, I appreciate that. You're making a Brooklyn Nine-Nine reference? You think I watch cop shows? I'm sorry, you think I watch cop shows? No, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is like a cop parody show, but I still don't really, I haven't really been able to watch it. It's just, I can't, it's got that cop stink. It's got that cop stink. All right. So, like I said, there's a few problems. I've sort of done some things to adjust some of them. Apparently I fixed the problem of it flying off, which I'm quite surprised. But the problem of it selecting multiple targets, or not being able to select multiple targets, that's a new one. Something I'd like to try, just as a test, based on what I just discovered looking around there, if I add another rigid body, I would like to play around a little more. I feel like I don't play around enough. Hello, Edward. Welcome. Greetings. Oh, and you're here right on the YouTube premiere music. That's right. My playlist is a bunch of free YouTube music. So I want to add in a mesh here. I'm kind of curious because I think based on the way this is set up, it should grab anything. But the thing is, it'll set the flag, but that doesn't mean the code is gonna work. I'm kind of curious what's just gonna happen here. Let's set a not cylinder. Let's set a sphere. And I'm gonna add a collision in here. I think one of the things I'll start working on is the score dunk stuff. And part of what'll help with that is I think I want the Z position of the cow when we grab it. I want it to be like really close to the camera. I don't think I want it to be out in space. But that raises some questions. Like, when we put it back down, is it closer? I think so. Like, the alien will kind of like grab it and bring it closer, and then we'll be holding it instead of it necessarily being held out there. That's another thing. We got to get the hand to reach out and grab it. So I might want to work on that too. All right, collision shape. There's a lot. There's just so much to work on. It never ends. I love it. I'm going to say, put this on the floor. Beautiful. So there's a rigid body that's in here and has collision. Now, I haven't put the code on here for it to be grabbed. So I don't know why I think anything will happen, but I'm just kind of curious. Wow, okay, cool. So it doesn't do anything. Nothing goes wrong. Everything's fine. So what if I put a health script on there? I mean, then it's going to just behave like everything else is what's going to happen. So if I could attach a script, that is to say the same one that's on the cow, which is called the health script. It's health / points / cows or people. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, insta crash. Oh, probably because there's like you can't just slap a thing on there. Oh, there's no hover arrow above it. There's a hover arrow mesh, which that's something I need to change as well. Gosh. And then it starts to come down to like priority. Like, what do I actually care about? Setting up first. Like, yeah, this arrow is ugly and isn't what I want. But is it something to work on right now? I kind of want to just do little tasks. And honestly, until Dragonblade is here. I'm going to keep it real. Dragonblade is here and interested in helping. Dragonblade set up some of this grab stuff. Okay, we got an arrow. Oh, yeah, we can... Wow. Oh, so its gravity scale isn't set. Wow. And then, yeah, so it just snaps to everything. But it's cool because, I mean, now we can just add stuff that's grabbable. And that's very nice. It's interesting. It raises questions. To be sure. It raises questions. I mean, so if I wanted to say, if I wanted to make it unique, I feel like this is heady stuff. I should not focus on heady stuff. Let's just fix the arrow. I don't want to do heady stuff first. I'm just gonna fix the arrow. The arrow is ugly. The arrow is just a mesh that is in a arrow shape. It's just a prism. It's just a flat prism. But what I'd kind of prefer is for it to be like 2D and floating in 3D space. That would be kind of cooler. So I'm gonna set that up. That's what I'm gonna do right now. Hope y'all are doing good. How are y'all doing? Are you guys working on some games? Do you guys have game projects? I have quinoa. Now that I got my task, I'm all like, oh, okay, I can chill for a second. Nom, nom. I have quinoa. It's good quinoa. It's none of that bad stuff. All right. So I'm going to pop open. Where do I want to put this? Do I want this to be like an instant scene? Maybe I do. It's a nice looking snack. It is a nice snack. It's got buffalo ranch. It's got buffalo ranch seasoning on it, and chicken bouillon. Your room seems purple today. It seems more pink than usual. It kind of is. It's because of the white balance on my camera. Are you gonna distract me? Are you gonna let me distract myself? Cause I might. Yeah, so that's the white balance on my camera, which I've been trying to use my camera to make YouTube videos, which I haven't uploaded yet, but I'm working on it, I promise. So I mean, I can actually kill the green screen, right? That's reality. That's the world we actually live in. Why am I letting you distract me? Now if I mess up this camera, weird things are about to happen. So I can pull up like my camera settings here. Yeah, it is more pink than usual. So let me see if I can adjust this white. You can totally hear me. Okay, there we go. See if I can adjust this white balance. You can barely see it, I guess. Where is it? Anyway, you just gotta trust me. It's the camera. I'm not gonna mess with it. But basically, since I've been using the camera for my YouTube videos, it's like it for some reason it changed the white balance setting, and so I had to redo it, and I just don't have time to like set it just right, so I kind of just leave it the way it is. But it's fine. It's fine. It's better than blue. There's a couple streams where everything was just blue, and it was terrible. It was terrible. Okay, so I'm gonna do this 2D thing in 3D, because this is something I know how to do. Pierogi, gone is not gone. 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 Pierogi, gone is here, not gone. Welcome, Pierogi, gone. Sorry for the kind of scary song. But you're also welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I tried messing with Godot on the phone for like 30 minutes today, and it's doable, but it's yeah, because it's just like the Godot mobile app is basically just Godot on desktop on a phone. It's like what it is. Yeah. Maybe on like a tablet, but even then it's still maybe if you use a tablet and you've got like a keyboard and a mouse, but even then it's probably gonna still be a bunch of like tablet-y things. Rogi, I'm so excited that you're here hanging with us, doing stuff with us. Welcome, Joe, good to see you. I'd sing you a song. I want to sing you a song, but I'm not allowed to. So I was just telling everybody just kind of what we got up to yesterday and what we got set up and the things that I need to do. Things that I want to do. So many things that I need to do. So many things I want to do. You know I can't, Edward. Edward, you know I can't. It's not the rules. And so something I'm just gonna do, just like a small task before. There are some helpful people trickling in, people who might be willing to help, but you know, generally I'm just gonna do kind of like little stuff until, you know, it seems like maybe someone could help me. This is kind of one of the big things to fix. There's a couple things, right? But the teleporting objects, right? Not having a uniquely named thing when we click on different things, that's a pretty big issue. And then, I mean, obviously there's some collision jitter that I might want to play around with. And then that's just like, we can like, you know, collide. We can just like despawn things by dropping them through the ground. Actually, they don't even despawn. So that's another thing, is we'd also have to set up some rules that make sure they don't stay there forever. There's a lot of little things. There's a lot of just little things that kind of need to be done. But overall, it's something. So what I'm going to do just as like a little task just for funsies is I'm going to, not for funsies, but a low-level task, is I'm going to make this arrow look not like this. I'm going to make it look nice. And then something else I might want to do is the score dunk stuff. So the mechanic is that if you grab a health item, or, you know, an animal or a human, I don't know why I did finger quotes for that, health item, you can either eat it as health or use it to score points. And you see, there's some weird stuff happening here. Oh, it's starting to tumble. Oh, it's because I was hovering over the other. Whoa! Did I just explode a helicopter by teleporting 2 cows on either side of the helicopter so that it snapped the helicopter and blew it up? What? Okay, that's awesome. That is ridiculous. It just exploded the helicopter. Let's see if I can do it again. I don't know. That was an amazing thing. Anyway. So I might want to set up so that the thing you grab doesn't just stay where you click, but in fact, it will like maybe come forward a little bit. And then you can either choose to dunk it in like a score dunk that appears, or put it down to the character. So I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that. But I might set up score dunk stuff so we actually have somewhere to drag and drop this. And, you know, since like the grabbing is semi-functional, even though it's got a lot of bugs, we could just start setting up what it's supposed to do, you know? And then worry about the bugs later, honestly. I know, it could be a new feature where you throw things. I don't know. I mean, I do want you to be able to throw things. Like, I would love for you to take this and chuck it at an enemy. I would like that. But I have to call that a stretch goal because it sounds like a mess. That feeling when you have to long press on the screen to indent instead of pressing tab. Oh, you can't get in the flow like that. That just ain't right. Oh no. And all the accidental clicking. Oh my god. Wow. Mobile Godot. That's tough. That's tough. I'm thinking cows shouldn't be collidable at all when on the cursor. Oh! And instead, just restrict the boundaries of movement on the plane so it doesn't go to the floor. Right, and maybe we should even turn off... I mean, I can't turn off its velocity, but maybe we can limit its movement. Because sometimes when I'm holding it, and if I move... But then, like you said, if it's not collidable, that might limit the movement. That's an interesting idea! This is an interesting idea! I might need to do that. The collision during grabbing is going to be really hard to fix otherwise. Yeah, I don't need it. That's a great idea. At this moment, I haven't had the chance to make my version of the plane thing, so I can't think much about boundaries yet, although I think I could help you think about it. I love that. Toss the helicopter out of the helicopter. Yeah, yeah, I would love that. I would love that. Honestly, that would be a cool, like, power-up. Maybe you can unlock, like, a special glove, right? Because I want this to have roguelike features where you get upgrades in between levels. And so that would be dope. Like, you can unlock a glove where you can now grab, you know, bigger things instead of just hitting them. That would be cool. You can definitely limit the movement by limiting the target point on the plane. Limiting the target point on the plane. What? Limiting the target point on the plane. Interesting. Maybe you're saying what I think you're saying. Eat Mike Tyson, gain the ability to box. Wow. I don't know, I think that maybe for like the sequel to this game. Hear me out. An Easter egg where there's a 1% chance when you destroy a house you hear someone in the distance yell, "My leg." Hell yeah. I don't even think that's an Easter egg. I mean, I think that could be a straight up feature. Because one of the consequences of destroying a house, which by the way you can do. One of the consequences of, no, I mean, I think that's great. Because or the Wilhelm scream, one of the consequences of destroying these is that you lose out on those potential points, right? So the helicopter, if you hit it once, now you can access, in theory, the humans on the inside. If you hit it again, now you've ruined your chance to get the humans. So you actually want to be careful about what you destroy, because then you won't get, you know, the things that you need, points or health or whatever. And then humans, like innocent people who live in houses, they actually, you necessarily don't want to kill. It kind of depends on how you want it to turn out, but there's a semi-karma system that I want to put into play. And so if you know, completely destroy a house and you accidentally kill somebody, that might affect your game negatively. So having them scream like they're upset would be a good feedback for the player that you did something bad, right? So that's actually like legit. I think that actually is not a bad idea in a good way. I think that's a really good thing because I want to communicate to the player, you did a bad thing. All right. I like what you're saying, Rogi. You know what? I was gonna do the arrow, but we had smart people who helped me come through and say something smart that helped me. So I'm gonna do that. So here's the thing. We already have a flag that gets set on the cow. We have a couple flags. There's is in group grabbed and has been grabbed. And what we can say is when this is true, the collision is off. When this is false, the collision is on. I think that's pretty, I think we could just do that. I think that should be pretty easy. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna say, we're gonna look at the collision shape 3D. So I'm gonna onReady the collision. OnReady variable collision equals its collision shape, naturally. Oh, it's not gonna let me drag it. That's okay. We'll open up the instant scene, then we can drag it. And then all we gotta say, that's such an easy thing to implement, Rogi, and it's such a good idea. Collision, we'll just say, I think we can just say disabled true, and then we'll just say disabled false on the else. And that literally might be enough. Now, there's still some problems. We might even want to say that it, I don't even know. I don't know. I was gonna say something, but I don't know if it's true. I mean, it's a little hard to tell. Oh, maybe if I like walk into it. Nice! Oh, wow. Wait, wasn't that a problem before? Oh, so there's still that. I honestly think it shouldn't collide with the player at all. I don't think the player should. So that's another thing we can set, right? Is we can say that it can't collide with the player. It's currently its collision masks are that it does collide with the player. Now this can be useful. 16 is the player. It just is. That's just the way this goes. 16 is the player. I'll show you proof that 16 is the player. If I hover over 16 here, you can see I've labeled it as player in the bottom right. You can kind of see the cursor's in the way, but you basically can see it. And so if I say that's false, the thing is well, we can just make it be something else. I'm gonna say false. I can just make it be something else, you know? So that way, even if I walk over it, because what I'm thinking of is that we drag this to the player if we want it to collide with the player. Okay, there we go. So now it doesn't collide. Oh, it does a little bit. You can see the player. Oh, the player can collide with it, but it doesn't collide with the player. That's blowing my mind. That's blowing my mind. Wow. 16 plus? Yeah, the stream is 16 plus. Sorry, Edward. You have to leave. That's pretty cool, right? That's actually very useful. Cause, I mean, whatever, like, good. Nice, alright, anyway, that works well. Yeah, Rogi, that's a nice touch. I think that will help. So, I mean, if I turn that back... I'm kidding. If I turn that back to true... will chaos reign supreme? It's hard to tell, because it's hard to, like, get it to... Oh, and then I guess we could just... Well, its collision is off. Oh, I guess I don't... Oh, no, there it goes. Because it's not grabbed. I have some questions. So what if I bring this into here? Is it less chaos? I mean, that definitely didn't make things worse. It's harder to appreciate what it's doing. but we did it. All right, I'm gonna work on the arrow. Thank you, Rogi. That was a good idea. That was a good idea. That helps. It's just like that's the complexity that doing this has introduced. Little complexities like that are just so many little things that have to be fixed now that we can do this. And that's one of the things that'll smooth it over. I just realized it shouldn't blow our minds that collision can be one way, because physics is something that takes computer power to make happen, so just don't make it happen. Yeah, that's true. Dreams just conditioned us, I know. Dreams is a, if you don't already know, is this platform, kind of was this platform on the PlayStation console. I developed a certain love for game dev using it. It allows you to make games. I don't recommend using it to make games anymore at all, but I do recommend playing some of the games that are on there if you have a PlayStation and you really want to. But it had some tools that were pretty limiting, even though an avid dreamer will tell you that it's limitless. It is quite limited. All right, so yeah, you're right, because we couldn't do settings like that in Dreams, but we can here, and it blew my mind. It did. It blew my mind. I think Dreams limited you to only people who had PlayStation and Dreams. Well, yes. I mean, there's that. Like that is one of the biggest limitations. But when I say people say it's limitless, what they mean is you can make anything within Dreams as long as it's not multiplayer. But it actually is even more limiting than that. The tools are not actually that amazing. Like, they're not. I started using professional game engines and I was like, wait, this is all better. Dreams, I'm like 90% sure my only use for it going forward is music creation. It's understandable. It's understandable. It's understandable. I still think there are more powerful tools than Dreams to make music, but I think it's still a really nice way to make music. Multiplayer would save Dreams. Yeah, right. Dreams was doomed as soon as it was a game engine that was made for the PlayStation, right? Like, that was like the beginning of the end, was it's locked to a console. I think it's a good idea to find music engines other than Dreams too. I think it's a very good idea. I feel like a problem with one of your recent jam games apparently came from too complex collision. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I have learned this mistake. Thanks, S. S is like, hey, I just wanted to let you know that there's something you did once that was bad. No, thank you, because I was so curious at the time, like, what was going wrong. So I appreciate it. But I did realize what happened. Someone let me know in the comments. I think you did. Someone let me know on Discord. Y'all turned out to let me know. So thank you. But yes, I appreciate it. You guys helped me learn, and I appreciate it. So I am no longer using complex collision. Yeah, that was Thoughty. I am no longer using complex collision. That is not the issue here, if that's what you're referring to. Here, I actually just have a box shape. I now just create a shape that generally fits what would be around it every chance I get. So, not an issue anymore. Yeah, try LMMS. It's alright. It's a little buggy. It's open source. It's Fruity Loops-ish. It kind of is similar to Dreams, where you can get samples and arrange them. Yeah, it's free and open source, LMMS. It's cool. I've been meaning to use it more. Here, I'll download it. I don't care. I'll use it right now. I'll use it right now. It is a bit buggy. It is. Yeah, I've had some experiences with it being a little buggy. Whoa, what is this? No. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. That looks cool. People sharing stuff? That looks awesome. I love that. Not soft tonic. Get out of my face. Jeez. Okay. We're gonna go to the actual website and download it. I guess sharing platform is the website? It's so weird. You need the notification? I don't understand that. I would never, Edward. Edward, first of all, no, I didn't. But I did go to the website. Okay, I might ever, but I would try not to. We're gonna want 64-bit. How bad were the bugs? If I remember correctly, it was kind of like, it was like dragging and dropping kind of stuff, like, or like trying to arrange things. Sometimes where I clicked isn't where things would show up. It was like interface stuff. It is great. It is great. It's super great. Yeah, it's for music. Yeah, well, and the thing with FL Studio is it's really expensive, right? And, which means people are gonna pirate it because it's too expensive. So people are going to pirate it. But, you know, for some of us, if we want to try to, like, you know, make stuff that we sell, it's like a gray area, and I just don't think it's good practice to be using pirated stuff for making things you might want to sell. Quality of instruments. Oh, insane. The quality of instruments are only limited to what you can find on the internet. Like, all you gotta do is find, like, Creative Commons instrument samples. You know what I mean? Like, that's all you gotta do. Wherever you can find instrument samples that are Creative Commons, there you go. You've got your instrument samples. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not... You're not limited to what's on Dreams. You can use literally anything. You could record your own samples. And then, so there's also tools, so like, you could also do, are the Reaper, it's something I've been meaning to look into, but I haven't looked into it as much as I want to. I wish that we had someone like Freaker here who could explain this to us. DAW instrument, because there's also a way you could use instruments that simulate actual instruments. So you could have like a synth that's set up as a guitar, and if you play a note, it like plucks a guitar string, right? And you could actually like, which Dreams was doing just samples, and you could not do samples as well. But I don't remember, I don't know if anybody knows what that's called, but I know there are systems like that out there. Like simulate instrument playing. There's like a word for it. Yeah, right. They have things like that, and then, you know, there's like a community that will upload stuff. Virtual instruments. Maybe that's what it's called. Virtual instruments. That might be what I'm thinking of. Maybe. I don't actually know. It might be. Oh, is that what that's not what VST stands for, is it? Music VST acronym. Virtual Studio Technology integrates software synthesizers and effects into digital audio workstations. Simulate traditional recording studio. I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, I'm kind of ignorant about this. But the reality is there are options. It's limitless. You just have to learn, and you have to figure out where to go. I promise that's something I'm gonna work on stream eventually. So like, you know, I'll eventually know more about it. But for now, you know, I'm somewhat limited. Can we use the Scratch Music Maker to make music? I don't know. Probably. I use Omnisphere. It's a VST plugin. Yeah, I don't think it's what I thought it is. VST. I don't think it's what I thought it is. Do 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 do. You kind of just have to do some research, you know. But I'll one day try to be able to share these things. I might even ask Freaker, you know, about it, because Freaker, who you may know from the Dreams community, has been making, so like the intro song that we have, let me play it again. The intro song, there's two versions. Here's the outro. This is a different song, but it's similar. We're not ending the stream, don't worry. Freaker made this in Dreams, right here. This version is made in Dreams. That which you hear in the background. We're not ending the stream. I'm just playing it as an example. This was made using Dreams. So you can kind of hear what like Dream sounds like, whatever. This is what Dream's music sounds like. Freaker remade a very similar Freaker made a very similar song as this in Ableton. No, it's not Sleep Time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Here's the intro music. This was made based on that song that Freaker made in Dreams. So that's this one. And Freaker had instruments. No, it's not actually bedtime. Freaker had instruments that were like simulated in order to make them sound good. So this is based on a song that Freaker made in Dreams. And so Freaker is someone you should probably talk to. Lee starts a new stream now. Can we get the Lee's OST? I don't know. I mean, kind of. There's a couple songs. There's actually a link in the description box to the person who made this, but they only have some of their songs online. So I don't know if technically. All right, let me see this LMS download. I know we're getting a little distracted, but not really, because it's pretty relevant to game dev. It's pretty darn freaking relevant, truth be told. Did I already install this? I did. Let's boot it up. Let's boot it up. Boot it up. So I'm just saying, like, this sounds pretty good. Freaker's coming from Dreams. Freaker made a lot of stuff in Dreams, and it's a lot richer than what you could create in Dreams. So I'm just saying, you know, you have options. You have options. Wow, this is tiny. Pre-record the stream and play it in reverse. Classic Lee's. Whoops. That is so tiny. I gotta make that a little bigger. Wow, that's so tiny. Dear God. Oh my God. I don't care. How about just okay? How about I just press the okay button? Yeah, I mean, you know, at some point, you just have to, you just gotta bite the bullet and be like, okay, it's not gonna be perfect. All right, so here's LMMS. It is very tiny. There might be a way to change it. And so in LMMS, you can set up samples. Comes with a sample track. Is there actual sound here? There is not. Now, I've only used this a little bit, so I don't quite totally remember. Yeah, I do have, I don't remember, kind of. I'm not going to mess with that right now. It will not be public, no. Does this actually have something? It doesn't. So we can also record something. Oh God. Why did I get myself into this right now? Okay. So let's delete this. Yeah. Let's see. To get piano roll? Oh yeah, if you double click a sample, true. You need like, it needs to be something in particular. I need some practice with it. Truth be told. Let's go here. It comes with some instruments over here, which is nice. Triple oscillator has sound in it, and the instruments are on the left. Oh, the triple oscillator does? Nice. Oh, nice. So like different effects have like different stuff. Insane Alpha Beta, you're being too picky. I understand, and hey, look, I have terrible eyes, all right? I have terrible, terrible eyes. I need that to be a thing as well. But it might look different on your computer. So just give it a shot, all right? Give it a shot. See what you think. You don't know. Oh, this is one of the buggy things I don't like. So now that I've moved this window underneath this other toolbar, look, now I can't access it. Now I can't access the toolbar. Oh, it looks small on yours? That's fair. I mean, you know, this is computer software, you know? Sometimes you have to adjust things. Yeah, you know, I looked at the view tab. I wasn't happy with it. again, I don't feel super comfortable recommending this, guys. All right, but I don't, because I need more time with it. But I have made something with it before, and I enjoyed using it. Yeah, there's nothing good in here. There's nothing good in here. Settings. Let's see what we got in settings. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this. We could say LMMS increase font size. Immediately came up. Do 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 do. Not kind of the sight impaired. Yes, I agree with that. Make your own theme. So this, actually, in Insane Alpha Beta, you make a good point, because this is free open source software, which means if there's certain things that you want to add or adjust or change about it, you kind of got to do it yourself. You got to like figure a way to change it with CSS, apparently, to adjust the themes. Looks like we can download something. Nope. So this is a fair critique. Honestly, Insane, it's a fair critique of this program. And I think it's one of the limitations. Right. But like, you know, not everybody's going to want to do that. And I probably Insane Alpha Beta is one of those people who's not going to want to do that, you know? I don't even want to do it. All right, let's see. You're going to try? A part of me kind of wanted to reverse psychology you and say that just so that you would like feel like, I'll do it. I don't know if that worked, but that's kind of what I was going for there. I was like, if I define Insane Alpha Beta as somebody who won't do it, I bet they'll consider doing it. But maybe you were already going to consider doing it. It's just a number change. You can search the doc for font. Oh, true. Where is it? I don't want to do this anymore. Maybe an actual case where I'd want to request a merge with an open source program. Yeah, for sure. Right. So it's and like I said, like this little like now this freaking window is trapped underneath this bar. Right? Like what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? How am I gonna access this thing? Like if I put this on top, maybe I can like close it and reopen it? Maybe? No, it's still behind it. I can't seem to be able to resize it either. So like when I say there's bugs, I mean interface bugs like this. Like, what am I gonna do? Whoa. So let me at least show you the cool things, right? We can stop criticizing it for 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. Let's pull this into here so we can actually listen to it. All right, you ready for this? This has some sounds. And you can do stuff with it. You can change the way that it sounds. And then you can, I can't do many settings now. I've attempted to understand code for open source programs several times. They always just confuse me. Yeah, there isn't an option. Add a slider in the menu, right? And I really, oh, nice, Storm Run. Nice, Storm Run, Storm Run. With the user share LMMS, oh, so in my user thing, with the tech support. Let's see. I'm going to create, okay, before I do that, I'm going to create a loop so there's music in the background. If I can remember how to do this. There we go. Yeah. It's going to be a great song. It's going to be an awesome song. But so this is how you would generally make the sounds. This is a terrible sound, but it is a sound. Tell me it's not a sound. And you see how this is very similar to Dreams or like something even like Fruity Loops? Alright, we got some music. I'm a musician now. I can't believe I still can't drag this around. Okay, let's see if we can find this. We might as well. We might as well. This is game dev relevant. That's why the title says "and more." Although the title will probably change later. So it's gonna be in... Where is this? What folder is that in? Do I actually know where that folder is? Is that in like app data? Saying let's go, let's play. It is kind of like the start of something. You go to view and uncheck the piano thing to make it disappear. Yeah, you know. First of all, it's not up there, I don't think, because this isn't the same thing. So what I did, look, if I make it disappear and reappear, look. The only thing that I found to fix this is restarting the program, in my experience. So like these are the kind of things that bother me about this program. But it's free and it does the thing really well, right? And we could record something. We could change this song, we could record something, we could get our own samples, right? And we could change that. I'm not gonna worry about the font stuff, but you know, it's something. And this could be much, much more complex. If you hit a black key though, make sure it's on key. Either the white or the left of the black won't be used. If you hit a black key, make sure it's on key. Yeah, make music sound good. Is what you're saying. Make music sound good. Anyway, you guys get the idea. LMMS, check it out. See if you have better luck than me. I find it to be pretty usable, but it does have some drawbacks. There's a lot of programs out there. Reaper is another one. I don't know if it's like totally free, but there might be like a free version. Reaper music free. Fully functional 60-day evaluation. Okay, maybe not free. But don't shut yourself off yet. You know, there's still options out there. I'm gonna bring the real music back and we're gonna go back to game dev, but that was game dev. That was relevant. That was relevant. So let's make the arrow. You can make a whole song on only Y keys, key of C, but can modify it later without having to know other keys. Right. That sounds correct. It sounds correct. It sounds absolutely correct. Can you tell I don't have a lot of music skills. I don't have a lot of music skills. That's why I'm procrastinating doing music stuff. Alright, so if I'm gonna make this thing that I've been meaning to make for about 25, 35, 85, 95 minutes, we're gonna start a new scene. I'm gonna make it a... I think I want it to be a panel, right? Because I kind of just want... What I want is like an arrow. That's not an arrow. An arrow that... How do you... An arrow. I don't know how to do it with my hand. Use a plugin called Soundgoodizer. It changes the key. Nice. I just want an arrow that's above the cows or the whatever healing item you might have. Whatever thing you want to be selecting in the game. So this is just some 3D thing that I slapped in there, but I want it to be 2D, floating above. kind of would love to just like mold a shape into it. A V with a little V on top. Maybe. For the arrow, you could use Sprite 3D with billboard enabled. Oh, nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what, yes, that is what I plan to do. Right. But first, I would need to make the thing that we're billboarding, right? So that was my plan, Joe. Exactly. You see me. But first, what I want to do is make, like, the arrow, ideally, like, you know, using the tools, like, just make a shape here, and then use the Sprite 3D with, like, a sub-viewport and have it be on there. Billboard effect is very useful. Get you an arrow for Google Survey. Yeah. It's not, like, the design that I'm having a problem with. It's just, you know, I don't know how to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? We'll get there. It's not like, I don't have a lot of big ideas on what it looks like. More on how do I do it. Transform. Yeah, I don't think there's gotta be a way to make simple shapes. I mean, let me just look at all the control things. Text edit, color rect. Minecraft is very loud with its billboards. Is he everywhere in old games? Gotcha. Graph edit, items list, label, panel, tree, rich text label. You know what I could do too? I could do like a Unicode character. But that feels like that's gonna look crappy. I just have a feeling that that's gonna look kind of crappy. Let me see if I can just look this up real quick. Godot panel in different shapes. It might even be like a 2D thing. Custom panels in less than 2 minutes using Godot 4.0. Panel custom styles. You can add a style box or panel. Oh, maybe that's what I want. Coding quests. Coding quests. Yeah, but these are all boxes. Oh, they're rounding the box. Yeah, maybe in there. Maybe in there is where we want to do it. I think that was like in the like materials. Sorry, that was so zoomed in. You probably couldn't see anything. That's fine. Theme override styles panel. Style box flat. What's style box line? But yeah, maybe in here we'll have some settings. Corner radius. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Instead of a point bottom, make it have a circle bottom with a beam of light going down like a UFO. Whoa. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Wow. Oh no. But now I have to do that. Now I have to do that. That's such a good idea. But the reason why I don't like it is, here's why I don't like it. Couple reasons. The main reason is that you're not necessarily abducting them, because you also are gonna grab them and eat them, right? Or you're gonna abduct them. And the abduction, based on the lore, is that you go into a sphere, into like an orb. It's kind of like if you were to throw something into a black hole and it gets sucked into a black hole. So there really, technically, according to the lore, isn't anything like that. But it is fun to think about what kind of, you know, tropes we can put in there. So I think I need to not get too excited about that, as awesome of an idea as it is. Psychonic Joe, gotta catch 'em all. Psychonic Joe, welcome Psychonic Joe. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Psychonic, do you remember in Godot why we did the pluses for the collisions? You are not obligated to answer this question. That is to say, I don't expect you to answer this question. But remember on the Raycast over here when we were doing the collisions, and we had to, I remember it was because the bits on the collisions, like over here, we had to make it match these bit values in order for it to recognize the collision. But what I couldn't remember was why we did the pluses instead of like commas. But I guess it was because you know, it's like, why not just say 14, right? But that works too, right? It's just we did it like this so you could see that it's going to 2, it's going to 4, it's going to 8, and we know it's each one, as opposed to it being 14. But like Godot is still seeing it as 14, right? It wasn't like we had to say 2 + 4 + 8. Anyway, you don't have to answer that, but yeah, I think it's for the code to be more readable. I think it is too. I'm sorry, Psychonic, for asking you. I just feel like you might have been here when I set this up, and I was meaning to ask you because somebody else was asking, and I felt bad that I wasn't able to explain it, and I was like, I feel like Psychonic Joe is here. But if you weren't, or if you don't know, just like ignore me. but yeah, I think it's to make it more readable as well. I think that's also why. Because we could just say 14, but then you have no reference. Whereas if we see, you know, there's a 4 here, I can go look, because it's not actually gonna be 4. 4 is actually 8, which is the last one. 4 would be something else. Can you show the shoot ray definition? Yes. Oh yeah. Right. I should probably explain more of what this all is. So this is a raycast that's just created, right? Right here. It's just a raycast. It's just a raycast. Oh yeah, and then we set it to mask, so that way we can set a certain mask down here. Collision mask equals mask, and then we would, right? So I guess we're more passing it into this. I should have known. I should have known. See, this is why I asked you, because you knew what to look for. At least. Collision mask. Where has it taken me? Where has it taken me? Down here? That feeling when it brings me to the docks and it's just like not what I thought. Oh, here. Collision mask. Integer. Right. And then it's looking for... Here it is. Down here. That's it. I changed my mind... because you can only build 14 with powers of 2 one way. Wait, I think maybe the plus there means something else. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just can't remember. I think the plus doesn't mean add. Yeah, I'm not sure. And the same is true for every number you would want to set. Wait, no, that's wrong. Or is it? Yeah, I don't know. It's true because you can't have 2 of the same power of 2. Mask layers need to be set with the bit 2 to the power values. Oh wow, I commented that. Oh, it's right there. So the plus does need to be there. Right. The plus both means add and is also better thought of as a comma. Yeah. Interesting. Thanks for answering that super random thing, everybody. I appreciate it. Somebody the other day was just like, you don't need that plus. I was like, I don't know. I think it's good. My guess is that the mask is in binary. And you did it in powers of 2, so you select the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th bits. Binary bits are 1, 2, 4, 8. Sorry, I apologize, Psychonic Joe, for like being like, can you answer this? I don't think you strictly need it, but it makes it readable. Okay. Oh, okay. I just don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. That's why I asked. It does make it more readable. It makes it so much more readable. I wanted to try to find the live stream where we put it together. It's way better for readability. Okay, I'm so affirmed. Thank you, everybody, for affirming that it's better. If nothing else. If nothing else. Right, because it's just like, then I just have to have a note reminding me, don't forget to subtract it into the right values that equal 14 so you know which ones you meant. right? Like, why wouldn't I do it that way? If you import a height mat in Unreal Engine without a power of 2, it will give you a huge landscape that will crash your PC. Sometimes computers just need to be talked to like computers. I don't have to take out a calculator every time to know what masks are there. Right, exactly. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Sorry, Psychotic Joe. You just... Joe's like, hey, I'm here to hang out. And I'm like, give me answers. But you gave a great answer. Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely what's going on, in part. Arrow. Not the pointiest of arrows, but it's a start. It's a start? Whoa. I thought you were, who the heck was? I like how, man, it's getting to the point where I can't remember who is here when things happen. Wow, I had to have a snack to let that sink in. I don't always remember things. I'm getting old. Sometimes you gotta talk to computers like computers. Great idea. Now talk to my laptop. 00100111101010101. Exactly. Can you make one side a mirror? Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea if I can do that. Honestly, not a clue. Whoa! Corner detail. Let's go. There's some funny things here. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so we just gotta get these so they're kinda in the... How am I gonna get this in the corner, though? How am I gonna get this in the corner? I'm not exactly sure, if I'm being honest. If I make them the same? No. Oh, maybe if I do like the top corners? No. Like a lot? What if I make it 1,000? A whole 1,000? 10,000! Oh, that's the most I can make it. Cool. Skew? That doesn't really help me. I mean, I could let it go with the little tag. I might be able to, like, crop it down. No anti-aliasing. Thanks, but no thanks. Well, those content margins, I see. I was like, that didn't do anything. That did literally nothing. I might be able to do more, and honestly, I might be able to do more with a different type as well. So like, this is good and all, but this is Stylebox flat. What if I try a different one? Stylebox line. That is a line. Yeah, that's definitely a line. That's what that looks like. I translated that binary you told your PC. It means M4 times 2. Oh! Carry on then, computer. Your orders are clear. You have received your orders. Oh, we've got some options. Curve texture. Interesting. Tell me more. Tell me more about this curve texture. What is a curve texture? That looks like colors. That looks like colors. I don't think I care about colors. Let's see, in this video that I saw, what kind did they use? Stylebox texture? And then which one? Just some, oh, so they like took a texture that already existed. Sub-region. Ooh, so if I put like an image in here, we could do like sub-region stuff. That sounds useful. Image texture, atlas texture? What's an atlas texture? Oh, like a sprite atlas? Oh, that's probably even what this is. I see. And then we could edit the region here. Gotcha. Yeah, the curve thing might be an advanced gradient. That sounds correct. That sounds true. Compressed texture 2D. Canvas texture. Diffuse normal map? No, I don't think I want that. I mean, this is very much texture things. It's not like creating a texture for us. Stylebox empty sounds like not what I want. I feel like flat is probably what I want, if anything. But you lose that region stuff, which looks like the region stuff might let me select more, maybe. I don't know if it does. I think I gotta take my W. Or I'll just make something in a, you know, I'll just draw an arrow in a image app and put it in here. Like, I mean, it would just be kind of nice if I could like generate it. So I'm still kind of determined to see if it's doable. I'm still kind of determined to see. And then if we say corner detail 1, turn off that horrid anti-aliasing. Those are expand margins. Border width. Whoa. Oh, that's like an extra thing. Don't think I want that. Whoa. Whoa, it's unfolding it on the top. Whoa. Hey, that looks kind of cool. Put a bottom of 5 just to see. A bottom of 5? Wait, what does that mean? What does a bottom of 5 mean? That's a chevron. Oh, it's a chevron. I mean, I'm okay with a chevron. I mean, it seems like a symbol that could be useful for like a marker, right? And I might want to reserve it for something else, but what if it's totally fine for this purpose and I don't reserve it for something? Expand margins. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, interesting. Good call to like at least see what happens. And then if I kill the border, it's just a longer marker. Still worth looking at. I honestly think this is pretty acceptable, if I'm being honest. The chevron isn't bad. This looks like a bot. You know, we don't get a lot of bots. Are you a bot? You must be a bot. You must be a bot. Don't go to that website, anybody. Do not go to that website. Don't do it. It's not worth it. New? Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure. It just said G.G. So I didn't know. I just wasn't sure. And then, like, your name was something. Well, welcome. Welcome, Gab. Thanks for stopping in. I apologize for my assumption. Still wouldn't recommend going to a random website like that, though. Yeah, you're welcome. I apologize for my mistake. Can never be too sure. Usually we don't get bots. Because we set like you have to be subscribed for a few minutes, which bots are never willing to do. This is honestly good enough. I haven't seen a bot in a while. Maybe YouTube finally figured out who's real. No. They didn't. They didn't. Basically, if once I set that you have to be subscribed for a certain number of minutes before you can comment. Cleared all the bots out. No bots. That killed them. Trying to learn stuff here and there. Nice. That's cool. You like making games? Is that something that you've done before, or you're just getting started? Or you're eyeing it, you're thinking about it? Took you to Facebook? Nice. It's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good idea. Welcome indeed. I think this is fine. I think the chevron is great. I'm gonna make the border color. What do I want? I kind of like that gray. Maybe we could just gray it a little more. Maybe like this. You have a project with parts and a mini blueprint. Just dumb. Not dumb, but I hear what you're saying. So you're playing around. You're learning. You're seeing what you can do. That's exciting. Nice. Sounds like maybe Unreal Blueprint? Maybe Unreal? I guess we'll anchor it in the center. Unity! Gotcha! Cool, cool, cool. Let's go. I liked Unity. So we're gonna call this Arrow. Preprint for system layout and how it should work. Nice. So like kind of like you're just like outlining what it's gonna be. Did Unity fix their controversy? Kind of. The last I heard, and this may have changed, but the last I heard, they're not rolling out the runtime fee until the next version of Unity. And even then, it's going to be a flat fee instead of a runtime fee, unless the runtime fee is lower. Then they'll do the runtime fee. That's what I think is what's happening. And then the runtime fee is supposedly going to be based on self-reporting or something. But they're still kind of making some sus moves, but that particular controversy, you know, more or less has been walked back. But, you know, I think a lot of that trust has been lost, and then, you know, there's some other interesting business decisions that they continue to make. It's cool, the asset store will lure you in, but it has good learning material. That's true. That's true. It does have some good learning material. Yeah, I know I'm not big on like plugins and stuff like that, but Unity does have a lot of good free stuff sometimes, I think. I feel like they have some free stuff once in a while. Okay, so there's my arrow. I'm gonna save it. Walked back, but not fixed. Right. Yeah, it still seems a little like they're still gonna do it. In a way. Well, I guess this is UI. Arrow 3D1? Oh, I guess that's the 3D arrow. Okay. Well, why did I call it Arrow 3D1? We're gonna say, I don't know, I'm just gonna put it in here. I'm just gonna put it in here. All right, there's our arrow. So now, I'm gonna come to, in this case, the cow scene. I kind of want to make, no, I'll put it in here. No! You know, maybe I'll say that the top level, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should have started with the Sprite 3D. No, I don't think so. I think we should come into the here. Add a Sprite 3D. And then we'll put a sub viewport in here, alright? You think you're invisible? Oh. Is it because I need to hit live chat? Here's the thing, sometimes YouTube nukes messages if it thinks that they are spam or something, even if they're not. Okay, so this is what I see. This is what I see. And then sometimes if I hit live chat instead of top chat, things will appear. No, that wasn't enough. I don't know why that happens. I don't know why that happens. YouTube, if somehow, might have thought that you were sending spam. And unfortunately, YouTube doesn't let you know if your messages have been nuked. They won't tell you. They'll just do it. And it kind of makes me sad because, like, I never know if someone's messages are being hidden. Which is never exciting. You said hello? Dang, I'm so sorry. Maybe it was like an internet problem. Maybe like your internet's being goofy or something. You get so much spam. Yeah, welcome indeed. Yeah, it tends to be a little bit more choosy than just hello. So maybe your internet's like fluctuating or something. So we're gonna do a sprite 3D. I'm gonna make a sub viewport. I'm gonna drop the arrow scene that I made. So I'm gonna come down to the UI folder, grab this arrow, drop it as a child of the sub viewport. And then one thing that I've had to do is assign the sub viewport manually. And it's just what we do because I didn't do it once and it caused chaos because there was like some kind of bug and I'm not gonna bother to worry about it other than just do it. Psychonic Joe actually set this up for me. I remember this time Psychonic Joe did that. So we just have to put in the ready function, texture sub viewport get texture. So that means I'm gonna have to add a script to this sprite 3D. So let's create a script. It doesn't have to be cows. This could just be in... I'm just gonna put this in UI, and this is just going to be sub viewport. Apply sub viewport. Or let's even say arrow sub viewport. So if I want to like add stuff to it, it'll be similar to this. YouTube really don't like Atlantis. Yeah, it seems to every time you say Atlantis. Welcome, Killa. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here now. I am so sorry that that happened. But you are most welcome here, and I assure you, I wouldn't ignore. I wouldn't ignore. This channel isn't big enough for that, and that's okay. But it's true. Okay, so on this script, and even then, I would do my darndest. Alright, and then the sub viewport should just find this. Oh, and then something that I would do is I would add tool up here. So that way, this would be more likely to actually show us what's happening. And eventually here, we should see something. I just have to set it all up correctly. I just gotta set it all up right. I thought internet hates me since I can't even post images and now it doesn't accept my comments. Yeah, you were saying that like you couldn't upload things on Discord, and we looked at it and we think that you should be able to now. And then, you said on itch as well. What is that? What is that? That does seem to be happening. Is this not... I wonder why this isn't working. Why would this not be setting the texture? Because the idea is that we don't do it here through the inspector. And it should just automatically find the sub viewport. And then on the sub viewport, there are a couple settings we might have to do. So let me go look at what's on the alien. So over here on the alien, I've got this health bar that I don't really use anymore, but we do have it. On the Sprite 3D, we have the same thing, function ready, sub viewport, get texture. We got at tool at the top. And then for the Sprite 3D, it shows up in here. I read a bit and wrote up an explanation in live text for the layer mask thing earlier. You don't have to look at it if you don't feel like it or busy. What? Okay. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I repeated myself twice. Twice. You know I'm telling the truth. Turn off 3D. Yes, I would like to. Transparent background, handle input locally. Let's make sure those are marked over here. It might be showing, oh, you know what it might be? It might be that it's the transparency. Oh, no. I thought it might show up there if we did that. It didn't. It did not. It's curious. Just gonna make sure all these things match. Those are the only things that are different. So that should be enough. I wonder if there's something wrong with this. And then we can flag it. Oh, maybe we need to go to flags? I don't think so, because none of these are different. I mean, I can try setting it to the viewport, but I've had bad luck with this. And it's not even... Yeah, don't even do it. Don't even do it. Sometimes if I, like, reload the project... Oh, you don't have to save it. You don't have to save it. That's okay. This was supposed to be an easy layup. I did it just the other day, too, when I was trying to add a menu in there. The menu didn't work. But that's okay. I wonder if I need, like, something extra. Let me open up the health bar scene. Yeah, it's just a progress bar. It doesn't even have anything else in it. I wonder... I mean, the arrow doesn't need, like, more, does it? Do I need to... I don't need to add, like, text in there or something. It should be visible. Mysterious. Guess I could try adding it again. Just try again until it sees it. Because what I believe it's supposed to do is find the thing that is below it. Let me try adding the health bar in there and see if it finds that. Whoa. That was a script. Oh, it found that right away. And that's appearing. No, 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 I just want the arrow. Not the health bar. Well, at least that, so it works. It's something, oh, you know what? It's probably where I put it. It's probably because I put it, like, in the center of this huge space. It's off screen. I bet it's just off screen. So maybe I want to add, like, I probably shouldn't have had the label as the top level. What if I say move it to the top left? Just move it to the top left. I don't know why I didn't do that at first. Set to current ratio. See if it appears now. We might have to re-drop it in there. to get it to show up. Maybe. Maybe not. The texture is getting set, which is good. But in the sub viewport, I see no arrow. But if I drop something else in there, if I drop the health bar in there, that immediately shows up. So it's something to do with the arrow. Well, I can redo the arrow. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'll redo it. Let's even just, I'll just save this. I'll save this arrow here. This texture. Then I can just change this to something else. Let's say a panel container. Set the panel container. It's quite an obnoxious size. It's quite an obnoxious size you have there. Oh, sorry, Psychotic Joe. I forgot to look at this. I like started to do it and then I just slipped my mind. If you notice the layers, for example, in collision, can be on or off. So in code, they're usually referenced in binary, since 1 can represent on and 0 can represent off. For example, if you want your ray to detect only the second, third, and fourth layers, you'd set up the bits for all other layers as 0 and 1 for the layers you want. This is written as code as that. As that. Binary starts from right to left. Whoa. This is some serious learning here. Now, when converting from binary to decimal, it goes like the first bit layer is equal to 2 to the power of 0 equals 1. Second bit layer would be 2 to the power of 1 equals 2. Third, 2 to the power of 2 equals 4. Fourth, 2 to the power of 3 equals 8. 2 to the power of 4 equals 16. Interesting. So it's going 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 to the powers of, and that's giving us those bit numbers to convert, to change the number system from binary to decimal. In the case you don't want to write your masks in binary, you can do so in decimal. You just have to add the corresponding values of the layers you want. In our case, we want the second, third, and fourth layers, so we need the second, third, and fourth bits, so we will add up 2, 4, and 8. 2 plus 4 plus 8. Wow. Which is 14 in our decimal system, but it loses the underlying information if you just type 14, so you use plus to separate different bits for readability. I gotta tag Dragonblade. With a smiley face. With a cheeky smile. Dragonblade was the one asking about why we're doing the pluses. So I figured I would at least. Not that they don't know this, but... Hey Radoslav, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Or hi, technically. It's interesting that, like, because the collision can be represented as on or off, that's really cool. So for every possible layer, there's like, or mask. Is the B a typo? Is the B supposed to be there? So it's like either the layer or mask is on or is not, and so that's why it's represented in binary. Oh, I guess it is supposed to be there, the B. I don't know what the B means. I believe that it means something. So it just makes sense to store this on or off data as bits, since it only has those two states. And then you can convert it so that way it can understand it more easily. It indicates the number is in binary. Oh. I didn't know that. He's coming by. I might not be here for long. Took a break off Discord for 2 years. 2 years! Usually B is in all binary codes to determine that it is in the binary language, just like 0x is a hex code. Oh, that makes sense. I gotcha. That makes sense because I've seen the 0x, and I'm like, oh yeah, we types, of course. When you're doing a hex code, sometimes there's a 0x before it. Naturally. Gotcha. It's a great little write-up. Thank you. Thank you for like making this. It's cool to like understand it better and not just be like, okay, this is true. Right. So I have to do it in bits or decimals or whatever. I have to do that. That's the way it is. It's cool to like understand it a little better. Whether I can explain it ever, well, that I'm not entirely sure. I like how, as a panel container, it was still able to. Oh, now it's showing up. It just looks horrible. As a panel container, it was easier for, or it was able to translate the same data. Oh, we got some ugly edges. We got some ugly edges. 2 years starting from now because of this. Because of this. Is there supposed to be something? 2 years is very specific. How did you come up with 2 years? Okay, so this is obviously too big. At least it's appearing. I don't know. I must have just been the way I had the sizing set up. And is it only showing the in stuff? Okay. All right. Okay. You did bad stuff. Okay. I'm a little worried about getting this to fit in here. So if I do it like that, does it at least kind of show up? Kinda. Why is its position so bizarre? Where does it want me to put it? Just like, where does it want me to put it? I'll put it there. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it. Look how long it is. It's like stretching it out, too. It's kind of weird stuff going on. There's weird stuff going on here. I think I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna change this. Instead of a panel container, I'm just gonna make it a control node, top level. See how strange these sizes are? Just reset all of this. Reset everything. Put it back to normal. Make it what normal is. Like, see how like small it is? Oh, the transform. Scale. I feel like I just need to start this over. Okay, there it goes. Now it's kind of like making a little more sense to me. Okay, and then if I add in a label, or a panel, not a label, add in a panel, and we'll add that arrow texture, theme override style, panel, flat, or just load. UI arrow. Now that's gonna be not visible, right? It's up here. It must be spun around. So this would be the front. Okay, this makes sense. This makes some sense to me, at least, to some extent. That's what I would expect that to look like. Cool. And what if I wrap this in a bit? What if I make it like a tiny little point? What does that look like? The same. Gotcha. Arrow from a 3D model? This is not a 3D model. I'm actually going away from making it a 3D model. I'm taking this 2D thing, and I'm trying to make it appear in 3D space. So that way it can not be 3D. I don't want it to be 3D. It was 3D, but I'd rather it not be. I'd rather it be 2D. Personally, I'd rather it be 2D. And I guess I want to make this considerably larger. That probably didn't do anything. Finally doing something in 2D, yes. All to just make it appear in 3D anyway. Honestly, Killa, a lot of the stuff that I've been working with these past couple streams very much illustrate why 3D stuff can be super complicated. So it's kind of nice to take a break and do this, even though, you know, we're still ending up doing something that ultimately becomes 3D. Lee's becoming 2D game dev confirmed! It's happened! It's happened. This is how you can tell. Because I made a chevron. That's all it takes. That's what makes you a 2D game dev. Probably if I stretch it out bigger, it's gonna look worse. So we're just gonna take this W and we're gonna leave it just like this. We're gonna call this a W. And what I'd like is for this to actually be a scene. So I'm gonna say this is arrow hover. It's getting a little confusing because now we have an arrow scene and now we have an arrow hover scene. Rename it to arrow hover. Probably should open up that scene and name this that too. Arrow hover. I don't know why. There's a lot of questions about why I would do it this way, but it's okay. Alright, and then instead of meet object, which is what's being referenced in the code. So when we have meet mesh, instead of meet mesh, I'd like to change that. I'd like to change that a little bit. 2D? I'm master at both 2D and 3D, so y'all shut up. What? Don't you tell them to shut up. You shut up. I am a master of nothing. Okay, so I'm gonna say, let's find and replace meet mesh with hover arrow. You are a stubborn something. And I can attest. Did you just call me sleaze? I never thought about that. Oh my gosh. I never thought about that. I never thought about that. It's like a way to mess with my name. Lees Lasad, aka Sleaze. More like Sleaze. Oh yeah, guys, I'm so sleazy. I'm so sleazy with my fully covered up body. Look at all that arm skin she's showing. You see my 2D and 3D skills. Yeah. Why are you eating if it's not a secret? Why am I eating? I'm all confused. Now I don't even know what we're talking about. Now I just don't even know what's happening. Oh, you mean like because I just seem unbothered, I'm just happy to eat? It's comfort eating. Because it was a moment of comfort. Let's say that. Lee showed arm, 100 plus views incoming. That's it? Jeez. Oh, you mean viewers? Okay, so I'm gonna replace meet mesh with hover arrow. And then we want to switch hover arrow to, well, arrow hover, which, you gotta be honest, seems a little flipped around there. You mean what, not why? Oh, why did I read that as why? That was like me. That was a me problem. I'm eating quinoa. It's not, I see what you're saying. I apologize for misreading that so terribly. I am eating quinoa seasoned with buffalo ranch. I keep slipping off my chair. See, I almost like face planted into my microphone. This is quinoa seasoned with buffalo ranch seasoning and chicken broth. It's delicious. It's so delicious. That Frank's Buffalo Ranch seasoning, this is not the first time I have promoted this. It almost ended up with right. That's what I get for talking about it. I just want to say that, not sponsored, this is my favorite seasoning. I don't know if they have it. Look, I don't buy it at the store. I order it online. So if you're saying it's not available in your country, I don't want to hear it. Freaking order it, all right? This stuff, it has buttermilk, so if you're a vegan, I'm afraid you're out of luck. But if you're not a vegan, I can't recommend this right here even more. It's so embarrassing because it's the most like American thing ever. It's buffalo ranch seasoning. It's a powder. It blends beautifully with so many dishes, and it just oh, it's such a wonderful flavor. It just adds like a milky tang to everything. It's so good. I love it. I love it. And it's what's it even looks the same color as this quinoa. It's what makes it so good. It's like the most plain things. It doesn't have sugar in it. The most plain things become freaking scrumptious. I could recommend it more, but I won't. Thank you, Radoslav. Yes, I saw you say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Honestly, don't say that. Get out of here with that behavior. Radoslav, don't test me. I will moderate the crap out of you. What's quinoa? Is it like a legume? It's so good. Dude, it's so good. Order it online if you can. I order it in packs of 6. I order it in packs of 6 because you go through it. We go through it so fast. Quinoa is a grain. It's more expensive than rice, unfortunately. It is unfortunately more expensive than rice, which I don't love. But it's just a type of grain. It's just a type of grain. This is the one that I usually buy. It's Walmart brand. It's a type of grain, and I really like it. Have you seen You Want Some videos? No. What is a You Want Some video? What is a You Want Some video? Yeah, note it down. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, because I clicked away from it. I was like, why aren't the messages coming through? I see them here, but they're not elsewhere. Let me make sure it's still working. It's when someone is eating and someone else is watching. So they say, you want some? Oh. You want some? That's hilarious. That's so funny. There it is. I don't know why that wasn't popping up. There we go. Looks delish. It is delish. It is delish. This should be the arrow now. I'm not gonna say it looks gorgeous, but it should be there. Oh! Or not. We have crashed. Oh, because it doesn't have the same visible stuff. Really? So then how do I set visibility? Really? A Sprite 3D doesn't have visible true or false? Oh, no, it should be on there. It should be on there. Well, I'm a little confused. Does it even see? Let's put a link to the page that says some stuff about Godot collision in general in the Discord. In general? Okay, that's a place you can put it. You can put it in live text next time. Is a better place for that stuff. Live text is where stuff can go on the Discord that is like relevant to what we're doing while we're live. But sounds good. I look forward to checking it out. I love you guys sharing learning. It's so amazing. It's amazing. Such a nice community. I love you guys. I wonder why that's not working. Just kind of out of curiosity. I mean, if I set this... Can you not call visible? Is it something else? Is it like show? Is it like not visible? Is it something else? On control things? I think that might be it. I'm gonna search... Isn't it illegal in some states to mix 2D and 3D? I mean, you should check your local laws. Ah, cheers. Welcome, Hazel. Look, what can I say? I like to live dangerously. I laugh in the face of the law. I'm a rebel. I'm a game dev rebel. You joke, but like, sometimes when I see 3D and 2D, it do look pretty bad. There's a fine line to balance there for sure. Maybe I need to keep that in mind. S says, I forgot about live text until after I put it in general. Understood. Understood. I don't know why. I don't, and it's not like, it's like you need to put it in the right place. It's just, I don't know, I feel like this, like, but what if people don't understand? What if they just like, why is this here? What did I miss out on? I wouldn't want anyone to miss out. Hover arrow. Visible. What if I replace it to show? But it might not, I don't even know. I honestly have no idea. Okay, replace all. Every 3D at least needs a little bit of 2D. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Watch it crash again. Maybe invalid set index show, so I just made that up. Okay, fine. How about this? How about this then? I'm gonna open up this. We'll come down to visibility, and I'll just drag it in here. What does it say? Visible. Well, that's what I thought it would be. Is it because it's... I mean, it is already true, but that shouldn't matter. That shouldn't, like, cause an issue. I forgot we said about that heart on his back. Would it change in any case? Yes. So the heart is, like, the karma system. The idea is that, of course, you're an alien, and you're here to either abduct or eat humans. It's gonna keep crashing. I can't even show it off. That's okay. And if you abduct or eat innocent people or animals, then that heart is going to shrink and it's gonna get smaller. So it's kind of like a representation of how much empathy you have. So the smaller the heart is, the less like special buffs you'll get. So let's say these houses, for example, if you've eaten a lot of innocent people and your heart is shrunk down, then people won't leave out like little health buffs for you to like help you. There'll be like certain advantages that you can get if you keep that heart full size. So similarly, you know, if I like hurt my legs or my arms or whatever, they shrink and get smaller. The heart is also gonna shrink and get smaller as you lose those empathy points, is the idea. Now, what is going on with my arrow visibility? What? Why would it not like visible? Yeah, it's a Boolean, true or false. I wonder if it's not actually setting the reference up correctly, somehow. But then it does. If I switch it to show, it was like, we don't have this. And that's not even what the error says. Like that's not on a Sprite 3D. It's not saying that that doesn't exist on a Sprite 3D. Oh, it is. Hopefully it won't crash. Make sure the project's safe. Oh yeah. So by crash, basically, the game just like freezes, and I think you can tell it not to do that, but it just like stops it and shows you where the error is whenever you hit something that it considers a problem. And thank you. And so it's telling me that I can't change the visibility of this thing, that there is no Boolean true or false visibility to be changed on a Sprite 3D for some reason. I don't really understand why. And so sometimes, so if I have it in full screen, if I have it like expanded big, I can't close it because I set always on top, which is not a default thing, but it's set to always on top, so I can like come in here and click around and do stuff, and this won't go away. But because it's always on top, if I have this set to fill the entire screen, then there's no way for me to get back to Godot and press this stop button. So if I make this full screen like this, and it's set to always on top, and then we get that crash moment, I can't actually stop it or anything like that. You know what I just realized? I forgot to say hi to Olaf. Olaf! I'm so sorry. Oh, Olaf, I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here. I'm sorry I missed your hey. Oh, Olaf, you remember, and so you get a song. Oh, Olaf, welcome on in. 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 Thank you for supporting this stream. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Sorry I missed that earlier. I saw Jay Jordan post a message, and I was like, wait, wasn't there a member I'm supposed to sing a song to? It was you. It was you. Olaf got me acted up. You know it. Poor Olaf. I know. I know. Had to wait so long. Had to wait so long. Jay Jordan said, found an icon SVG in the repo. That's just the Godot logo. Probably the icon for the Windows. So I'm making an SVG of the head of the little monster. That's awesome. I love that. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Do you know what the face looks like, Jay Jordan? Just in case, if you were wondering, it does have a face. You probably know. You know, you're in the repo. You know what the face looks like. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. That is really funny, Jay Jordan. I love it. And so there is a public repo. There is a public repo for this game. The link is in the description. Jay Jordan has been trying out doing some merges and stuff, some pull requests. I'm very excited about this one. I'm very excited about this one. That is so funny. And so what Jay Jordan is also talking about is this default Godot icon right here. And so Jay Jordan's gonna make an alien head version. I love it. I'm all here for it. Give me that music back. How is this not? How is this not acceptable? I could have sworn I've ever shown the visibility. For example, on here, we say right here on a control node. Oh, but that's not a sprite 3D. Right. But that shouldn't be the same. Sprite 3D. Why would that not be the same? Godot GDScript visibility. This shouldn't be different. Right? It's not like different. It's gotta be visible. Hide or show. Well, see, this is what I was trying to do. I wonder if it's because of the way that I'm setting it. Here? Like, what if I replace all of those with this? Like, just imagine with me. Just imagine with me. Sometimes it's fun to just have, like, little stupid problems. Sometimes it's nice. Hover, arrow. Replace. Oh, not in file. Just right here. Replace hover arrow. And the dot with this and a space. Whoops, not a space. That was a mistake. Why did I do that? I know why, but I was wrong. Okay, replace all. There we go. And then up here, we'll just comment this line out. That should work. It's not a... What the flip-flop? What the flippity-dippity? Invalid set index visible on base null instance. Oh. So I wonder if... I'm so confused. Why would it be a null instance? All right, I'm asking ChatGPT. There's something very obvious here that I'm overlooking. And I'm gonna use ChatGPT to figure it out. I'm not gonna sit here not understanding this. It's gotta be something super easy to catch. You did it? Upload it later? Yeah, I can't wait to see it, Jordan. That's so cool. I love that you're tinkering with that. Thanks for letting me know. Now I have something to look forward to. Ugh, no wait, stop responding. Hold on. Don't respond. I'm not done yet. Start over. Do over. Do over. In the following code, why is hover arrow not able to run a boolean on visible because it thinks it's a null instance, because it thinks the sprite 3D is a null. Okay, I'm not wording this well, but I think it'll figure it out, right? The actual assignment happens inside Reddit. Oh. Really? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. To avoid the nonce error, set the animation for hover arrow inside ready after ensuring the node exists and is ready. No, but that's the point of on ready, is that I don't have to do that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's so annoying because this was like, I didn't change much. So here I have the onReady variable, hover arrow equals arrow hover, which is this right here. I've dragged it, I've dropped it, the name is correct, it's the same name. And then down throughout, I've got hover arrow being set visible to true or false. And what the error I get is that it's calling true or false on a null instance. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? I've got hover arrow being declared right here. And ChatGPT is saying I need to declare it again in the ready function? That seems wrong. Did I give you permission to directly edit the main branch? Did I? I don't know. I don't know. Not to my knowledge. I think I would still have to approve it. No, not on purpose. If I did, I didn't mean to. What node is holding the script? Delayed because of lag. Oh no, that's okay. The node that is holding the script. Oh, the top level up here. Let me move the chat out of the way. Let me get that chat out of the way there. It's right here. It's right there. And then there's that. It's just like that. It's wild because I just had this set up with another thing, except it was a mesh 3D. It used to be a mesh. I wonder... if somewhere it's getting turned into a mesh... No, I don't know. Yeah, try to do it without a pull request. I don't... If that's possible, I clearly need to change something. But yeah, it's being very bizarre because... I mean, here we're doing something that won't work. Right here is this material override stuff. Maybe that's the problem? But that's... seems odd. Alright, let me comment all this out. Do you possibly have this script on another node that doesn't have arrow hover node? I do! I do! Yep. That's what it is. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's exactly what it is. Oh my gosh. I absolutely 100% do. I have it right here on this little thing that I made. Shoot! Will shoot! Okay, so I need to add a better error here. I need to say check. Okay, all right. I've got my task now. I need to say thank you. That's definitely 100% it. I've got it on the script on this thing that doesn't have one. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's, and I have the thing that used to be on there. That's it. That's what it is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come to my obstacle script, because on my obstacle script, yeah, I found it. I found it. Oh, Psychonic Joe found it. For sure. Could not have found it without Psychonic Joe finding it first. I mean, I may have eventually found it, but... So I have these, like, little messages that print and create a breakpoint, even though the output won't necessarily be seen. Your own branch. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Jordan, I was like, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can't do that. So I'm gonna have it check to see if it has that node, so that way we won't have that. How's it going with the grabbing stuff? You know it's going. You know it's going. Welcome, Tincho. Tincho, oh, Tincho, oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, welcome to the stream. 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 Good to see you, Tincha. Thank you for stopping in. There's your song. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. It's going okay. It's not too bad. I'm kind of doing something sort of like that. I'll show you how it's turning out. I need to paste this code in here. So I have this little, like, error message thing I've been setting up. The song is your life support at this point. You're welcome. You're welcome. You owe me. I'm just kidding. You don't. I owe you for supporting the channel. That's why you get a song. I'm going to put this up here. It kind of doesn't make sense because I can't necessarily read. Yeah, I can just drop breakpoint in there. I can't necessarily read the output when the error happens, but I do it just in case maybe someday that is important or relevant. So we say if it has the node arrow hover. If it doesn't have the node arrow hover, then we'll say health object is missing a hover arrow. And so then the next time I run into this problem, which will be now, as soon as that thing spawns in, which is going to be shortly, any second now. There it goes. And so next time when I have that problem, it's going to go right to this breakpoint, and I can see, oh, health object is missing a hover arrow, and I never have to be confused again. So that's going to make this easier. And I'm even going to say a health object is missing a hover arrow. So I know to go looking around for another health object, potentially. All right. Thank you, Psychonic, for helping me figure that out. Do I have like I need like a credits category for debug, I feel like. I think that would be a good idea. Stormred says, I've been over here trying to figure out how people make a tsunami. Thinking about just making a mesh in Blender with an animation. Nice! That's a good idea. I like that. Yes, Godot consultant. I kind of like the idea of like debug resolution. Maybe not. Maybe that's too specific. Oh, debug! Oh, great! We've got debug right here. It's like Onyx already got a debug. I can't give you double credit. I almost feel like I should start making double credit at some point. Super credit. All right, well, there you go. Made the pull request. Sounds good. I don't know where the cat is right now. $200,000 in life support. Oh, cash or check. That's what I owe. Is there a place where we can download Godot game projects? Some projects that we could just open and see how they are made. Probably. Probably. I mean, I don't know like how you would do that, like, but I would be shocked if there wasn't people who've done that. Like, obviously there's the GitHub repo I made for the game that I'm working on, but it's not really a game and it wouldn't necessarily help you much. So you could just search Godot game on GitHub. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never really searched on GitHub, so I don't really know. Godot card game framework. A framework which comes with prepared scenes and classes to kickstart your card game. Updated 8 days ago. So maybe just hop over to GitHub and just search for Godot projects. You might be able to find something that way. Godot game engine projects, published by Pact. Whoa, that's probably a good one. Pact makes a lot of tutorials for Godot. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say hit up GitHub and just search for Godot games. This is awesome. Is this free? This can't be free, is it? I guess it kind of is. I mean, it's old. All right, it's 3 years old, but still, you know, that's one way. There might be websites that do that too, though. Declined automatically? Hey, Rio, welcome. Oh, you said I'm beautiful. You said I'm beautiful. Thank you, Rio. Godot has an asset library bulletin. Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. Right. So there is this on the top right. Category. Maybe you can just like switch to games or something. I don't know. Tools, shaders, materials, scripts, miscellaneous. Maybe there's more like a website that Joe Schmo was talking about, not this per se. Psychonic's finally back on PC. I have no idea why YouTube keeps buffering all the time on phone, but not on PC. Weird. Maybe like a cache clear or something. You probably tried that though. You probably tried that. Just add a column for extra credit. That's not a bad idea. But like I kind of was thinking more like it would, so like if I do list the credits, or when I do list the credits in the game, it's like in the debug section, you know, if there's like 4 people in there, whoever has the most debug credits would get ranked like first or second. So I have been like just putting a number in here, the number 1. If I put a number 2, it's gonna do something else. Oh, it adds it. Wow, it just isn't black. Oh, so maybe I could just do like a conditional formatting then. Maybe I could just do a conditional formatting. Now that I think about it. Conditional formatting. I feel like we already have, if the text contains 1. Can I say if it contains something just greater than 1? Like anything greater than 1? Is greater than 0. Is greater than 0. Whoa. Did that mark more? I don't think so. Okay, I see. It just was gone for a second. Okay, so we'll say greater than 0. All right, so that'll be the way to do it. Now, I do feel a little guilty because I probably missed people. I probably have missed people along the way who have done extra stuff, but really it's just for the context. So then I'll put the 2 in here. And maybe I'll even, I was just making the text hidden, but now I'm thinking maybe we don't make it hidden. And maybe it's like totally visible. If I do this, and I say, take the text, and make it centered, if you don't mind. And then, this is gonna be a little bit of effort, because I have to set all of these, except for these columns. There's those rows. It gets a little messy, but that's okay. Turn off that. Make the text white. Grab these columns. Make the text black. There. So then we can see the number that everybody has. I'm sure I need to upgrade these sometime. Like Godot Consultant, like, obviously some of these need upgrades. Which I gotta say, does make this leaderboard a little bit more juicy. Because it makes the credits possibly able to go up more aggressively. Nice. I think that's what we'll do. I think that's the way we're gonna do it. Eventually you can make a credits list that has different levels of credits. Yeah, exactly. Like in movies. I mean, that's why I keep this. That's exactly why I keep this. If you know assembly, everything is open source. That's true. It's at the top of Godot next to script tag. You can import whole demo projects from there. I thought so, but I just like... I'm not sure where to find them. I see that there's like scripts. Oh, it even says, oh, it says it up here. It says search assets excluding templates, projects, and demos. Don't exclude them. Include them. I don't know why they're excluded. We used to have a guy that worked with us, but remotely. And I always saw the name Joe Godot and thought it was a made-up name like John Doe. And the guy came in one day. What? His name was Joe Godot? Joe Godot. That's not fair that that's your name. That's so fun to say. My name's John Doe. Oh yeah? It's John Doe? I've been working in these farms for my whole life. I made a game in Excel before, just a clicking game. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you can like program in Godot. A cookie clicker? Totally, why not? I currently have a cookie clicker save running in the background with the bakery name John Doe. I kid you not. Wow. That's a little creepy. That's a little too relevant to this situation. That might be fate. All right, so we've got the error here now. A health object is missing a hover arrow, so we can fix it, and I can actually test this little arrow. The things that sometimes hold us up when we're doing game dev. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. It's a coincidinky. Yeah, you're probably right about that. You're probably right about that. Okay, the arrow is a little hard to see. It's a bit hard to see. Might want to make it stand out a little bit more than that. Oh, I forgot I was going to show somebody like 10 years ago, Tincho, how the grabbing has turned out. So, Dragon Blade gave me some really useful code for grabbing this, and it actually sticks. No matter how much I move the cursor around, it stays. So it's way better than it was, Tencho. It's way, 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 way better. I've made a few adjustments thanks to Pierogigon and Joshmo and others in the chat. Myself made some improvements that make it fall a little better. So it does, before it would kind of launch itself if you let go. It still has some problems that I need to sort out. For example, if I try to grab another health object like a cow, or let's say we grab this thing that I've marked as a health object, obviously the arrow is in the right place. If I grab this one now, it's gonna teleport one to the other, and it gets a little messy, and then they're like colliding with each other, and then if this thing collides, it gets real messy, because like now it's like, I don't know, it's like jittering and like flying all over the place. So there's some issues that need to be sorted out here. You can also like despawn it, so if I like drag it under and let go, it's gone now. So, you know, there's some things to work out, but it works so much better than it has. And I still want to try to make some changes, but I'm kind of focusing on a lighter task for right now. Just for funsies, just to like get a different thing done. And I'm just adjusting this arrow that appears when you hover over it. It's looking a little dark. It doesn't really, I want it to stand out. I want it to be something that when you see it, it draws your eye pretty well. And, you know, it's not like what it is, which is hard to see. So, and then I'm honestly, I'd like it to be animated. I think that would be nice. Also, we need to set it to like a billboard effect, so that way it actually keeps facing forward. And something that would be nice is like if this thing does fall upside down, it would be great if the arrow was still above it. That seems that seems like a challenge. I might need to like have the arrow like teleport to the object or something to do that. I don't know. We'll see. That's a little much, but these are my thoughts. And then something else I might even work on today is setting up the score dunk. So now that we can grab these things and move them with confidence, despite some of the issues, I might want to set up the places we can drag them. So one of the places we should be able to drag them is down. So that way we can say, give this to the player to eat it and consume it as a consumable. Or drag it somewhere else, and I'm thinking maybe something pops up in the middle at the top to a score dunk. So you can either choose to give yourself points or eat it. And so I might even try to start setting that up. In terms of fixing some of these other problems with the grab, I don't know, I might wait until somebody else is in the chat who can help me. I don't know, because a lot of these problems, and I'm down for backseating on any of these things that I've mentioned, but in more in terms of like the coding challenges, especially with regards to like something I really want to figure out is this teleporting thing. That's I think a challenge that's gonna take some puzzling. That's probably out of my league, but I kind of like how you can sometimes get the cow to be like walking on the earth, walking on the orb. Sometimes, not always. Anyway, I just got something from GitHub. Nice! Later I will try those in-engine options too. Yay, I'm so glad. I love that you're trying to learn it. That's such, honestly, reverse engineering is an amazing way to learn anything, but especially game dev. Really good way to learn stuff. Nice. I don't know why I am getting errors like some functions are not found, but it's okay. I'll hopefully figure it out myself. Oh, in like a project that you downloaded? That's interesting. You know, if you're getting errors, but the game isn't crashing, you know, it just might be that there's errors, and that just has to be okay. But, you know, you could try posting in the Discord, and I could try to see if people bring their attention there and maybe help. But if there's just, like, stuff appearing down here, sometimes that can be okay. It may have been from a previous version, maybe. Honestly, Godot would probably say something, would be like, hey, this project was made in a different version. Alien Tractor Beam? Maybe. That might be like some kind of like ultimate or something you can summon. Like maybe you can build up a certain power up that lets you call on like alien brethren to like rain down something. But in terms of like, oh, and you mean like where we score dunk? Unfortunately, I kind of already have an idea for that, and it's not like sort of the typical idea. It would actually be like this. Actually, it would be much like this. So, and this is part of the lore of the game, which I know I've explained before, and I apologize. I will, if you've heard it before, I will try to be brief. But these little aliens start as heads on their home planet. They're just the head. And on their home planet, there are these space winds, like winds that blow through the air. And those winds go against each other, and they create space pearls, or wind pearls. And these pearls have very magical properties. And one of those properties is that they can be secreted on by the aliens. So if the alien like slobbers all over it, basically, then it will actually morph into their body. They can actually morph these wind pearls into part of their body. So here's what they look like. They're alien heads. That's what their natural form is. And there's a bunch of them congregating on their home planet. And then this is a space pearl, or a wind pearl that gets created by these winds, all right? And then what they do is they slobber all over it, and it becomes their body. And that's their like other form of themselves, or their, you know, it's, think of it like a snail in a shell or something, or like a hermit crab, right? Who goes and finds a shell and lives in it. That's kind of what this is, and that's their body. And then that magic pearl also allows them, as they discovered when Earthlings sent animals into space and one landed on their planet, an alien did what it did, which is slobber all over it, ate it, basically. And that magic pearl grew limbs out of it. And the alien said, go to Earth and get more of these creatures so we can all have limbs and do good, powerful things with it. And so, in theory, you know, they're gonna get these limbs, and then they can use them to slobber over more wind pearls, and then morph those wind pearls into like domiciles and houses, and build a great civilization when they're all limbed and capable of doing things. And so that's kind of like the lore of it all. And so what I'm thinking is that the score dunk is going to be one of these pearls, and you bring it to, or it's been brought to Earth as a way to teleport the meat back to the home planet. So there'll just be like this orby thing that you throw the meat in to send back to your planet. I want to change the mesh of the character, of the body, to look more like that pearl, but, you know, to be continued. For now, it doesn't really look like that pearl, but one day it will. So that's why I'm opposed to it, even though it doesn't really make sense, right? Because like when you aliens abduct, you think of like a tractor beam, or you think of like, you know, a flying saucer and things go up into it. I do want to honor the lore material because it keeps me more focused on track and stuff like that. So I'm thinking some kind of orb will be up here, and it will only appear, or maybe it will be like partially visible and it'll fully appear or something like that, when you grab on a health object. And then you'll have the option to either drag it up to the score dunk or drag it down to the player. If you drag it down to the player, you consume it. If you drag it up to the score dunk, then you get a score. So that's the idea. UFO appears if you put your cursor high enough. Yeah, something like that. The dunk thing. Yeah. Exactly. If the collision on the cow is turned off while grabbed, it might cause issues with how to tell if it's eaten. Just a thought. Right. So there's also like different types of collision, right? So there's like rigid body collision, and then there's area 3D collision. So I could put like an area 3D on the cow that isn't dependent on like physical collision, and it's just like, that's what I would do, is I would probably do an area 3D node. So that way we're not using the same kinds of collisions for physical stuff and detection stuff. That's probably what I would do. But that's a good thing to keep in mind. I appreciate it. Can you upload that whole picture to the Discord? Is this, I don't think this is on the repo, but I should put this in the repo, honestly. It'd probably be a good place to put it. Yeah, right, I still need to, let me add to my to-do list, Jorn. I need to update my to-do list with adding a Discord channel for this project. That's something I've been procrastinating, but I should do it. I should do that. So I'm just gonna add to my ever-blossoming to-do list. Create Discord channel for the game. And hopefully I remember that soon. And then yes, I will do that. Edward is here again. We just need a wind pearl shaped UFO. Yeah, right, exactly. Are we making art? We are not making art, but I would necessarily say so. The tractor beam can be wind powered. Like a vacuum. Nice, I like that. Welcome back, Radoslav. Maybe in the README. Maybe. It's kind of like a game dev doc, you know, is basically what this is. And there's a few of them. This isn't the only one. I mean, Jordan, you know, I didn't really expect anyone to be this enthusiastic about working on this game with me, so I didn't think about necessarily where I'd put this, but one place that I have been keeping stuff is on the Hackin' Plan, which I haven't brought up on the stream in a while because it's starting to stress me the frick out. But this is basically a project manager, sort of like Trello or something, except it's targeted towards game developers, right? And I actually have this stuff on here, and technically collaborators can join up on this, right? Collaborators can join up in this. I can add people to have access to this. And so it has like this list, right? So it says design a variety of objects and obstacles. That's true, that is in progress. And then it's got things that are planned, things that are in testing, things that are completed, and you know, we could move stuff over here. You know, we could do whatever. It's just a way to keep track of what's going on in the project. We got score dunk. Maybe I do that today. Maybe that's in progress, you know? And this is kind of one of the more useful things that it has. And then it also will track, like, where you're at with your project. And so it'll give you, like, you know, how many hours you've put in, how many are left, what things there are to do, who's been doing them. You can assign tasks to people. And stuff like that. And then something that I've been using is this design model section, where if we go to like overview, I don't know where it would be. Maybe in story, world building, story cutscene ideas. It's probably in here. Oh, so who gave me that idea? The alien selfies? So that's Storm Run? No. Pepe. In between areas, the alien can be seen taking a selfie. So I try to write down ideas that you guys give me. Let's see, maybe in here. In one of these, I've got that image. I don't remember which one. Is it? Oh, maybe it's just in story. There it is. So I've got it in here, for example. Note, I hate running backwards. Oh, that's a game. That's a game. So, I've been researching games that are kind of similar. I've been researching games that are kind of similar to this one. Well, not that are, but that seem like they could be similar. And this game in particular is a game, it's a Serious Sam spin-off game. And I paid, unfortunately, $15 for it. Bless the devs, they did their best, no shade intended, but it is a very bad game. And it's similar in that it is set up like an endless runner. That is to say, it's constantly moving, but it's also a roguelike, and it kind of plays with perspective a little bit, and it's 3D, so it's got some like similarities to the game that I'm working on. And so I wrote up this entire like critique of the game, so that way I can sort of think about what I don't want to make for this game. And then there's some games that I like a lot. I've been meaning to post a write-up for like Downwell, and I actually compare it to Downwell a lot. I love Downwell. That game is dope. A game I'm inspired by for sure for this game. So yeah, so that's why it says I hate running backwards. But I could also give you access to this, which I prefer to using Discord, but then again, Discord has some advantages that this doesn't. So, you know, it's just kind of hard to find just the perfect place to like manage a project. So anyway. Aren't tractor beams force field based or magnetic? Perhaps. I don't know. You could probably just do that right now. You gotta update my name in the moral support. I think I did, didn't I? I think I already did that. Yeah, Edward. I did it! I did it after the stream one day. It has been updated. You are now Edward. Have your wind pearl shape at the top for a UFO, a sphere UFO, and then the bottom can open a little when you put the cow close. Whoa, that's a cool idea. I like that. I like that. That's a cool idea, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, I was kind of thinking, like, the simpler the better. You know, maybe it just, like, bubbles. You just, like, drag it over and it, like, goes boop. I don't know. But, like, these are good ideas. Putting the cow in the UFO means saving it, I suppose, based on the concept. Actually, no. Because there's a bit of a catch. In order to get the ability, you do have to actually eat the thing. So you have to kill it in order to absorb its. So if the cow gets sent back to the home planet, it's gonna be devoured. Which is why there's a karma system in place, right? So like if, you know, you do eat or send home an innocent animal or eat the innocent animal, you're gonna lose karma because it's a bad thing. Can help with ARPA programming, that's fine, all good. I can help with anything but giving advices. If there's anywhere else I can make soundtracks and send them, then I will, but it won't be Discord. I'm not looking for collaborators. Like sometimes the thing is okay. So basically here's the situation. I'm here streaming, sharing my process, hanging out with you, often flailing my way through coding that I'm still trying to learn. And, you know, often when I'm trying to code things, I have questions, right? And some of y'all have answers. And some of y'all even give me code to use. And that's an amazing way that people contribute. And it's a way that I can use right away and implement, right? And just like put it in there. Because it's usually super, what I'm trying to do is like solve a problem. And so then folks are like, here, I'll solve a problem for you. And it's like, oh my God, okay, cool, I can implement this. It gets a little more complicated with music and art. I wouldn't really ask for it, but if you guys make stuff, I want to honor that and find some way to implement it, but I may not implement it. And I may be picky about it. I just don't know. So, you know, if you're willing to enter into that knowing that I might like not like it, by all means, send stuff. But, you know, I can't promise that I'm gonna like it or whatever. Or think it fits the project. But yeah, you know, and to me, I want to learn all those things. Like, I want to learn how to make the music myself. I want to learn how to make the art myself. I kind of, like, don't really want help with art and music, if I'm being honest. But when you guys contribute things, it's exciting. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. But, like, technically, I, like, want to do it all by myself. But also, you know, if you're inspired and you're willing to work with me, I'm open to it. But it also becomes more work too. So let's say you make an art asset that I don't know how to implement, or implementing it, it doesn't quite do what I need or something like that. Now I have to do extra work to like communicate with you. It becomes like more effort to collaborate sometimes than not. So I don't know, it just gets complicated and like, you know, so I just don't really know what to say or what to think, but know that I'm not asking, and whatever you contribute is something that I will do my best to deal with. And maybe I'll love it, but probably not, but maybe. Because, you know, the thing is I'm just trying to like prototype this game, slap it together, get it to be good enough as quickly as I can. And then, you know, depending on feedback, you know, playtesting, I'll adjust it, and then, you know, if I think it seems like the project's going somewhere, I'll remake it and potentially have it be for a financial end. And at that time, I would definitely be very careful about who I collaborate with, because I don't want to be profiting off of something when you guys contributed so much to it. So without you know, you getting financial support. So it all gets complicated. But for now, this is a free and open source game that I'm making, this version of it. So I don't know, I just wanted to give you all that detail. Just so you know. Just so you know. You can't have a crowdsourcing channel in the Discord and then you can just throw things in. You can have a crowdsourcing channel and then just throw things in. See, it's that throw things in part that is way more complicated than it sounds. I've been down this road many times. It is much more complicated to just throw things in than it sounds, you know? Sometimes, depending on what the thing is. And even then, you know, yeah, I just don't know. I'm not, cause yeah, I just don't know. Like I feel like I'm crowdsourcing the code very much so, but I don't really want any help on the other stuff. The art, the animation, the music. I just really don't want help on that. You know? Like I do with like the process of doing it, but less so with like the actual art and music. But again, if you make stuff, I'll try to find a way to honor it. But I'm not really looking to collaborate in that way. I'm just keeping it real. That would be neat too. The bubble ripples when you put it in. Yeah, exactly. Like food to a bunch of hungry cows. Yes. Must make game art. Where's the cat? I don't know where the cat is. Getting attention somewhere, I hope. My cats have been sleeping all day. Must be the weather. Yeah, maybe it's just the vibe. Not the, is that what I said? If you have a keyboard with an audio interface and guitar, you can mix it and make cyber thrash metal theme with these instruments like Doom Eternal and make everyone who plays it rock on. That's fun. That's a fun idea. I don't know. So that's something I've just been kind of thinking about passively in the back of my mind. Like, what would the music be for this game? And I want to explore that on stream. You know, I want to like do live streams where, you know, like instead of just focusing on art, instead of focusing on code, here's a live stream, we're just doing music stuff. You know, today we're going to try to find the music for the game. You know, I want that to be a whole thing that is part of the live streams. And yeah, maybe like rocking out would be a good one for it. It just kind of depends. I just don't know. I don't know what feels right. Fan art channel when? I mean, there's already an art channel. You mean like for this game? I like that you guys are getting into the game, and I want to support that. I want to support that. Can't sleep 18 hours a day. Must have a business meeting in the middle of the night. Yeah, it's so true. They do get up to stuff at night. It's like an instinct thing. That way they can get hyped by the music and play more and more. Yeah. I hear you. My friend made fan art of the Hyper Game Dev logo. Really? What? I want to see that. There is one YouTuber, I think his channel is Alexa. He says, every 5 seconds. I just can't. I actively try not to say if I can avoid it. Sometimes I say it quickly and I can let that go. I have a tutorial guy that says every 5 seconds. He's my guy. He's my guy. I don't have a job and I will graduate soon. I will have more time to do stuff on my own projects. By the way, at university we will learn 3D animations and I will have more confidence. Nice. That's awesome. Let's go. That's so real though, like balancing real life with trying to do like pursue like your hobbies. That's so real. Make it hyper pop. Hyper game pop. Yeah, I don't know. Like, do I want it to have a lot of energy or do I want it to be more of like, I just don't know. Like, whatever it is, I want it to fit the gameplay, you know? You've been AFK, but this drawing is 10 out of 10. Thank you very much. Yes, there's even more to this drawing. I mean, if everybody hasn't seen it, I guess I can explain it. I mean, this is just one idea for it, right? One alien got an animal that the humans sent into space, grew limbs when they ate it, and said, look, everybody needs to go get some more creatures from Earth so we can all have limbs, and it'll be great. So you start the game out as a head, right? And you're looking for whatever you can find. It's pretty much just going to be cows. There's only going to be cows in the first level. You're not going to have any limbs. You're just going to be a head, and your head has health. And then the first thing you're going to find is going to be a cow. When you eat the cow, you're going to get cow limbs. And now you're going to have your limb health to deal with. And you're going to learn how to deal with that. And you can, of course, either eat the things or send them to the score dunk. Whichever works fine. By the end of this level, you're going to fight a cattle farmer who's fighting back against you eating all their cattle. Once you eat that cattle farmer, you're going to get human limbs at long last. And then you and your alien friends who all have your human limbs are going to be eating humans monstrously. And then you're going to realize you feel guilty, especially when all the humans are protesting you for eating them. Why do I feel so guilty? It's because you not only got human limbs, you also got human empathy. So now the karma system gets introduced, and in the next level, you'll have to deal with that. Also, during this cutscene, the military or a militarized police force or some oppressive government of some kind is going to attack the aliens, because obviously the aliens are bad. But they're going to do it indiscriminately such that the protesters also get attacked by the government. So now the two of you have a reason to work together. You hate violent authority together, and this is what sets up the karma system. So the helicopters, the, whatever, the military, the police who are attacking you, those are going to be the humans that you're allowed to eat and to send into outer space. And those don't give you negative karma. In fact, they'll even give you good karma, maybe. And then if you eat the innocent humans, then you're gonna lose karma. And you'll get different buffs depending on how you do it. And then that's gonna be the game for the rest of the game. From level 2 onward. So that's what these drawings are. That's what these drawings are for. It's a game dev document. Don't you know? Do live streams get ads if you don't have premium or ad blocker? If you don't have premium or ad blocker, yes, live streams get ads. I don't yet qualify to run ads during live streams. Although we're this close to qualifying for it. I don't know if I will. First of all, I'm not sure if I can control it. Like, if I can control it, maybe. That is to say, if I can say, let's run ads right now. We're gonna take an ad break. Right, I go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, let's run some ads. But I gotta be honest with you, I don't think I wanna run ads. I don't know that I wanna run them at all. Because the money that you get from it is like teeny tiny. And it just annoys everybody. Like, why do that? So I don't really know. But right now, you're not gonna get any ads on these live streams because I don't actually qualify yet to run ads, but we're this close to doing it. I don't know if I will. I think I'd rather save that for videos, not for live streams. I just don't know. I'll poll the audience is gonna be what I'm gonna do about that, because I would want to know what you guys think about that before I do that. The cattle farmer is actually the president of the USA. Yeah, forbidden naked monkeys. Is that what? What? Is that what these are? Forbidden naked monkeys? Make the cattle farmer a boss with a pitchfork and devilish costume. Something like that. We need to end violent authority. I agree. This is proof the government doesn't care about us. Exactly. You should have an alternate live stream that constantly plays ads 24/7. That's a pretty funny idea, actually. Sometimes I've thought about that, like having like a web page that is just like a bunch of pop-up ads. It's like a chaos website that just has like ads everywhere. And I'm just like, don't forget to click the ad page. It's just like a link that people can go to and just like kill pop-ups for a bunch of time and just sit there and be exposed to ads. But I don't think that would work. I just realized I automatically assumed the game took place in America because the cutscene featured violent authority. Yeah. Yeah. Money from mining apps are even less than from ads, unless you have arrays of Raspberry Pi that are working constantly, trust me. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that makes sense, maybe. Support upper gamedev by watching the ad-only stream. Yeah. A page of ads with an auto-clicker. Yeah, right. And right? It's like a game idea. Exactly. Oh my gosh. There's gotta be someone has done that, right? On the Google Play Store on iOS. Someone must have had to have done that. Just if not, that's a cool idea. Make a game, a mobile game, like a super annoying ad-filled mobile game, but that's the point. The ads are the point. That could actually be kind of subversive and cool. A game where you're an exterminator, a computer exterminator. There's something there. There's something to that. I would say there might be something to that. That's not something to discount. That's an idea to keep in mind. Am I still working on a game? Right, I want this arrow to just like do more. I want it to have more happening. I want it to be brighter. I want it to be angrier. I want it to just be more, do more. So let's play with it a little bit. Let's see if we can play with it. Certainly I need it to be billboard. So right now the billboard is turned off. I'm gonna say it is enabled. So that should at least resolve that. Team Fortress 2 has a man against machine game mode. Okay, all right. We got spheres now. We got spheres now. There is a sphere here. That's true. I did just add a sphere. So if I knock these into each other, oh nice. So now it's facing forward. It still kind of tucks under, which I don't love. What is the Y billboard? What is the Y billboard? I never really got into Team Fortress 2. I feel like I kind of aged out of that. Like I was, like by the time like I was of a certain age, I kind of missed my chance to like that game. What is a Y billboard? That's gotta be something, right? The object's x-axis will always face the camera. Okay. Otherwise, the object's z-axis will always face the camera. Okay, well that doesn't help me one way or the other. Can you add limb dismemberment? If you have limb shrinking, you can add alien blood and limb dismemberment with comic book type blood. Yeah, you know, maybe. I feel like I'd rather save the dismemberment or the blood for the humans and the animals. I'm thinking that there isn't gonna be alien blood, but maybe, possibly. Because they're just gonna shrink. They're just gonna shrink because they're not really dismembering. They're shrinking. They're getting smaller. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not that they're, maybe, you know, maybe it's like we need to add some like particle effects in here. I'm thinking it's more like magic. It's more like some kind of special alien technology magic that's happening. Not that it's getting hurt, you know, per se. It will be like the limb detaches and then the healing alien will grow new. And oh, that's kind of a cool idea. That's actually a very cool idea. I like that. It falls off and then another one grows that's smaller. That's a very cool idea. I should write that one down. The reason why I don't like it is because it sounds like a lot of work and I'm not interested in doing all of that work. But I'll write it down because maybe in my remake version of this, in however many months and years that takes, whenever, you know, I'm gonna make this game again, except better, that would be a good feature to put in there. Where do I put that? Gameplay? I feel like that's more characters, player, abilities, transformations. Maybe that's art? Yeah, that kind of goes in art. That's a very cool idea, though. I like that idea very much. Smooching stepped on things, character animations, run, walk, attack. Let's say limb dismemberment. It's a very cool idea. I like it. Dragon Blade is here! We got a Dragon Blade in the house! Welcome, Dragon Blade! How you doing? Hope your long day was not too bad. I've been waiting for you. Let me type this in here. So this is from Radoslav. And this idea is limbs do still shrink. Horrible day? Oh no. Limbs do still shrink. But they break off first and then regrow as smaller versions of themselves. I love that. Radoslav idea. Very cool idea. I like it. This is something I would never bother doing. This is something that I would wait until I could pay somebody. Or, you know, if I had already made the rest of the game and it was time to just go in there and polish, maybe I would do it. But you will not see me working on this anytime soon. But I'm gonna take the note down because that's something that could be really cool for the future. Do we have Radoslav in game concepts? Let me see. Game concepts. Where is Radoslav on here? Yes. We do not have Radoslav in game concepts. There we go. Added. Radoslav on game concepts. This would be one of those way too much effort details, so probably don't. But if, say, the leg gets damaged and shrinks, then it should go limp instead of still doing animation. Oh, that, yeah. So that's just work in progress stuff. Oh, that is definitely, you will definitely see me doing on that at some point soon. Working on that at some point soon. Yes, that is very intentional. So you also have to remember that this game is a work in progress, right? Not that you don't, but I just want to put that out there. Yes, that is the intention. So the closest I've gotten to that for now is if both legs break off. I used to have better debug obstacles around, but I don't actually right now. But if we break off both legs, I think unfortunately I'm gonna accidentally break the head, which will kill you. Oh, there we go. So if you break off both legs, it will bring you down to the ground all the way, which is kind of nice. But the idea is going to be, yes, that you walk with a limp and you're gonna walk slower, and that's honestly, so that's important, right? So what Radoslav was talking about with the arm popping off and getting replaced, to me, that's non-essential, right? That's like, looks cool, would be nice, but doesn't make the gameplay communicated better, or it doesn't make anything work better. It just would look cool, which is important, but not really my main concern. So if you are limping, if you are losing ability in your legs, I think it's incredibly important that you limp, because it's gonna communicate more to the player, hey, you aren't the same alien you were before your leg got messed up, you know? And I want it to slow the character down, right? You can't move as fast. Maybe it's harder to walk in a certain direction. That's directly related to the entire mechanic of the game. So that I definitely would want to spend time on, is setting that up. But it is like, it's like, priority-wise, it's not like a top priority. To me, my top priority is to be able to click on things and do stuff and interact and get through the beginning of the level to the end of the level. And it, you know, get a score and stuff like that. That's kind of like my first level of priority, is can I get the basic functionality down? And then we go to some of the less basic functionality. That is to say, the nerfs that you experience if you take injuries or damage, which is also kind of what you're talking about. So that is stuff that I definitely want to do. And that work would be completely worth it. Billboardy makes it face. Yes, yes, yes. A splash of DNA cause you to lose some stuff. Yeah, but that may be just blood. Yeah. Dismemberment is either hiding the bone or shrinking and spawning a limb prop in the place. Breaking the constraint may cause bad effects. Yeah, and you know, it could just be a visual thing. But, you know, we did have to play with that a little bit with the legs breaking off. And it's doable. It's all doable. It's a little iffy, but it's all doable. We had to do some like physics process wizardry to get it so the thing actually updated. It's hard. I need better obstacles so we don't hit the head at the same time. Use breakaway only if you have bisected mesh before parenting the armature. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how we'd handle that. Sorry you had a horrible day, Dragonblade. Yeah, hope it gets better, for sure. It ends in 48 minutes. Doesn't have much of a chance. No! Dragonblade's day, why you no be better? Your idea is limbs dismember and on healing a smaller limb is grown. Yep. Life do me sucking sometimes. Progion says, I'm currently going through Dragon's code, trying to recreate it. Only pasting code I understand mostly. Yeah. Yeah, Dragonblade, your code is great. Yeah, I've been explaining your code multiple times because I love it so much. Add an emote and you can grow wings for the latest level. Yeah, stuff like that. Totally. That's a whole thing to explore, right? Is like what kind of power-ups or nerfs do you experience if you eat certain animals? Like maybe eating an animal will cause a problem. Now here's the thing, if you eat any animal, you're gonna be in trouble. Maybe except for like police dogs. But even then, you know, that's gonna have its own problems because you're gonna have 4 legs. So really there's not... Animals will just be like a novelty. But then again, at the same time, it's kind of a lot to think about. I don't know. But yeah, that's possible. Dragonblade says, my code just makes a plane at the place of the grabbed object that faces the Z-axis, facing the camera, and doing a raycast from mouse to plane to get the place where the mouse is in relation. Yep. It took me some time, but I figured it out. Rogi helped me. I've even got this Blender project that Rogi very, very nicely made. Well, just the plane. To just explain what your code does. It's awesome. It's super helpful. I've made some changes to it to make it work better with the game. And then, you know, it's introduced the reality that there are a lot of challenges with having this 3D grabbing. And so there are some things that we still need to kind of adjust for it. And now just move the object to the point with velocity. Yeah, it's really great. Mostly I'm going through the functions and groups and things, 90% of which I never heard about. Yeah, there's a lot to learn in what Dragonblade wrote. I have a math background, but my programming is very weak right now. Oh, it'll get stronger. I got a long way to go to learn Blender, but I'm definitely excited to do so. Yeah, Blender's awesome. Yeah, you're gonna love it, Insane Alpha Beta. You're gonna love it. So yeah, so the code that, Dragonblade made, it does give you so much control. It does give you so much control. Where is the cow at, pray tell? I've got too many tabs open now, and I don't know where anything is. There's the cow. Can we close a few things, maybe? Close this, close that, close that. Okay. So I don't know if Dragonblade might have stepped out, but, so I did separate a few things. I separated the plane to move on to a new function, a one-shot function, so that way the plane doesn't update. Sometimes the plane was updating more than was ideal, and then we also had it set up distracted, gotcha. So this here, right? So it not only checks if it's in the group, but it also checks if this grabbed flag was set, and then it sets or unsets it so that way it's only happening once, like a one-shot. And then we also set it so the collision goes off while it's being grabbed, so it doesn't behave a little wackily. We adjusted the velocity, and we have the velocity go to 0 if it's not grabbed anymore, and I adjusted the gravity scale so it falls down more smoothly. But that's pretty much it. Otherwise, it's basically what you gave us. the cursor being created, or the cursor and the camera creating a raycast intersecting with the plane. Amazing. The plane, honestly, this blew our minds. This blew our minds that you created the plane. Something that I'm thinking about is changing the Z position a little bit. I might want to get creative with that. But, so this, guys, is what we did. Are groups automatically stored in Godot without a variable or class or anything? Yeah. So, yes. I think the answer is yes. Like, you can create groups. Like, you can come over here to, well, you have to click on, I don't know how else you do it, but you can come over to, like, something, go to node, and then groups, manage groups, right? And you can add one in here, new group, right? And we can add this group, and then we can put things in there this way. I don't really like doing it this way myself, and I don't really do it. But I do like doing it through code, and it seems to exist when that happens, and then you can call on it and stuff. Groups are saved on the node itself. Oh, as a property. Not only there's a dictionary in the engine itself too. For easier to find them, iterate throughout all nodes. Yeah. Whoever said the project was from the old/different version was right, thanks. Oh, nice, good. I think that was Joe? One of the Joes. There's too many Joes. So here's the grab mechanic actually implemented, right here. Bam, look at that. We can drag it all around. And this was kind of the most amazing thing about what Dragon Blade set up, is that I can now move my mouse aggressively and it doesn't drop the cow. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all that. And if I let go, bam. Now this, at first when I let go, it would go flying. So I had to set the velocity to go to 0 instead. So that way it wouldn't go flying. We also have the collision turning off, which keeps some problems from happening. And then that one shot where we only do the plane, it only creates the plane at the original Z-axis position that the cow is grabbed at. So that way it doesn't constantly update it, because sometimes it would get closer or further if weird things happened, because it would be updating the plane. So that kept that from happening. We do have some problems. For example, I can put it a little too close to the ground, and then it will, or under the ground, and it will just clip through. So that's one of many problems. Another problem is that if I click on one and then click on another, it's going to teleport this one to that one. And then it'll kind of grab them both instead of it being... I don't even know what happened at the other one that time. There's both of them. So you can see it's grabbed them both. And then it's kind of interesting. Now, since that plane is in the same spot, we never get closer to it, which is kind of weird. You can see this effect again here, where they stack on top of each other. This is also a health object. It's been labeled as a health object, and you can see these conflict with each other a bit. So that's something that I need to figure out, is how to get that from happening. The other thing that happens, of course, is that if the collision gets even a little bit agitated, yeah, it does this. It does this. So, you know, gonna have to look into some of those problems. But one of the most important parts is good, which is that, yeah, they're kind of having a seizure. The most important things about it, that it stays attached to the object, or the cursor. But you can see, you may have even just noticed, if I go to hover over this, it'll just start grabbing all the others. So, you know, there needs to be some kind of system there. And then it looks like it's like zipping close and then coming back. There's some like kind of weird stuff happening. So there needs to be something that tells it to not be able to grab other things if you're grabbing something already. And it also needs to have a way to not be teleporting them to each other. So those are kind of the main problems. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And again, just to reiterate, if you guys missed the explanation earlier today at the beginning of the stream, the way that this logic works is it creates a plane. So right here, we create a variable, or we update a variable, plane to move on. Whoops. Plane to move on. And so we use this class called plane. And what it looks for is a couple things. A vector, and this tells us where it's going to be oriented. So it's saying X, Y, and Z. The Z is what it's perpendicular to. So this is saying generate a plane that is perpendicular to the Z axis, which will look like this. Imagine this orange line here. This line is that 1. And it's saying generate a plane perpendicular to that. So if we were to rotate this, right? If I were to rotate this, we'll say 90, or on the y-axis, 90 degrees. Now this is going straight up. This would look like, in Godot, this would look like that. So it would be 0, 1, 0. We're saying draw a plane perpendicular to the y-axis, and it would look like this. Similarly, if we were to do on the x-axis, instead of any of those, it would be creating this plane this other way, like this, right? So we don't want those, we want it to be like this. So that's why we have it set, or Dragon Blade had us set it on the z-axis. And then the second argument is saying make this plane appear at the z position of the health object, or the cow, which is right here. So let's say we've got a cow. I'm gonna move this plane back here. Let's hide it. We've got a cow right there. There's our cow. It's a monkey, I know, but pretend it's a cow. And when our cursor hovers over it, what this logic will do is it will create a plane just like that right on here. Oh, it's a bit wrong. We gonna get corrections from the person who created it. Please, please bestow me with the knowledge. As I understand it, it'll create a plane that intersects now with this monkey. And so the reason why it intersects is because we're creating the plane, perhaps at this position, maybe not. And then it also creates this raycast between the cursor and the camera. And it creates this, like, you know, this vector between the two. And it looks for the intersection between the plane that was created and that raycast between the camera and the cursor. And then that's how we're able to move this around, is then that's like following the cursor. Something like that. I could be partially wrong, but let's see what Dragon Blade says. All you said is correct, but you are misunderstanding how that Z works. Oh, interesting. I thought that part of the code was kind of odd, but it seems to work. Yeah, oh, which part? So, like, you know, if... I think I pretty much said everything. The plane helps us intersect with it. The perpendicular vector starts from the world origin 0, 0, 0. Oh, that Z position is the distance from the origin along the perpendicular vector. Whoa. Okay. Wow. So if we, and if I'm understanding correctly, imagine this little cursor right here, this little circle, that's the origin, which it is, right? So this orange line, well, there it's a black line. This line coming out of the center of the plane will be drawn between the origin and the object, that is, say, the cow or whatever we say right here. So this is drawing a vector between the origin. Wait, is it the cow or is it the center of the plane? Maybe that's what you're saying. It draws a vector between the origin and the center of the plane. So forget the cow, I guess. Am I understanding that right? So if I were to move this plane, we'd have to imagine this edge here pointing now like that, right? So now this is drawing from the center. Is that what it is? Something like that? That's interesting. Wouldn't it just be global position without the .z? Yes. Just looked up a tutorial for Scratch. It was 17 minutes. That's a long one. Saw some cats out on the streets. Poor kitties. Griff patch? I don't know what any of that means. Anyway, so that's kind of the general idea of what that does. I'm sure Dragon Blade will have more helpful explanations, or not. Oh, they do. The best explanation is if you rotate the vector around an axis, the plane will draw a circle. If you rotate the vector around an axis, the plane will draw a circle. Okay. I believe you that that's the best explanation, but I found it confusing. The way I understood Dragon's Code was it takes a point on the screen, viewport, and shoots out a line straight on Z until it hits the defined plane, and returns that intersecting point. That makes more sense to me. It takes a point on the screen, viewport, and shoots out a line straight on Z until it hits the defined plane, and then returns that intersecting point. That sounds true. That sounds true. We got people talking over my head, and you know what? That's okay. I like it. I like it. I want to make this arrow pop more. Oh, didn't Dragon Blade say something about how to fix rotation? One variable should solve that? Oh, I hear what you're saying. Oh, Killer, you're talking about the clicking and stuff? I know, but like my head is like having a hard time wrapping around it. You mean like when we click on these and they like teleport into each other? Yeah, I feel like there is a pretty simple solution, but it's just like, I don't know, it just like twists my brain up, and I don't really know. I don't really know off the top of my head, and I'll figure it out if I have to. But like, if there are brains who can figure it out faster, I will accept the suggestions. Make a variable that is referencing the current raycasted thing and stick to it until it ends the raycast to it and grab only the reference object. Right, right. And so that's kind of the confusing thing too, is like, where do I store that variable? And how does it ensure? I mean, it could be similar to like these, right? These like helicopters and things, which know which one we click on. I might have to set up that similar kind of thing, actually. We actually did do some logic setup for the helicopters. That might, now that you say that, that might be how we do it. Fix the weird rotation. You can lock the angular X and Z on the cow rigid body. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That sounds, I was wondering if that was possible, but I didn't like look for it. Oh, angular. Oh. Damp mode. Constant forces. Axis lock. Oh, let's go. Frick yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. The center thing is what's wrong about your image. Yeah. You made it, Rogie. But yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't shoot from the center of the screen. Oh, you mean the version that I made. It doesn't shoot from the center of the screen. It shoots from the viewport to the plane. Oh. Wait, really? So there's something that's missing from this image. So I think, so if we wanted to keep making it more correct, like imagine this is, and you know, Dragonblade can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it creating two things? I'm gonna shrink this down a bunch. We're gonna imagine this is a line, even though it's not, all right? So I was thinking that what you're talking about like the cursor, right? The raycast that's created from the cursor. I was thinking that that's like a separate thing that's created. Right? And so this is just like this line here is coming from the origin, because what this is doing is this is what's creating the plane in the first place, the one that comes from the origin. And then this is a separate thing, right? So this creates the plane to start with. It starts at the origin and it goes to the center point of it, right? And then this is a separate one that is checking the intersection of the plane that's generated from the origin, right? This plane coming from the origin, like Dragonblade said, if we rotate this around, then this point, in theory, would be fixed right there. And then we come in with our cursor and create the intersection, and then ideally, the cow would be at that intersection. So it knows, oh, you're talking about this thing right there. And then it's able to pinpoint the cow, and it all ends up following the cursor or whatever. But maybe not this, maybe the plane stays put. I guess the plane stays put. Oh, the plane doesn't move because that's what it moves along, right? So the plane remains at the being spawned from the origin, right? At the cow position. Really, this plane doesn't even exist, right? This plane doesn't exist until... So it's more like this, right? The plane isn't there. The cow is there. We come in with our cursor and we intersect with the cow, and that raycast sees the cow, and then the plane is created based on the Z perpendicular from the origin axis, right? And then it looks at that intersection between these two, and the cow is moving to the intersection between those two. Meaning, whenever I move this raycast, wherever it intersects with that plane is where it's going to move the cow. Did I get it? I feel like I kind of got it there. I feel like I kind of got it. But I could be wrong. The plane stays put, and the planes are infinitely long, so there's no risk of running off the plane. Yeah. But also the plane can move on Z, which is something I'm modifying as I look over Dragon's code and recreate it. Yeah. You got the cats inside a big Scooby-Doo looking doggy out back? Oh, that's sweet. What? Why would you say have his way with them? Why would you say it that way? I hate that. Dragon's Code made me realize that the Project Ray Origin and Project Ray Normal are magical miracle functions that I'm so glad exist, and I don't have to figure out how to make them. Yeah, dude, it's so amazing. Well, not only those, to me, the plane is what amazes me the most of everything. It amazes me the most. Do 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 do. When you click, it should first check if object grabbed has anything in it. For example, right? If not, then grab it. Yeah, absolutely. When you let go, it could become -1 or something. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Do 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 do. Fill it up. Fill it up. I expect the plane to exist. If it doesn't exist, I am angry at Godot for failing me. Yeah, I guess me, like, I'm not as, like, experienced from a mathematical standpoint. So, like, to me, it's like, what? This is amazing. I hear you, Killa, with the suggestions, and I'll definitely try something like that. The reason why I'm not going to immediately go into it is because I have to still, you know, like, figure it out. But, like, yeah. I tend to respond more to backseating that tells me exactly what to code. Otherwise, I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm going to do that eventually. So I appreciate it. I still want to get this arrow to have a little bit more panache. It's just kind of like, it's not doing a lot. It doesn't give a lot of attention grabbing energy. For other magical stuff, you can live text for the collision layers. For other magical stuff, you can live text for the collision layers. Oh, you added something about collision layers on live text? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Do-do-do-do-do. No, it's the way you worded it. No, it's the way you worded it. It's not about dog and cat breeding. It's the way you worded it. Don't you test me. Don't you test me. You said have his way. That is a very like disgusting way to say that. And it doesn't reflect what animals do. Don't test me. I will not argue with you. Do 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 do. That's my song. Whoa. If you're using bits for your logic, you should use bit operators to show that you are working with bit masking. Really? We can use like a little like line. And if you're using bit operators, you can do even fancy stuff like using the index of the layer instead of the bit value. What? What? Say what? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You can even use the actual number of the layer, but you need to divide it by 2 to make up for the increased bit. Oh, that looks horrendous. I despise that. But it's interesting. This is cool. Yeah, I see you, Ed. So you're saying I could just do this and that would be enough? I got donated nitro? What do you mean I got donated nitro? You shouldn't donate me nitro. I have nitro. Oh, you talking about this? No, that's just a ploy. That is just a ploy to get me to do things I don't want to do. No. That's not what that is. That's not what that is. It's not what that is. I already bought nitro. What does the operator do? Does that mean or? I know, right? Yeah, I wasn't about to, Edward. Thank you for looking out, Edward. Believe me when I say I wasn't gonna click on it. For that exact reason. How does it know where to place it in 3D space? Wait, what? How does what know to place where to place what? Speaking of Discord, I noticed we have a music by you and art by you, but not a video by you section, unless that's for self-promotion. Yeah, video by you section. Hell yeah, video by you section. Dude, let's add a video by you section. Honestly, we add things as they come up, right? We add things as they come up. That is not, you can always add that to art, but sure, why not video? I feel like people wouldn't normally make videos. I don't know, and it's a little, I don't know how, actually, the more I think about it, I don't know how I feel about it. Let me think about it. I feel like that might work better in art by you. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Maybe I won't, just do it. Because then it's like, you know, because then you're right, it toes the line between self-promo. If somebody makes, like, you know, YouTube videos, right? Then they're just coming on here and spamming their YouTube videos. And that could be kind of weird. As opposed to if they're making, like, art. I feel like it belongs in art by you, now that I think about it. So I think that's maybe where that would go. Just a thought. Just a thought. Mathematically, 2 plus 4 plus 8 is the same as 2... What do I call that thing? What is that thing called? Symbol name that. No. What is that symbol? What is it? Google, I'm trying to search it. Oh my gosh. What is that symbol called? What do I call it? Maybe it's in this image. Oh my gosh, this is driving me nuts right now. I just want to call it something. I just want to refer to it. Is divisible by? Okay. Middle slash. Yeah, it kind of sounds like a middle slash. A line. A pipe. Oh, is that what Dragonblade said? Oh, it's a pipe. Pipe symbol. Wow. Wow. Also known as the vertical bar, vertical slash. You were close, Edward. Or upright slash. Gotcha. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Please do not search that. Thank you. Cool. I've learned something. It's an operator called OR bit operator. Oh, is that the other things? Not the pipe symbol. The pipe symbol is called the OR? Hyper gamedev videos. Well, that's not a video by you then, is it? Who made the art for this? Oh, that was by Pepe, Jordan. That was by Pepe. They did do an awesome job. In PC Logic, the pipe symbol and the plus are the same thing. It's what the PC does plus for. So, but like, why? I still prefer the plus. Because the plus, I don't know, it just like kind of makes more sense to me. Does it make more sense to me? I don't know what I prefer. I don't even know what I prefer. So I plan on adding options to the game, like graphic settings, input settings, and other tweaking. Yeah, I probably should. That's something that I know you should start doing as soon as possible. Yeah, maybe like colorblind mode. I mean, I'm trying to design it so it doesn't need a colorblind mode, honestly. But yeah, that's just something I'm kind of procrastinating, if I'm being honest with you. But yeah, in theory, something like that. G-Wiz, only saying their name. Welcome, G-Wiz. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. It's above the enter key. Yeah, it's above the enter key if you press shift. It's a chatty time. I like it. It's called the OR bit operator, and the double pipe is just the OR operator. All right. These are bitwise operations, like 0 or 1 is an OR bitwise operation. Yeah, right, bitwise. That is, I've seen that before. What is a bitwise operator? Oh gosh. Do I really want to learn about this? I don't know if I really want to learn about this. Characters represent actions to be performed on single bits. They operate at the binary level and perform operations on bit patterns involved in it. I don't care about this. I don't know if I care about this. I don't know if I care about this. Is the stream really behind? Oh, so I choose when the chat goes up or not. Basically, I go through the chat manually. There is the live chat, but I don't like having the live chat just on all the time because people say things that I don't like and I don't want to put them up there. But no, it's not behind. I just choose what goes up when. I'm in control. But you guys can see the chat yourself, like over there on the side. I remember coding an addition algorithm in binary, but it's been so long, I forgot most of how all that stuff works. It seems like usually you don't really need it. I mean, at least I don't, not you, but I tend not to need it. Except in situations where I do, so it's kind of useful to know sometimes. The pipe does bitwise comparison. It's comparing each binary bit in the object one by one and outputting a new one. All right, I think we got it. Try to add a game settings, but I added them to the game mode in the project I was working instead of the player controller. And the project is suitable only for single player. Oh, that sounds like some Unreal Engine stuff to me. I could be wrong though. I haven't coded in a while, but I remember it being really annoying when I was trying to put equals, then found out later it needed, oh yeah, set instead of, yeah, because one is checking and one is actually setting. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them. All right. So, I really just want to make this arrow pop a little more. I'm gonna come into here. Or actually, this is its own instant scene. There's a lot of depth to these instances in here. I think if I come to raw, I can make it like super bright. So if I say like, if I add 1 to all these, at least with like 3D meshes, it'll like make it glow. I don't know if that's gonna work though, in this context. Oh, I only did one part of it. I should make, oh, I can't copy, maybe I can copy it, can I? But will it won't be unique, okay. Or it won't be not unique. It actually might glow. If you make something like above 1. Yeah, freaking blueprints. Yeah. That sounds like an Unreal thing, for sure. Okay, let's see if it's a little brighter. It pops a little more. I kind of was hoping, I guess like the meshes, we can actually get some like glow around it where it like glows on other things. I'm thinking maybe it could like animate too. An alien cat. Yeah, it's, you know, I did my best. It's supposed to be kind of a cow. An outline sounds better. Oh, that's a good idea. Kind of seems a little tricky given the way that I'm putting this together, but maybe I could fake it. See, now I'm thinking I need to just make an image. I kind of wanted to just generate something without having to do that. But as long as it kind of is visible in the background. I mean, this pops a lot better. I kind of like that. I'm gonna make it a different color though. Maybe like more green. Whoa. So if I say, oh, it cuts it off. Oh, it doesn't let me go that high. What if I bring these down a bit? So it looks a little more green. I thought I could go over 1, but it would appear I can't. Maybe. Alright, and then I'm gonna copy this. Oh, modulate. Oh, modulate. Wow, I forgot. So I'm not even, I don't really want to do this because this is, that's interesting. Because we can have different objects have different arrow colors using this modulate. I forgot you can do that on control nodes. So we could literally have code on the cow that says if you're hovering over things, or this is the health script, if you're hovering over things that are health, make the arrow a different color, right? Or if you're hovering, but there's enemies. We could do enemies too. You know, I kind of want to do that. Actually. So what if we make it, it's a little arbitrary, but I think it's fun. So that's what I'm gonna do. See when if 2 objects can collide. You will do a bitwise and between the layer of one object with the mask of the other. Yeah. Okay. Alright, hypothetical things. Yeah, maybe we should do modulate. So maybe by default, it's white. And then, let me just see what that color was. 0.511. 0.511. So these values down here, if I come up here and we say like in the ready function, go ahead and make its arrow. So take the hover arrow and make it modulate. And what is that gonna look for? Color. Gotcha. I can do that. I think I can kinda do that. So say, set its color to, what was it again? Shoot, was it like 0.5 or something? 111. And so now, all of the arrows should be a little blue. And then if we put some like above the helicopters, nice, they're a little blue. We could go a little bluer than that probably. Could maybe go a little bluer than that. It's kind of hard to see. A little hard to see. The opacity is the last one. It's the 4th one on here. That's the opacity. This is red, this is green, and this is blue. So I might even want to say, let's lower the green a little bit. Thank you, Redislav. Take care. Good hunting. I just think about that Follow 3 character, Moira, every time you say good hunting. Good hunting. Okay, that's purple, is what that made. That made purple. Purple's not a bad color. It actually kind of stands out really well because of all the green everywhere. Not that there'll always be green in every level, by any means. But for now, I actually kind of dig it. I was thinking blue, though, but that's okay. Now the colors, oops. See, that's the color blindness thing I gotta keep in mind. Color is not a good way to differentiate between things. Not a good thing to do. It's so easy. Now, you can do it and do it, live your life, but I prefer not to do that. So I might even want, like, more of an indicator. I don't know. I don't worry too much about it. I guess for me, I don't want to use color to differentiate between things unless it is non-essential, right? Like this, if I make hovering over the helicopter a different color arrow, knowing which color is which isn't going to change how easily you can determine which is which. It's just like kind of an extra thing. Did you set it like an endless runner? Yes, it is currently endless. And the idea is that the levels will be endless unless you get enough points. So you're gonna hit a certain point threshold and then the level will end, is kind of how that works. Boop, 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 boop. You have footballs in your phone, bars in your phone, but when you call someone, it just fails to call. No wonder your phone has been silent all day. Oops. Why not have two different style of airs to differentiate? We could. Yeah, I was thinking that. But it's like, you know, what are the styles and why are they that way? You know? And that's why I was kind of also thinking, like, maybe for now, just make them a little different color. And then at some point, I can iterate on that. So I kind of want to just do it and then it not be perfect, and then say later down the road, you know what would be better is if there was like an icon that indicated, and that's the other thing, like what would the icon be? An icon that indicates you can attack this, you can collect this. Really what I want is I want the player to have feedback. Like this is my goal for implementing this, is that when the player is hovering over something, I want them to have feedback so they know that what they're doing has an effect and that they're actually interacting with things. So it's not just like you have to click around until you figure it out. It'll just sort of happen. You'll be like, oh, I could do something with this, is sort of my intention. But yeah, I think that would be cool at some point. I just like, you know, might as well do something besides the perfect thing, so that way I can always iterate on it later. So if we say hover modulate for that one, and in fact, I could even say, ooh, we could even do better here. We could say indicator color. Indicator color. Even though color, not a great way to differentiate between things, still believe that. We get an export here. Variable indicator color. And say that it is a color. And then, when we come up here, I can just set it up this way, and I don't have to worry about blah, 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 whatever. We don't have to type it in every time. It's just gonna be there. Bam. And we can set this on a per object basis, which is, you know, potentially annoying to set it up for every single object. You know, especially if it's a health thing. If every health object has a different color, that could be kind of annoying. I actually don't know if I like that. I guess I could always say equals, we could default it. That would make sense. And I could say color. We don't even have to do this. We don't have to hint it. We could just say color 0.5, 0.5, 1, 1. And then it will default to that color. And if I override it, it'll do the overridden one. Take a iffy. Even though it immediately failed the call, I got a call back from the person right after, so at least one ring went through. Weird. Yeah, that's a weird thing about phones, is like they still kind of work, even when they don't work sometimes. Like I notice, you know, the emergency calls, so like I never buy a cell phone plan. I always just use Wi-Fi. But like it'll still allow me to make like an emergency call or something, which is different than what you're talking about, but I hear what you're saying a little bit. Okay. So then if I want to put something similar on the helicopters, it's a little different though with the helicopters, because the helicopters, we have those debug numbers, which I could move anyway, actually. So there's the helicopter. I would need to add the actual arrow on there. So if I grab from the cow, the arrow hover, and we just drop this in here. You know, not great that it's covering up the health, you know, like, don't love that. We could always move that, though. We could always move that. Right, there's two different hit point numbers. There's a one on the side. Maybe I'll just move it, like, over here. Doesn't really matter. Move it over here, and then this one we'll put... Let's reset it. And then just scooch it over like that. So it has a couple numbers on it. That's fine. And then we have the arrow indicator. And we can say these ones are red. Of course, not ideal. For many reasons. For many reasons. I like how we have an extra collision. Why? What's that other collision doing down here? Did I just move that? Oh, because that's on the obstacle. Whoops. Whoops. Don't want to do that, do we? Okay. Alright, fine. No, I don't have to do that. In 2018, you can have a device that can have a SIM card. It still has to have emergency service always activated no matter what in the US. I like that. And that's the thing. People will be like, what about emergencies? You gotta have a data plan. What about emergencies? I'm like, it's already got that. It's already got that, though. It's already got that. Alright, that's a little tricky. I guess we'll need to do editable children so I can move the label independently. I think that's gonna make the most sense, probably. So we don't adjust that collision accidentally. Alright, and then we have the arrow. Come to the copter script. Add up here an export variable for the indicator color. And the color I want to be red. So we'd say like 1 here, and then maybe even zeros elsewhere. You know your game pretty well, though. Moving pretty fast. I'm always staring at my project for an hour using the old measure twice, cut once method. Hell yeah. I mean, look, we all got different ways of doing it. And, I mean, you know, I'm doing a pretty simple thing right now. And and that's kind of nice. Like, I've just often been like, let's tackle the hardest thing. Sometimes I just want to do something a little simpler once in a while. I think I will, though, for sure, try to do the variable setting for the grabbing stuff. But first, I kind of want to just, like, do something easy. See a nice change come up. And yeah, it's cool to, like, go through all the different parts of the project. Yeah, I do feel like I know where things are. I like that. I like familiarizing myself. And I think Godot makes it easy to navigate and to see where everything is. Okay, so on this script... Oh, the color. Right, and then we want to add a hover arrow modulate. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Down on the ready function. No problem. We have to... Oh, we do have to define the hover arrow. On ready variable hover arrow. I probably... Oh, I need to do the same thing. Wow. I'm gonna have to do the same thing with that error message if I add this on here. I gotta do that same thing that we did on the cow. So that way it lets me know if I haven't added in the arrow. So I don't, like, wonder, why is it crashing? It's like, oh, that's why it's crashing. Okay. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. We got some different arrows. Oh, it's there all the time. We gotta hide it by default. So it actually appears. I don't think I have any hover logic on there. That's the problem. I don't have any hover logic on there, actually. That's all on the cow. So that makes me think, uh-oh. It looks like Lee's is gonna wanna set up some special hover logic that I can put on anything. Ooh. Yeah, let's do that. All right, I'm gonna do that. GTA San Andreas enemy errors. Is that what they kind of look like? All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the loo. I'm gonna be right back in less than a minute, maybe two. Probably not. And I'm gonna make a special class script or a situation that has all the arrow hovering logic. Because right now, the arrow hovering logic, well, it's just like universal code, like global code. Because like right now, when I hover over the cow, that's locked onto the health stuff. Whereas I want to be able to access that same behavior on other things. And I just want to be able to drag that hover logic and drop it onto something new. I'm going to set that up. I like setting up modular stuff. It's fun. I'll be back lickety-splickety. In the meantime, enjoy the tunes and whatever is happening on the screen. I'll be right back. I think it's fun. I love modular stuff. It's so nice to just like have an idea and then set it up. And then there it is. All right, I'll be right back. Where I always go. To the toilet. You know, the toilet. You're trying to bring the cat here. No need for fancy code for the hover. On mouse entered signal is enough from the Area 3D node. True, but some things may not have an Area 3D node. But I guess you're right. That makes a lot more sense. I should probably do that. Let's do that. The cat knew you didn't really have pizza. Yep. He would eat it too. He would definitely eat that pizza. He wouldn't be enthusiastic about it, but he would mess with it. Look at these terrible blurs in the background. Fog in Godot is weird. No, Dragonblade, you're making an excellent point, actually. You make a super excellent point that we can do this without all that code. Oh my gosh. How would you detect hover without Area 3D raycast? For that, you need collision. Well, so here's what's currently set up on here. And this is some old logic that I just set up based on what was already here. So pretty much, it is what you're saying. It is exactly what you're saying. It's literally what you're saying. I mean, I don't know if you realize that it is what you're saying. So, we have this isGrabbed function on the cow. Now it's a little different than what you're saying, but it's kind of similar. So right now on the cow, there actually is no area 3D, and area 3D is not on the cow. There is no area 3D. And there used to be, but there isn't anymore. And so the way that I'm detecting it is we're looking at the raycast target, which is being broadcast as a global variable. So it's constantly saying what the grab target is. And so this here is checking to see, am I the grab target? And if so, then show it. But this is kind of ridiculous. This made more sense at one point, because for the old grab setup that I did before you gave us some better code, the old grab setup used this for the grab. So this was a lot more useful that we even had this function. Obviously not that useful, because it wasn't great grab code. But it was useful for that bad grab code. And so I also just threw in here a little detection for the hover arrow. But again, now there's no area 3D. So what I could do is I could add an area 3D, right? And I think that makes sense for this arrow hover scene. I could add an area 3D that exists on there. But then again, it gets a little complicated. So I guess then I would need to make sure every single thing, the cow, etc., all has an area 3D. Which I'm gonna need it to have an area 3D anyway, so I might as well put that on there. Yeah, I actually might as well just put an area 3D on there, now that I think about it. But this is still a lot, because, right, this is running on the process function. And if every obstacle and every object and every health thing is constantly checking this, that could be a little performance heavy potentially after a while. So maybe not worth doing it this way. So if I were gonna do it the way you're talking about, yeah, I wish I could put the area 3D on the arrow, but I don't know about that. I don't know about that, because then we'd have to have, I mean, I could, but it might not align with whether or not you're actually grabbing this. It should be the same collision shape as the rest of these things. So, yeah, so here's what I'm gonna do. Rigid body 3D is just an area 3D that can have physics applied on it too. So it has a mouse entered signal. Oh! Oh! It does have a mouse entered. I just needed to rename it from area entered to mouse entered. Nice. Yeah, I guess every health, because this is the health, or the, you know, the meat script, really. This will go on humans as well. They all will be grabbable like that. So that actually kind of makes sense, now that I think about it. If they all... Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. So you're saying I just gotta rename this here to mouse entered, and then we'll connect it to, I mean, I guess we can do a check. It kind of doesn't matter, does it? Just connect to hover indicator. Or we'll say on mouse entered. Let's call it, let's name it better than that. Let's name it better than that. Oh, okay. On mouse entered. And then I'll create that. Pierogigon made some stuff. Let's go. I recreated Dragon's code and made some modifications. Would you like me to send you the Godot file or paste the code? Would I like you? Definitely don't paste it here. If you're gonna paste it in live text. You can also send me the Godot file. Either works. Things I added. The plain Z is set once. Right, which we already did. But okay, we can check out what you did. Sure, why not? 2, there is a restriction for the floor that is not based on collision. Oh, now I could use that. And maybe your solution for the one-shot is better than mine. Let's see. The linear velocity is zeroed out for 1 frame when you stop grabbing. We've already got that too, but I don't know if it does it for 1 frame. This is intriguing. This is intriguing. Another hot tip, that entire raycast to grab the objects is not even needed. There's a signal for input event that detects clicking on it. Well, yeah, I mean... Wait, the entire raycast you had us make? Because it's how you're already using and understand? Okay, thank you, but like, I want the best. You give me the best. You give me the best, damn it. Okay, all right. Wow, I'm being hit with a lot of information here. I like it. Okay, so one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Let me do this so we don't have a half-done thing. Code does not like to be half-done. It gets very grouchy. So let's finish that. I'm gonna say func on mouse entered. And when that happens, we want to say hover visible true. We'll also want to connect an on mouse exited. Send the Godot file so I can just test it and see what I like and don't like. Sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I will. I'm excited. Wow, we got collaborator energy. Coding collaborator. I'm much more stingy about collaboration of other means. But code, let's go. Right, so I want to add mouse exited. Connect that to on mouse exited. We'll zip on down here. Func on mouse exited. I gotta say, Dragonblade, it's very impressive that you did that. And I know that like you do programming for clients, like that's something you do as your job, and that's pretty cool that you like tailored it to what I understand. Like I see that skill. I see how you're like looking at me as not necessarily a client, but in that similar way where you're tailoring it to something that I would understand. That's like actually pretty cool. I still want the best. Okay. And then that's the end of that. Oh, and then if it's selected, right, we can just add an if selected and hide it. Simple as a pimple. Hammer's fist on table. You can't handle the best. Well, you know, that's a fair judgment. That's a fair judgment to make. Tell me I can't handle it. I might be able to handle it. I might. Maybe. All right? Maybe. I know you are. Okay, so finishing up this, I don't really know. I don't think I'm using this health grab stuff anymore, but I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it for now, so I don't break something. But definitely when I come in here and refactor and just clean everything up, that's gonna be something to have a little look-see at. That's gonna be something to consider purging. But we'll leave it in there for now. And then we don't need is grabbed anymore, which is pretty amazing. We're already cleaning things up. Okay, cool. And then we'll want the same functions on the copter, except the copter is in Area 3D. Have I connected the functions? Oh, hell yeah. You know it. If I didn't, you know it'd be screaming at me. Oh, it is screaming at me. But it's screaming at me about Delta. Which, too bad. What am I gonna not put Delta in there? Yeah, we've connected them. Right here. Bam. Connected. I like how you're code parenting me. I accept. I accept. Why would it scream at you for having a function that's not used? No, it will. Won't it? Okay, scream was a strong word. But if I do like, if I say like function something, I guess it doesn't. I don't know, I thought it would. I thought it would say, or maybe in here? I guess you're right. I thought it would. What I was thinking of was this, the local function parameter, the parameter delta. I guess this is what I'm thinking of. The parameter is never used in the function. I guess I'm just thinking of parameters. You're right, it wouldn't scream. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out, because apparently I was letting that live in my brain as a reality. It wasn't. It wasn't. I was living in a dream world. I was living in an entire dream world. I thought it let us know if a function wasn't being called. But that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? Especially if we're calling it from somewhere that it can't tell if it's gonna be called. Like an animation. Although it could kind of tell, couldn't it? All right. So I'm going to paste these functions in here. We don't want to do any health grabbed, none of that. We do want the arrow stuff. And then we're gonna add those functions to be called. Is grabbed, oh, that's old, right? And then in the ready, do we have an area entered? Does it have a mouse entered? It does. I never use this. Apparently I should be. I don't know if this works. I mean, I believe you that it will work, but I've never technically used it. At least not in 3D. But why wouldn't it work? I don't know. On mouse entered. And then we'll say on mouse exited. Okay. Is that enough? I must have missed something. Oh, and I think they're visible. I make them not visible. Oh, hell no. Let's reload it. It might be a function that's only called conditionally. I guess Godot can't know ahead of time. Right. Nice. Oh, those arrows are automatically already visible? Don't be. Don't be. Nice. You know, it would be kind of nice to like put this, to have this logic be on the arrow, this code, but whatever, we can set it up every time. Nice. So it works pretty darn well. That was simple. Guess we don't need to do the other thing. Now we got different kinds of arrows. This gives you a little more indication, a little more feedback on what you can and can't do. I love it. Oh, the obstacles, the houses. We'd want to say that for those as well. It's not really an enemy. Kind of want to give it a different color, even though color's not a great way to differentiate at all. Terrible way to differentiate. How do we know? Well, I'm gonna set it to black and white right now. I'm gonna set it to black and white right now. I mean, one's a little darker, maybe. Not really. They're pretty similar. The red is like a little bit darker, but as you can see, not much better. Is GDScript compiled or interpreted? Oh no, you're testing me. I don't remember. I know you don't mean to be testing me. Oh, someone's gonna say it before I get it. Interpreted. No! What is the difference? Oh, I'm just flipping a coin. I don't freaking know. I'm trying to remember what the difference is. Like, I guess a compiled language is... Is it compiled? Yeah, I don't know. Interpreted! Mostly C, but some Java. I don't remember why. I couldn't begin to describe why. I couldn't begin to describe why. But yeah, that's why I don't like having colors be the main thing. Because if you look in black and white, that is to say you're experiencing color blindness. You can barely tell the difference. But that's okay. We'll keep it for now. Oops, that's the green screen. I got all my color things on the same spot. And so for the houses, I don't know, just make it orange. It doesn't really matter right now. Someday we'll make them better. You know, maybe give them an animation. They can look different for different types of things. Compiled, obviously, has a compiling step, which you don't go through. Oh, right. Right, like on Unreal, you have to like press compile before you run it. Usually, you're supposed to. That can't just be what you mean, but that's something. So I'm gonna move those indicators to the top. Probably gonna wanna change this. Shadow, a cat, likes your new arrow. I can't keep him off the screen. Really? Oh, probably because it's like popping up. That's funny. We know that cat's not colorblind or something. Because it like pops up in different places. It looks like it moves. Dude, a cat would like that. A cat would like that. Just like moving into different places all of a sudden. Like peeking around corners and showing up. Yeah, that sounds like some cat stuff. That sounds like some cat stuff for sure. That's funny. I think it'd be fun to make games for cats. Not that fun, but a little fun. Especially the testing phase. The play testing phase is where it would be the most rewarding, I would think. All right, let me adjust this label position a bit. I don't love adjusting these, but these are just debug. I don't love that they're in different places, but they're not intended to be seen by the player. So maybe it'll just give me more motivation to set a way to hide them. Which is good. I need that motivation. And then on the obstacle script, I'll want to set up the hover arrow and the indicator color. Again, not gonna keep color as the main thing to differentiate, but for now it's there for my able-eyed, my colorful eye abilities, whatever. I shall leave it, but it shall not remain. And then we just have to add those functions. Now I don't have to add this to each object, because all of these things, these obstacles, the copters, the health, all have their own class script. So every enemy, every obstacle, all of that is going to have it uniquely. Oh, we got a cat. Or is going to get that. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, yep, you're here. Yeah. Wow. Hi. Let me adjust everything so you can cuddle with me. Come, kitty. Come. Come. You were summoned a while ago. You were. Oh, can you make it? Try again. You're falling. Oh, God. Try again. Try again. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Try me. Come on. Come on up here. Do you want help? Do you want help? He fell. Okay. Alright. Hi. Yeah, there's a kitty. What can I say? There's a kitty. Oh, you're very sweet. Oh, you're a very sweet boy. Yes, you are. Oh, I'm so far from my computer now. If you use the mono version of Godot, oh yeah, oh right, the one that lets you use like C# and stuff. Wow, you get a compile button next to the play button to compile the C# scripts. Wow, that makes sense. It takes a second after you press play for the game window to pop up, true, but yeah, compiling would take longer, I guess. I've never really compiled anything more than a simple program. Don't scratch my arm, it hurts. I don't like it, it hurts. He's like, no, I want to. No, it's what I want. Please don't. Please stop. He's kneading on my arm. Most game engines compile only your code, which is small compared to the entire game, which includes the engine. If you compile the source version of the Unreal Engine 5, when you export the game, it will compile the engine too, which would take about 10 minutes up to an hour depending on how many features you use. Dang. Dang. That's a long time. Dang. We gotta set up the signals in here. Now the house, yeah, the obstacle, so yeah, okay, so I can actually just copy the same. Oh, mouse entered is on all of them, right. I just didn't realize that mouse entered was available on everything. I kinda knew that, but I also didn't really know that. But now I like really know that. Wonder how long it takes to compile Godot. Oh, I guess that's not something we do. As long as it takes to install it? I don't know. Or download it? I guess you don't really install it. Yeah, how long does it take to compile Godot? All right. And then if I want to set a different color, which I do, I want it to be a little orange. This is just pure red. I guess I could just take away some of the red, and that would make it kind of orange. I could have checked before loading it, but whatever. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot something. What did I forget? Did I not put the arrow? Oh, the arrow needs to be a child of the obstacle. That's why. Got it. Ooh, we still got a problem. We're not out of the weeds yet. I guess based on Unreal. Yeah. Could not resolve class obstacle because of a parser error. Frick you talking about? What in the world? What? What? Since when? Did I make it not a class anymore? It's still a class. Oh, invalid numeric note. Oh, it's because we put a D in here, I think. And then that's like... Okay. Right? Is that it? What's the problem? Identifier indicator color not declared. Oh. Really? Yeah, it's right here. Indicator color. Oh, Coddler. Oh my gosh. It's because... Do you know why I keep adding the D's in there? It's because of WASD on my keyboard. And which are the controls. This happens to me all the time. Like, I'll start playing the game or I'll stop playing the game, but the script editor will still be available and it'll mess up my code. It terrifies me. Why does it have like 50 steps to compile the engine? Because it's old. Hey Mohammed, welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for saying hello. Invalid set index modulate. Okay. Do you not see it? Do you not see it? Oh, you know what's gonna help? I need to add the error in there. Because it might be that it doesn't know that it's there, and this error, this like manual error, if this shows up right away, then I'll kind of know, oh, it definitely isn't seeing it, which I feel like is going to happen. Like, so as soon as it instantiates it, yeah, it's going to take us to that breakpoint. Okay. All right, no problem. A health object, or shouldn't say health object. The we'll just say this a hover arrow is not in the scene tree, is not in this object's node tree, in this node's tree. A hover arrow, there is no hover arrow set as a child. Scene. How old am I and am I married? I am 34 years old, and yes, I am married. There is no hover arrow set recognized as a child. How about that? How about that? So I'm gonna replace all of these errors with that message, since it's a little more accurate now. Alright, so why doesn't it see that as a child? I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, you want to get to know somebody. You want to learn about them? What's your age? Are you married? I think there's something... Alright, whatever, you know, it's something you want to know about people. Hey, don't play with my face! I ain't no toy. Do I look like a toy to you? I'm married to him. He's my husband. Yes, you're my husband. Don't exactly understand why it doesn't see it in here. Oh, you know what? It's the sub-obstacle it doesn't see it in. Wait. That doesn't make sense. This. Here. This is where. Oh, it's in here. Wow. So I have a sub-obstacle here. So I kind of need to say this, because this doesn't... Actually, it kind of does need its own arrow, now that I think about it. It actually does. So we'll add a second arrow into there. So I don't know if you guys... I don't know if anyone can really understand what just happened. But... I'm adding this arrow hover logic to multiple different things in the game. There's obstacles, health, and enemies right now. And these all have 3 different class scripts, meaning those class scripts apply to all enemies, to all obstacles, to all health objects. The helicopters start out as enemies. And then when you destroy it, it becomes an obstacle that's careening at you and will hurt you if you bump into it. And so the way I set that up on the copter was I put an obstacle with the obstacle class script within this copter, which has the enemy script. And so it becomes that once the enemy part dies. And so I was adding this hover arrow. First I added it to the health, then I added it to the copter, and now I added it to an obstacle, which is the house in this case. Because I added it to the obstacle class script, it also got added to the sub-obstacle, which has the same script, the sub-obstacle that's part of the copter. But I only have an arrow in the helicopter tree. I don't actually have it in the sub-obstacle tree of the helicopter. And so it's like, hey, there's no hover arrow here, but I know I'm supposed to have one. So, I would actually love to add another hover arrow in here. That's fine with me. And I'd like it to be the... Even though it is an obstacle, I guess we could give it, like, an obstacle... You know what? We could even give it the obstacle color. Or whatever. That would be a nice thing. We could do, like, a drop-down that maybe, like, if we set it as the obstacle arrow or not, it would have a different color. All done? I think he's all done. He said, that was a nice cuddle. I love you. Psychonic says, I'm back yet again. I'm back yet again. Truly, I am sorry. I think. So I'm just gonna copy the arrow hover on the house and put it on here. So then you'll even have a little indication. Again, don't want it to all be colors, but at least for now, it says that it's a obstacle. So it'll be a different color as it's careening towards you. I kind of still want to update that. There is somewhere, we don't even want to say recognizes as a child. Somewhere, a hover arrow is missing. Hover arrow, a child is missing. That's what we're gonna type in there. I'm still here, but nobody knows, and nobody really gives a, I mean, nobody cares. What? Oh my gosh. We do have a mental health section in the Discord. It's got some resources so you can get help. And also, if you want to chat about things that you're dealing with that are kind of like scary or bleak, they're allowed there. So, you know, reach out. Reach out, guys. Oh, man. Oh my gosh, you don't have to suffer in silence. I care. I very much care. I can't promise YouTube will care and relay your message, but... Okay, so we should have satisfied all the conditions everywhere. Nice. And so if I hit this again, you can barely tell. Oh, I see. My color isn't good. But it is a different color. Schizophrenia. Oh, is that something that you, like, are dealing with? Not something I have any personal experience with. Actually, kind of. Not, like, personally. But, like, I do have an uncle who experiences that. Maybe. That's that's a very challenging thing to deal with for a lot of folks. You're not sure? That's interesting. You don't mean you're really not sure. Because if you are really not sure, you know, that could be something worth uncovering. Think of all the help you could get for dealing with something like that. That nobody should have to deal with by themselves. Okay, just tell me how to make it orange. Green, red with a little green makes orange. Having a problem not knowing what it is. Gotcha. That's interesting. Have you ever, like, tried to find, like, mental health counseling or somebody, like a psychologist or a psychiatrist or something? Because getting diagnosed can be super empowering. Also scary depending on, like, where you live and what access to resources you have. It can also be scary and potentially, you know, marginalizing, depending on your circumstance. But if you know you have, like, a good resource to go to, or some kind of safe, you feel safe in your environment to check that out, that can be really empowering to get help with something like that. Because otherwise, you're kind of freeballing it. You're kind of like just trying to, I don't know if I like that phrase. You kind of are trying to deal with that by yourself. Which you don't necessarily deserve to have to deal with that by yourself. And maybe it's something else, you know? But you won't know. And you won't be able to get the help that you necessarily need. Unless you find out for sure. But that's good that you're onto something. It's good that you're onto something. You did once felt ashamed. Oh, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have had to feel that way. Whatever made you feel that way, I'm sorry that that happened. After all, I know that's nothing to be ashamed of because you're helping yourself and you actually care about yourself. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got arrows. And the arrow, and then that really, you know, again, not good for color blindness. But if you can tell the difference between red and orange, you can see it changes color. So it's going from being an enemy to an obstacle at that moment. That's pretty dope. We got arrows. Arrows galore, baby. Awesome. Yeah, exactly. It's taking care of yourself. It's helping yourself. But it's also legit to feel that shame. And you know, however we're raised, the people we surround ourselves with, the media we consume might give us messages, negative messages about whether we should or shouldn't feel ashamed about getting that help. It's understandable. But you know, if you ever have, you know, the capacity to look into it again, there are a lot of really empowering resources, like medication, therapies, that can help you cope with those symptoms, for sure. And you know, depending on where you're at in your experience of schizophrenia, it could be life-saving. Thank you for disclosing that. Like that you felt comfortable sharing that. Okay. So that's that. What's next? Pierogigon made some code. Dragonblade suggested nothing. I don't think there's anything new. Wait. Wasn't there something? I don't remember. Oh, I guess like, no, I'm thinking of like what Killa was talking about earlier with the variables stuff. That's kind of a new thing to sort out. Oh, and then look, right, Dragonblade had me set the Angular stuff axis to not be bouncing all over the place. And now, at least they don't collide as bad. So that's good. But see how these things teleport? That would be the other thing to deal with, potentially, today. If there's time. We'll see about that. Wait, why are they not... Wait, why is it... Wait, it stopped happening. What? Wait, what? Why is it not happening? It's not teleporting anymore. What the? Could you just see that helicopter go down there? E-oh, e-oh, e-oh. What's going on? You wanted to tell me that you actually can store the ID of the object in grabbed object, for example, and manipulate that. Well, right. Well, I'm starting to think that maybe by... Yeah, and so that's kind of the way that the helicopters are set up. Dude. What fixed that? I think I have an idea about what might have fixed that. But barely. Freaking barely. I think I know what fixed that. The copters have something like that set up. Actually, on the player script, it will check. That's a beefy script. It stores grabbed object, just like you're talking about. It stores grabbed object. And this is not actually grabbed. This is actually badly named. I kind of need to rename this, actually. I need to take every instance of grabbed, and I need to kind of change it to something else. But this is a different kind of grab. This is when the arm reaches out to hit things. So it's really more hitting than grabbing. But for the arm to know where it's supposed to go and what it's supposed to affect, that's what that grabbed object is doing. And it's storing, it is indeed storing. Oh, we gotta go to the player script for that. It is indeed storing what it saw, so it can keep track of that. If it's not null, then it will aim the arm at those things. And it'll make sure that it only does it for things that are actually... And then the copter will send back a ping saying, I'm the thing. Even if you click on two objects, always choose one because they're variable. Yeah, exactly. So that's already set up on the helicopter. And so what I would do is I would just base it on that. But, I think we actually don't need it anymore. Because, look, when I click on this, and then I click on this, it's not doing it. It's not happening. I think I know why. So we do still have the problem where it will select two when I already have one. So something that I need to add in, and I don't think Pierogigon mentioned this in the stuff that Pierogi said they added to theirs. But something that I need is for it to not be looking for other things when one thing has been clicked on already. But they're not teleporting to each other anymore. That problem went away, and I think I know why it went away. So when Dragonblade was saying, I don't need to have all that fancy logic for the arrow hover, and remember, too, that I was saying, which kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, I was saying, we'll leave this messenger health grabbed emission. Which is a little confusing because I did leave this in here. Because the only thing that I changed was I got rid of that is grabbed function, which was checking from the raycast. I think maybe that was talking with the raycast and then updating information. And that was storing the grabbed object, but not in a good way. So this is also kind of what Kayla's talking about, but this had some problems. Wait, there's still a function that isn't commented out that moves stuff to a position. It was never because of Dragonblade's code. Look at that. This is the problem right here. But it's currently not being called. Move health is called by health grabbed, which we are emitting. It only because I think it might only be emitting it because we have mouse entered as being the signal. So then it's gonna send a message that health has been grabbed. And at that same time, I mean, I don't even know what to say other than that issue is gone. So this would be called, this should be getting called. Let me see what we say here. Print hover detected. Right, because this would have been running on the process function before. But now I think it's only going to run one time when it enters it. Oh, it's not running at all. That function isn't even running. It's not even printing anything down here. I wonder why. On mouse entered, if input is action pressed grab, emit messenger health grabbed. Hover grab emitted. Now I'm just trying to figure out how this got fixed. Like, I'd love to just be like, well, it's fixed now. Very good. Okay, no problem. It's not even emitting it. But that doesn't make sense because it is hiding it, isn't it? It might not be checking this at all. Print mouse entered. I mean, surely that much has to be happening. So I'm looking down here to see what... Okay, so the mouse entered does go. Wow, so actually I don't even need the grab stuff. I think, what I think is happening Storm run is that when I click it, it no longer is entered. It's only when I hover. So, in fact, I might not even need any of this code. I mean, obviously, I think I don't need this code at all. Because this code was just supposed to hide the arrow when I click. But I think it's going to hide it anyway, because the mouse is no longer considered. Oh, you know why? I know why. I know why. And we could recreate this problem. I know why. I know why. I think. Here. Because we're turning off the collision once you grab it. So once you grab it and you click the grab button, it gets added to the group grabbed. So we're looking over here at the raycast. Yeah, you kind of see. Oh, this was the other thing Dragon Blade was talking about, that we don't need this whole raycast here. That we can do an input event or something. So right here, if input is action pressed grab, then it's going to add the thing it's colliding with to the group grabbed. Which is kind of what Killa was saying before too. Which is why it should have been a lot better. I still didn't learn how the coding is going in Godot, but I believe there's logic like in other engines. Totally. Lots of similarities. 100%. So many similarities. Could you switch that clicking with mouse press so it checks only when you press and not hold? So when you let the button go, it calls the other function. That's okay. I actually don't think I want that. It's the thing is it's functioning just how I need it to. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, are you saying... Oh. Are you saying that instead of setting up a mouse entered and a mouse exited, having it detect if I've let go? Well, the thing is it kind of already works that way. I don't know that I need that. Maybe I'm a little bit misunderstanding. It calls one function when you press instead of holding, calling it all the time. It isn't. It isn't doing that. So that's kind of what's happening, is that this already is what's happening. Okay, so let me see if I can explain this. So when the raycast sees a cow or a health object, it is, and I click on it, right? So this is just, is action pressed? Whether it's held or it's pressed right away. Either way. You had that question the other day? So if I click it, either way, it can be a quick click or a hold. Either way, it's going to add that object to the group grabbed. Whenever the grab button is pressed, it's going to add it to the group grabbed. So that's from the raycast. Now, over on the object, it's going to see, am I in the group grabbed? Of course, when we click on it, it is going to be in the group grabbed. And as something that's in the group grabbed, the collision becomes false. Or here it becomes false. The collision becomes false. So collision disabled becomes true. That is to say, no collision. It's no longer collidable. Does that make sense? So if we click on it, it gets added to the group grabbed. And if it's added to the group grabbed, the collision will be disabled. And that is what fixed the problem, because the collision is turned off. So if the collision is turned off, it can no longer see that the mouse is still hovering over it, because the collision is off. So if I were to say, make the collision false, that is, or the collision disabled false, that is to say, make it collide, now we're gonna have the problem again. And we're going to get all the messages down here that we don't want. Or something. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Click on this. Right? See all the messages printing down there? Because it's still detecting it as being collided. And then we get the teleport issue. See it jump over there? Teleport issue returns. And that's because of this right here. So when the mouse enters and you press grab, it's going to emit this signal or run this function on the raycast. Health grabbed. Which is this function move health right here. So this code is gonna run whenever that signal gets emitted. And this code is setting the grabbed object to be remembered. This code is dookie. This code is garbage. ChatGPT actually gave me this code. And it's what's teleporting the objects to the other ones. Literally, throw it in the garbage. Throw it away, put it in the trash, burn it down, never to be seen again. Unuseful. Disgusting. Okay. Now, back on the copter, that's also gonna be working a little better now. Because now, it doesn't call that function anymore. So we won't have the teleportation for the same reason, or for a different reason. So now when I click on these two separate objects, if I can get them close to each other. Hope ChatGPT isn't watching this. I guess that was pretty mean. I would never say that about one of you guys. If that was code from one of you guys, I would never say that. But now we don't have that problem anymore because it's not badly remembering to connect things that shouldn't be connected. And we could even further do this. So here in mouse entered, I'm changing the hover arrow to be invisible. I'm saying visible false when we click. But I don't need this if we're turning the collision off. If we're not turning the collision off, I actually do need this. But since we are turning off the collision, I don't need it. So now if I get rid of this and I keep the collision on when we click, now that marker should stay there as I'm clicking it instead of disappearing. There we go. Now, my mouse actually wasn't hovering it. So I have to be clicking it and hovering it at the same time. You can see it kind of jumps. So the hover kind of gets broken. So that I didn't prove that point very well. But it did hold it for a second there. Maybe we can get a fresh one. I wonder why it does that. Why does it jump up like that? Well, I can't really prove that point very well, but hopefully it at least kind of makes some sense. But I am going to turn the collision to be off. It's okay. ChatGPT would say, sorry, you were correct. Let me explain it again. You're right, it would. It totally would apologize. It's like such a customer service representative, like the perfect customer service representative. This is the copter script. Oh, I see why it didn't work. Tell me the origin of the cow. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Joe. Okay, so the reason why removing that code didn't make the collision thing, the marker, go away like I thought it would, is because I was clicking on the wrong, I was removing this from the wrong thing. So we gotta come to the cow. We gotta do this here. Okay, now it should do what I think it's gonna do. Remove this from here. Right, we have all the print messages over here. That makes sense, Joe, that would go to the origin. Thank you for confirming that, so I'm not, like, confused. There we go. Now it's staying there. Whew. I could have sworn it did the first time before, but I guess I didn't. But we can kind of move off of it. So now it stays there all the time. But I don't actually need to leave this code here. I mean, I can, right? If I leave that code there, when I click it, it'll hide. But if I'm going to hide the collision anyway, I kind of don't need that code. So there you can see it goes away because we're hiding it. If I get rid of that code, again, it's going to keep the arrow there the whole time. It's still there. But if I come up here and we put this back to the collision not being true anymore, or that is to say, turn off the collision when it's been grabbed, or when it's in the group grabbed, disable the collision, then the little arrow is going to go away anyway, because the collision isn't detecting the mouse anymore. Which is kind of interesting. Kind of nice. Now, I would guess I kind of want to keep it with the copter, because the copter's collision doesn't go away when we click it, because we're not moving something around that needs the collision to be turned off. So I might actually want to keep this on the copter. Maybe. But then again, like, maybe it's better that the arrow stays there if you're hovering over it. I don't really know. It doesn't really seem to go away. I guess because we're still hovering it. So it's still redundant for it to be there, because it's not actually exiting in the first place. So we don't really need to tell it to do something different. I mean, we could. Doesn't seem to be working or something for some reason. I don't exactly know why that isn't working, but I don't really care. I'd rather it stay there anyway. All right, cool. So actually that whole problem is fixed. There's still the issue of it'll grab multiple things. So I think we also need to think of a way, or I need to think of a way, to tell everything else, hey, you don't get picked up while I'm picking up something else. If I have something else grabbed, nothing else can be picked up. Which actually could be solved in a similar way if we set a grabbed object, right? And this could be similar to the way we did the helicopters, because that was a problem with the helicopters too, where it would do multiple things if I clicked or hovered over multiple ones. So we could potentially say, take a record of the thing that you have labeled as a grabbed object, the thing that you just saw, and nothing else can be that except for that thing. So I might want to say, it's a little tricky for my little brain to like figure out right away, but I could tinker my way into it potentially. That's definitely possible. So on the raycast, we say if input is action pressed grab, then add it to the group grabbed. If raycast result has collider. So we might want to say if raycast result We might want to store it, like whatever it is. I don't really know how to do that. How to tell it to ignore everything else. Let's see how I did it on the copter. And I did it because you guys helped me. That's how I got the helicopters to not be recognized. So we did a grabbed... I guess we still kind of need to do this. We set up the grabbed object here. That is to say, things we attack or hit. The houses, all of that stuff are actually quite the same. And I'm going to need this to be set up for the things we pick up as well. So if it's not null, it's going to aim at it. So in Godot, each script is each file, and that's the same with anything else. Let's see. How could I explain this? I will open up a new Godot project, and that might help me explain it better than trying to parse all this mess that I've got here. So let's just make a new one. Let's just make a blank game project. We'll just say Godot 4.1 blank project is what we'll call that. Create a blank one. Welcome back, Tincho. What's up? Good to see you. No, you're not stealing my time at all. You're not stealing my time at all. Not whatsoever. Not even a little bit. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. The internet connection is going good, isn't it? It looks good to me. Yeah. Are you just asking in general? Yeah, I mean, or did you notice something? Honestly, my internet has been behaving very well. It's been behaving very well lately. Somehow, a lot of the problems kind of fix themselves. Thank freaking goodness. So, let's say I create something. So let's make a 3D scene. Right now, there's no script on here at all. No script. I made a node. It's an empty 3D node. And this is just like a container that could have some stuff in it. Right? I could add a mesh in here. Doesn't look like anything until I come up here to the mesh. Let's give it a box. Now we've got a box in there. Alright. So let's say I want to do something with that box. It's kind of hard to tell if I can't see anything. So I'm going to add a camera as well. Now this is a scene that we're working in. And this is currently unsaved. I'm going to want to save it. Let's preview what that camera sees. That's what that camera sees right there. I'm just going to add in a sun and a world environment so we can actually visualize what's happening. Now I'm going to save this scene. It's currently unsaved. This becomes a file. So I'm just going to call it node 3D. And now we have a file. If I go to hit play, it's going to ask me to choose a main scene since I hit this main play button. You could also, alternatively, press play the current scene. It'll also just play that which we are currently doing. Either one works. Kind of just depends. Where'd you press to save it? Nice, good question. So I actually haven't... Oh, I did save it. I did Control S. I did save it. Just kidding. I just did Control S. But you could come up to scene here and do save scene. I'm sorry, I didn't even think about it. It was so automatic. I was Control S. Control S. So that's how I did it. And then it pulled up this. And so it's going to show you in like a default folder here. This is basically the project folder that we created when I first created the project. Where I said create folder and I named it and I did create folder. That's this top level here. And I can't even really go outside of it from here. This is its top level. And so when I saved it, there it is. And you're sure it's as simple as... You sure a simple is grab flag won't work? I think it might work. I'm never sure. Just so you know, and you know, you're wording it that way. I don't necessarily take it as meaning you think that, you know, I might have thought. But believe me when I say I don't think. Like, it's an ADHD thing for me. I have a very hard time thinking ahead. So I have to sort of just like go in there and try stuff and be like, that didn't work. I should probably do it this way. And it's hard for me to know like what actually makes sense to do instead. Unless I've done it before and I can think back to a past experience. Sometimes I forget my past experiences though, You sure it's as simple as is grabbed? You sure it's simple is grabbed won't work? It probably will. I think you may have already explained why that won't work, in which case you can disregard, but your code changed a lot since I asked last time. It might work. I just need to know how to implement it. I would need your guidance in how to implement it. Alright, so I've added a camera in here. We can see things. I've saved the scene. We can play the scene, or we can set it as the main scene. I'm just going to play the scene. And there we go. We see that stuff in here. Now that's its own file. That's a scene file. So if we look down in the bottom left here, you can see there's a TSCN in the corner. That is the scene file. Nothing else is in here. There's always a Godot icon in everyone, but you don't have to worry about that, unless you want to. So, let's say I want this to do something. Now I want to right-click it and do attach script. That will allow us to add a script to it. So I've added a script. You can name it. We'll just say first script. I don't know, not a good name, but that's the name. Then I'm going to hit create. Now you might want to put this somewhere else, actually. That could be something that you might want to do. So you can save it again in the directory folder. You might want to create a folder. This might be good for organization. You could say scripts if you want. So it automatically jumped me into that folder already. But we could go up, and now we're in that main folder. The TSCN file, in theory, is in there. So if we do all files, you can see everything else, including the TSCN there. And then scripts, let's just put it in there, just so it's a little organized. So you can see the path reflects that. Just create it. And now a script, you can see, is attached to the scene file. Script attached to the scene file. And this is that script. And then you can code your stuff in here, tell it to do things. We could say, you know, func ready. Let's say scale. Will that work? Scale plus equals vector 3. Let's even say minus equals. We'll make it really tiny or something. Something kind of obvious, maybe. So we know we did it. That might work. That might work. Tiny. And so now it's much smaller. The ready function, meaning it's gonna do it before the code actually runs. So in our scene, or in our editor, it looks like this. But when I hit play, it shrinks down, because that's what the code's doing. Now that script that we made is a separate file. So it's down here in our scripts folder as a separate file. First script, right? Right in there. Now, let's say I wanted to make another script for something else. So I could make another mesh instance. Mesh instance 3D2. And I'll make this one a sphere. And then I'm gonna scooch this sphere over so it's there. What's up, Edward? I can scooch this sphere over, and let's put a different script on that. So this is quite different, right? Because here we put the script on the top level. But let's put a script on the mesh directly, just to do something different. So I'm gonna attach a script here, and this will just be sphere. I'll add it to my scripts folder and create it. So we've got another one. Instead of having to reference this, so I just dragged, and what I did before for the first script, and it also will put all your scripts right in here, so you can see all the ones that you've made for this project. Before, I had to drag this in here because this script isn't on that object. But since this script is on this object, I don't even have to like type anything. I can just say, let's make this one bigger. Scale plus equals vector 3. Let's make it super, that's gonna be probably very big. Probably quite large. There it is, a super big sphere now. And then that's created a second script file down here. So we have these two script files. Now, there's something else we can do. I'm gonna make yet another mesh instance. This mesh instance 3. I'm gonna make this one a prism. I'm gonna scooch this over here. Now, I could take that first script. What does extends mesh instance 3D for? That's okay. No, so that was there by default, right? That just showed up there. So let's say I create a script on the camera. I'm gonna right click the camera and hit attach script. And actually, you can have it inherit something, so that's what it inherits. That is to say, what kind of node it's on. Let's make this camera 3D thing. I'm gonna put this in my scripts folder as well, just to stay organized or whatever. As soon as I create this, it's gonna say extends, as you notice, camera 3D. This just tells it what node it's attached to. To me, it seems a little redundant, but it is there. And if you change the script, it can be useful to have this, depending on what it extends from. Like if I change this to node 3D, Godot's gonna give me an error because this isn't actually a node 3D. So if I try to run this, oh, it's not giving me an error. Nice. I guess if I try to do something on it. Let me see if I can make this be an error. If we say position plus equals, I don't know, vector 3, 1, 0, 0. Let's actually make it do something. See if it gets angry. Yeah, it's angry. It's not angry. Wait, why isn't it angry? What does extends do? What if I say node 2D? I thought it would get angry. See, I'm not ready to be a good teacher yet. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, so when I say extends 2D here, now it's giving me an error because a vector 3 doesn't exist on a 2D. So what this is doing is it's telling the script what kind of node the script should be on. So there's like different code libraries for different types of nodes, right? If it's a camera node, it'll have access to this or that. If it's a node 3D, it'll have access to this or that. If it's a node 2D, it'll have access to this or that. Node 2D doesn't have access to vector 3s because it only has 2 vectors. So I would have to make this a vector 2 and get rid of one of these for it to make sense. But this is also going to be a bit of an issue too, because this is a camera 3D. So it may not be so useful to do a vector 2 on that. So the reason why this didn't give me an error is because I didn't try to do a camera thing on here. So it's not that Godot is looking to see if this matches the node type, which is what I thought, but actually it's that this tells the script what library of code it should be looking for. So if there's like a camera specific thing, what would be a camera specific thing that we could call? Projection. I don't know. I don't really know a good way to find these. Maybe these properties? Camera attributes? Maybe we could say get attributes. I think to get the error, you mean you need to extend something unrelated to a camera. So maybe extend a rigid body or something. Ooh, that's a good idea. Right, so like a rigid body has, like velocity. That would be something a camera probably doesn't have, right? Unless it does, and I didn't know it did. So let's say extends camera 3D. And if we say set the velocity to 20 or whatever, it's going to say identifier velocity not declared in the current scope. But let's say I make this a rigid body 3D. Okay, maybe that wasn't a good example. What's something that's on a rigid body? I don't even know. I would need... I think I understand what you're saying. That's why I was looking on the camera. Maybe we could do projection, get camera projection. Let's try that. Get camera projection. Oh, so it even auto-completed it, right? Get camera projection. I could even say print get camera projection. If we do this normally, all right, we'll just make this the main scene. If we do this normally, it's gonna print the camera projection down here. Now, if I switch this to a node 3D and try to run it, now it's gonna say get camera projection not found on base self. That's the error I was looking for. That's the error I was looking for. So that's kind of what extends does, is it says what code library does this script come from? And then, you know, since it's on a camera 3D node, I'd want to take advantage of the fact that it's a camera 3D and do this. Again, that's going to be automatic, but hopefully that makes a little sense. Anyway, does that kind of answer some of the questions that you're having? I think if you just extend rigid body and then don't do anything, the error would still pop up. Really? Rigid body and don't do anything? Could you make a simple 2D scene with one object walking in 4 directions by arrow keys? Absolutely. Now, I don't really make 2D stuff. Oh, it is coming here. Oh. But you're saying that a node 3D camera already inherits from node 3D. I'm not sure if that affects the nature of the error. Right! That's why I thought it would work. But because I thought, like, it's not a node 3D. But then I was like, maybe because it inherits from it. But I didn't know. But you know. So if it didn't inherit from a node 3D, like if I change node 3D to just a basic node, everything should be fine. But if I set this to node 3D, will it give me an issue? I see use 4.1 as minus 4.2. Yeah, I'm actually on, this is 4.2 here. Oh, okay. Script inherits from native type node 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object type node. Interesting. But then if I make this a node and I reset this, then it works. Oh, wow. So it does look up at the top because I just changed this to a regular node. So it does look above it to see. That's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, so for my main project, I'm using 4.1. I just haven't bothered to upgrade it yet. I'm just lazy. But this is 4.2, which I have open to open it separately. Here's a challenge. Make controls, but you can only use control nodes, so nothing like labels, buttons, etc. Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. But that sounds fun. Make controls, but you can only use control. So you... I'm a little confused what you mean, but that sounds cool. You're looking at the top window? Oh, I just named it wrong. That's funny. I just named it wrong. That sounds cool, Douglas, and I just named it wrong. That was my bad. Each node has its own base, so the actual killer is going to be down here in the bottom right. Each node has its own base functionality, then can extend that functionality with your script. So it tells Godot that the script is originally for this node, and I'm just adding my stuff on top. Each node has its own base functionality, then can extend that functionality with your script. So it tells Godot that the script is originally for this node, and I'm just adding my stuff on top. I almost understand that. I almost understand that. That almost makes sense to me, if I'm being honest. So yeah, so if you wanted to make a 2D thing really quick, now again, like I say, I usually use 3D, so I don't actually know what that would be like. Like, that's kind of outside of my depth a bit. But, I'm sure I could figure it out quickly. Maybe. So if we add a 2D character body in here, I'm gonna need a camera as well. Have you ever had that bug that you can't just fix and you call it a feature? Not really. Maybe. Why, have you? Is that something you're thinking of? Like, maybe I have. I don't know. I haven't finished enough games. You know what? Yes. Actually, I have. During the game jams. I make a game every week for the game jams. Yes. Yes, I have, Tincho. Now that you mention it. During the game jams, I do. The wirelies? What? Oh, the barbed wire. Oh, just let the barbed wire go. Oh, man. Tincho's making this World War I style game and added a barbed wire feature that slows down and hurts infantry units that walk through it. And I was like, why wouldn't they just walk around it? And I shouldn't have said that, because now Tincho's trying to set up a way to walk around it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I shouldn't have said anything. You can check that out in the Discord link in the description, and you can find out more about the game that Tincho's working on. It's just not working to walk around. Dude, it's too hard. It's a really hard thing. Like, I would say use a navigation agent, if anything, and navigation, whatever, little navigation nodes. But don't even worry about it. Honestly, just ignore it. Just don't worry about it. Okay, so like I said, I've never used 2D, and I'm starting to feel it right now. Yeah, Killa, it's really outside of my depth quite a bit. I just don't use 2D, and I'm sure it's easy. I'm sure it's really easy to do. I just haven't done it, technically, right? So, like, I just don't know. But I could try. How hard can it be? It's just 2D. They say it's easiest, right? It's the easiest. Yeah, if you know what to do. If you know what to do. Oh, we gotta load the right scene. Bam! Did it. Okay, cool. So then if you want to move it around... Okay, so I added... So what I did was I added a camera, 2D, of course. No, I think we're okay. Added a camera 2D. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold on. Zoop. A sprite 2D and a camera 2D. When I added the sprite 2D, I dragged the Godot icon onto there as the sprite. The camera looks good to go. I'm sure there's settings you can do, zoom settings and stuff. Probably is pretty simple. Yeah, it looks pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Nice. And then that's pretty much it. So now, oh, is it looking for a collision? Yeah, okay, let's add a collision. Let's add a collision to it as well. It's gonna give this little warning because we don't have collision. So let's give it a shape. I'm gonna give it a rectangle shape. Now it's got collision. Looks good. Super great. Okay. Now, if I come to my sprite 2D my character body 2D, I'm gonna right click it and I'm gonna attach a script for I don't even know how many things, very few things. I've only seen it with the character body, but maybe someone knows that they do it for other things. If I attach a script to this, it will follow the object. You have to set that up. You have to tell it to follow it. There's different ways that could work. So let's say I attach a script. I'm gonna attach a script to the character body because otherwise it's not gonna move yet. I'm gonna put this in my scripts folder, create it. Yes, so the character body 2D comes pre-made with some stuff. It does not have 4 directions, but it comes pre-made. And if I attach a script to something else, like the sprite 2D, let's just attach a random script to it. It's not gonna have anything in it. It's gonna be blank, right? There's nothing in here. This is an empty script. But when you attach it to a character body, it adds jumping, which is the UI except not a great default button for it, but it'll work. So this will be spacebar or like enter bar or something, enter key. And then it comes default with left and right, which is the arrow keys, left and right arrow keys on an axis. And it just adds this stuff in here automatically, right? And so now it's gonna be able to move around, but it's also probably gonna fall, yeah, because we don't have a ground. So I have to add a ground in there. Now, if you want the camera to follow it, let me add a new mesh. Yes, it's going to be another Godot icon, unfortunately. Most unfortunately, it is going to be another Godot icon. Oops, I made 3D. How did I make 3D? Why does mesh 2D? Oh, gosh. I don't know 2D. Okay. Add another sprite. Sorry. We want to add a sprite. This is 2D. We add sprites in 2D. Not meshes. Although we can add a mesh. I don't think that's what I want. I don't think that's what I want. So I'll move this one. Oh, I see. And then we can stretch it out. So it's like a ground. Now it's a ground. Now it's a ground. It needs a collision. Oh, you know what else? I probably need to make it a static body, don't I? Static body first. Add the sprite in there. Add a collision. We're doing a 1-hour game jam here. Give it a shape. Rectangle. Then you gotta adjust the rectangle shape here. You can kind of see. It's a little hard to see, but it's there. We'll call that good enough. Unexpected game jam, yeah. Tincho got it to work. You just uploaded why it sometimes work and sometimes it won't. But you don't need to, you got it to work. Yay, that's awesome, Tincho. What? I'm still sorry. I'm still sorry. Don't feel bad, I'm the one doing it, that's true. It just won't work to a point. It's barely functional, but sometimes it works, sometimes it won't. I'm so glad you got it to work. That's awesome. I'm also still sorry. Okay, so now we've got collision on here. So it's gonna fall on top of this other Godot thing if I load the correct scene. There it is on top. And it's gonna have movement and jump because that script came with it by default. So there you go. Unexpected game jam, good to go. So you're gonna have to set up a few things. Now, if you want the camera to follow it, you would want to take the camera here, and I'm just gonna drop it inside the character body. And so now, when the character body moves, oops, wrong scene. When the character body moves, the camera will move with it. Yeah, pretty simple. And really, you know, so I've not actually ever set this up in 2D on Godot. I've only done 3D. But, you know, once you learn just like the way Godot wants things, you know that it wants like static body, it wants some kind of body, you have to add a collision to it, add a sprite, the node hierarchy, that you put things in a certain order. Once you kind of learn those things, you know, it becomes a lot quicker to set something like this up. And it's not too challenging. So I don't know if that answered all your questions. Hopefully that did. There's some other more advanced things that I didn't touch on, but hopefully that gives you some more perspective or ideas about how to get started in Godot. It's pretty simple. Okay, so way back when, Joe Schmo was saying, I think where you add the node to grabbed group, you can set the flag true there. Then on input release, I guess would be where to set it false or something along those lines. Okay. That's some pretty general suggestions. Where we add the node to the grab group, we can set the flag true there. And then on input release. Yeah, but where do I put those? You're welcome. Yeah, you got this. You got this. I can't wait to see what you come up with. However simple it is, maybe it's complex. Maybe you show up with an amazing game already. Whatever it is. You've got support here. One line of code is added to the grabbed group. So over here on the raycast, or the camera, we've got, and so by the way, just to recap, what we're up to is making sure that only one object can be grabbed at the same time. Now, what I was gonna plan to do was just look at the logic that we have for the helicopters, because that's already got something similar set up on it. Which means I have to decode what that is and figure out how I apply it to this situation. But Joe is attempting to come up with a way that I could do this otherwise, and I'm not sure what that way is, but we're gonna find out. So the problem is, if I grab, let's say, this cow, and I hover over this orb, it's gonna grab both of them. But I want to say, if I'm grabbing the cow, don't grab anything else like the orb. If I'm grabbing the orb, don't grab anything else like the cow. So that's kind of what we're setting up here. And I was just gonna kind of hack my way through it. And Joe is also hacking, but we're hacking together. Really Joe's hacking via me as a proxy. Which, you know, is very different from helping, but it's kind of fun, you know? So if the input action pressed grab occurs, right? It's going to create this variable that checks to see what is being grabbed. Oh, Rogi did a thing for that! I wasn't sure. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but I didn't know if you were listening. I was like, I don't know if Rogi did that in their code that they made, but maybe they did. Okay, cool. Well, we might not need to worry about it, but I want Joe Schmo to like have the satisfaction of this thought getting put through, and then we're gonna check out what Rogi did, for sure. So this is where that's happening, right? It's checking to see what the raycast collided with, and then it adds that thing to the group grabbed. It just adds it to the group grabbed. In the magnificent Godot sky. I added a condition that checks if raycast result is empty. Ooh, I like that. I like that. So that way we're not storing stuff. Ooh, I gotta be honest. I really like that. I really like that. Yeah, they use they them pronouns. But yeah, they do seem to have it working before adding it to a grabbed group. Clumsy typing on mobile, I understand that. Well, just to answer your question, so then this would add it to that group grabbed, and then back on the cow, it checks to see if it's in that group. Yeah, we were hacking together. We were just hacking together. That's kind of fun. I need to update my my paths a little bit. Something that I want to add, and it's so unnecessary. It's so incredibly unnecessary. But like, you know, I have my things that I want. Wait, where is it? Why is it invisible? Oh, it's off screen. Sometimes that happens. Whoa. Where's my... Wait, I'm not just talking about things that aren't real. What? Where is it? The Game Jam one's still there. Okay, I have this slideshow of this image, I swear. But it's not showing up. There it is! Why wasn't that showing up? Okay. I want to update this one of these days. Where I'm in a car. I want to set it up so there's like a car. And you can either help me for the stream. And like you can backseat, right? You'll be like, whoever is the chatter would be in the backseat. And then, or I can hack together my own concept to make it work. But now Joe's making me think we could hack together. And you could be in the passenger seat as we hack together. I do want to do that. And then I want to have a little car animation so we can actually like drive along down the road. It's just, I'm just expressing myself artistically. Just do 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 drive on down the road. Driving on down the road. All right, anyway. That's enough of that. What the hell is she talking about? Okay, so yeah, let's see what Rogi did. I really am excited to see this. Rogi sent it to me over on Discord. Over on Discord. Do 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 do. Thank you, Killa. I'm super excited, but I keep not having the like time to do it. But one day I'll do it. Sometimes the hacky solution is the only solution. Exactly. But that's why I made this graphic, because like, you know, I don't know, it just I like expectations of what this stream can be to be like somehow set. And sometimes people like feel bad about backseating, or you know, they feel bad that they're not helping me, and I'm like, no, it's fine. Let's hack. Let's do it. Who cares? It's fine with me. It's just, I don't know, I like it as contextualizing what's possible. I imagine the hacky side being a drawing of leaves with an axe stuck into a computer. Do what I want. You stupid computer. Why don't you listen? I hate you. Ah! Just hacking away. Just hacking away. Well, that actually was very therapeutic. Okay, so let's open up Pierogion's project. Oh, I need to download it first. That would be step 1. That would be the first step. All right. I've done this. It is also named 3D Grab. 3D Grab 2. It's been updated. Let's go. I'm so excited to see what Pierogion has been doing. We gotta get you on that GitHub live. I'll just like update the repo, just download it, grab that repo. Alright, so then we're gonna come here. Go to the project list. Open it up. Only open files from trusted people gons. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I have to really be sure that you're the one. I guess somebody could pretend to be you, somehow capture your essence, hack your account, send me a malware, and then, you know, we're just in danger. That could happen. You really do have to be quite careful. You really have to be quite careful. You never, even your friends, they could get hacked. You don't know. All right. So here's Rogi's project. It's still just got a floating thing. Oh, it's got a floor. Okay, we got a floor. It picks up, it moves around. Looks like Dragon Blade's logic. Falls nicely. So this seems really just like what we have. Honestly, it looks like it has like some more acceleration when it falls. Right? Like with the one that I have set up, I've got it so that where are we? The velocity goes to 0 as soon as it's let go. So when it gets let go, the cow's velocity goes to 0. And so it's just gonna fall, I think, at a pretty constant rate. The gravity scale is set to like 20, I think. So it's like very constant. Oh, Storman's getting everyone pizza! Can you get some without meat for me and Rogi? Oh wait, no cheese for Rogi. A vegan slice for Rogi. But everyone else, I think, should be fine with whatever you get. Thank you. Thank you, Storman. Alright guys, we're getting pizza. Everyone's getting pizza. I'm But I think Rogi's is going to drop with a little more acceleration. So it kind of actually seems to get faster as it gets closer. Am I bugging? Am I imagining that? I don't think I am. Because it starts out really slow. Yeah, the acceleration is constant. If velocity is 0, it'll be stationary. You know, I'm not exactly sure I understand that. In the future, that should be possible. Like, I hear you, Joe. You're right, Stormrun. I hear you, but the velocity is definitely 0. Your dropping is entirely for gravity. You didn't increase the gravity scale. I hear you, but the velocity is definitely 0. Because if it's let go of, it would have to be setting it to 0. I know that seems like kind of weird. Like, how does that work? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. So here's the version here where I don't set the gravity scale. This one doesn't have the gravity scale set, and you can see how slowly it falls. but I turned up the gravity scale to 20 here on the cow, and so it moves much more quickly. You know, I almost wonder if there isn't like something else weird going on that's making it move, but I'm pretty sure this is 0 velocity. I initially tried setting velocity to 0 if not grabbed, but then it kept running that after, and it looked just like yours. Right, there's like something going on. There must be the gravity changing its velocity, but I see what you're saying. Oh, that might be it. Maybe like the gravity scale being 1 is giving it like a little velocity if it's not collided with something or whatever. Like once it collides, it stops. And so it applies gravity since it isn't collided or whatever. I mean, technically gravity is always being applied, but I don't know how technically gravity this is. So then I made it so the velocity is only zeroed once when you release the grab. So right now the velocity is whatever it is to move it around. In mine it's 100. And then when I let go on Rogi's, it's going to go to 0 and then it's going to not be 0. So it goes to 0, so it's no longer... Why even be 0? I guess so it's not like super fast. That makes sense. Velocity is being set to 0 every frame, so it only gets 1 frame to accelerate before losing all of its acceleration. Huh? Wait, in which one? In other words, it's set to 0 and then it immediately starts changing. If not 0, it goes flying. Oh. So it kind of like resets its position a little bit. So then what happens after it gets set to 0? Technically, I guess then like the gravity starts increasing the acceleration more than say this will. Okay, that's interesting. So then the other thing that Rogi's isn't doing yet is it doesn't have multiple objects in it. So let's see what Rogi's does if we put something extra, a little something extra. In my version, things keep happening. In my version, things keep happening. The velocity is continuously set to 0 when it doesn't need to be. Right. In my version, it is set once and then left alone. Right. Prog is right. I didn't realize it was set to 0 every frame. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is set to 0 every frame. Yeah. In this one, that's what's currently happening. Okay. And Rogi's, it's only happening once, and then you get that more natural look to it. All right, so looking at Rogi's project. This is some of Dragon Blade stuff. The way I did it was extremely simple. I love simple. I just love simple. All right, what are we looking at here? Oh, I wanted to add extra ones. Whoa. So we can see what happens. I'm just gonna straight up duplicate this rigid body. I'm gonna duplicate it multiple times. Look for input is action just released. Self-linear velocity, vector 0. So this is in the process, right, but it's only, so it's only gonna run. Yeah, I didn't think you tried it. I was gonna see. I like how you implemented code that should avoid it, but you didn't actually test it. That's like a type of programmer. I don't know like enough about programmers or programming to know how to label that person. But I feel like that's a type of programmer. The programmer who can write code without testing it, but still kind of know that it might work. Or not. So this input is action just released is that single frame where it makes it 0 in that moment real quick. as opposed to what mine is doing, which is setting the velocity to 0 constantly in like this else here. All right, got you. And then as far as selecting multiple things goes, where did you say you put that? It checks if something's empty. That's probably on the camera. All right. Here. Ooh, you added and not empty. I don't think mine has that and not empty. If raycast result has collider, you added has collider and it does not. Whoa, and not. Wait, why did you do it like that? Couldn't you just type it like this? I love it. I love that there's different ways to do things. I've never really known how to use the and not like that. But I want to see what that does like that. What does that do like that? All right, let's find out. Whoa, that isn't where I thought everything would be. Okay, picking up one thing. I'm gonna hover over behind it. Doesn't pick it up. Oh wait, it does. Whoa. Ooh. Actually, I think it does. There's something with like... There's something kind of weird happening, but it's very similar. Oh, since we can't see the ground, it can't tell if we're going under it. But I must have been putting it under the ground. Personally, I'm not sure is empty is necessary. If it has a collider, it will never be empty, I think. That's a good point. Try making it and is empty instead of and is not. That's a good point, Joe. That's a good point. It's a good point. And is not definitely did not work. Rogie. But yeah, I think Joe makes a good point that like this wouldn't even if it didn't have a collider. No. But it seems like you're onto. I feel like logically you're onto something. That like if we say that it somehow check to see if something is already grabbed, then don't try to grab something else. I feel like you're onto something. Insane Alpha Beta is back after driving for the first time? You drove for the first time? That's exciting. Whoa! Insane Alpha Beta making moves. How was that? You're never gonna forget that. It was your first drive. If raycast result has collider, I made a mistake in typing the code and it seemed to work, so I didn't fix it. You didn't test it, to be fair. So it's not that it seemed to work. It's that it didn't seem to break anything. But technically, if you didn't test it, how do you know it didn't work? I'm gonna say, and no, raycast. If raycast has collider and raycast result is empty. Oh, just leave it like that? Oh, just leave it like that. Your first drive was mildly terrifying. Your sister was teaching you. She wanted to be there for it. Funnily enough, when the car went faster is when my gaming reflexes kicked in. Dude, driving is, to me, it's like playing Mario Kart. It's so similar. Like, I tap into everything that I've tapped into playing Mario Kart when I drive. Not the other way around. Driving skills not that helpful for Mario Kart. But Mario Kart very helpful for driving. Alright, let's see if this makes a difference in its behavior. Oh, now nothing is picking up. Because now it's saying it has... I don't really understand. Oh, Because if we hover over it, it's not empty. So that wouldn't work, Rogi. Because we're hovering over it. And then that makes it not empty anymore. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I think a lot of the changes in 13, I think set is attempting grab to true. I think maybe it has to be the group. Okay. You should debug it elsewise. I can suggest things like that in the main project. In line 13, set is attempting grab true. Then for the condition, add is attempting grab. That sounds interesting. I'm so sorry, Rogi. Rogi's like, please just stop this. You must stop this now. You must stop this now. But we're gonna implement, for sure, Rogi's release thing. Oh, I will. There is cool stuff in this code. You did awesome, Rogi. You did awesome. And you're helping inspire ideas for how to solve this problem on the other project. So you've done an amazing thing for us, and I thank you. And it's so much nicer to like work with a project sometimes than like doing code communication over chat. So like, I really appreciate this in general. I might misinterpret how raycast result works. I wanted it to be that you need the grabbed group to be entry. Oh, I don't think, yeah, so group, I don't actually know if you can like check a group like that. I have no idea. I think that to me, that's like a flaw of groups, is they're not maybe very flexible. And they're just kind of like this flag that you set and that's it. I could be wrong, for sure. But as far as I know, I don't know that there's like a way to check what's going on in groups. But I hear you. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be very nice. Okay, so above variable raycast, line 13, Joe Schmo is saying... Variable is attempting grab true. And then for the condition, add is attempting grab. So we need to set it false at some point, right? So if raycast is collider and is attempting grab. And then maybe in here we would say is attempting grab false. Like that. Find it above the process? Yeah, we could. I mean, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't necessarily need to define a variable outside of a function unless we use it outside of that function. Otherwise, we might as well just keep it local to that function. But I guess if we use it elsewhere, exclamation in front of is attempting. Oh, so wouldn't I want this to be false? I'm a little confused. Because what it's set here needs to be what that is. So like that. This is on Rogi script. Yeah. Oh, no. Doesn't work. I might have done it wrong. I might have done it wrong. Or it might be set up wrong. We can have it print attempting grab Oh, is attempting grab. Problem with the print after this. That's okay. So it's false. We click it. Oh, it's still false. It's never becoming true. How does that? Maybe that's what you were saying. Oh, and that's what you meant by not establishing it here. Heard. Got it. We do want this outside the function. Understood. Sold. Yeah. No, you were right, Joshmo. Which makes sense. We want to do it outside the process because otherwise it's going to be constantly set to false. So if it becomes true even for a second, it doesn't matter because it's going to get set back to false. Got it. Understood. All right, let's see what we got. So by default, it's going to be false. Let's just have it print all the time anyway. So there we go. False, 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 false. We click on it. Now it's true. Oh, but we need to set it back to false. So then we have to add the released thing. So we have to get it to go back to false after it's been dropped. So we might want to come back to this, and that could be a little complicated, right? To me, this would be a good place for an auto load. I mean, at this point, I might as well just put this in my other project. So I'm gonna start doing this in the other project. I'll be honest, my plan for how this will work is not making sense anymore. No, Joe! No, remember the thing that doesn't exist yet, all right? We are both in the hacky passenger seat. Or we're not both in the same seat. But we're both in the car. And you know what? I'll take the wheel. You have given me the directions, and now I'm gonna take the directions and use them differently. The analogy doesn't really work, but don't worry. Don't worry. I got this. We're gonna use an auto load to set it to false. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. So I'm gonna come back to my project. I don't know, I just feel like I've done it before many times. I just can't think about how. Same. Like, very often. I know what you mean. I mean, maybe I'm not saying the way you're experiencing that is the same way I do, but I relate to that sentiment. Embrace the way of the jank. I think that's what's happening. I would say that Joe started to get us there, and I now see how to get us the rest of the way. Godot. Pierogi got help too. Why did I call you Godot? Why would I call you Godot? It just doesn't make any sense. Okay, here we go. We're gonna fix this. So on the camera 3D, we want to say, teamwork makes a dream work. There's one. That works. Embrace the jank, teamwork makes a dream work. One of those. So outside of the process function, we'll say variable is attempting grab. And we're gonna set it to false by default. And I'm going to check in the raycast to make sure that is false. And is not attempting grab. As long as we're not attempting the grab already, this will happen. We then want to say, is attempting grab becomes true. Okay, good, great, wonderful. Now the next thing I want is I'm gonna create in my global variables script, which just has a bunch of signals in it. So very many signals. Yay, Killer! Let's go! Killer making games in Godot. I love it. That was not a member song. That was a moment song. So I do already have something like this, but this is already a problem. Should be refactored / named to be hitting, not grabbing. So we're just gonna go ahead and comment that. Actual grabbing. All right, so signal. I really want this. I really want this name. I don't want to. Ugh. I don't know. Something is grabbed. I don't know. Something is grabbed. I hate it. Oh, wait, what did we name it over here on the camera again? Is attempting grab. Okay, we'll say attempting. Okay, good. We got a name for it. Nice. Okay. Attempting grab. Beautiful. I have a question. If there is a static body 2D and if I want to put more instances of it in the scene, does it need to be a duplicate in the scene window, or is there another way to do this? So there's a couple different ways you can do that, Killa. Boop, 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 boop. You're welcome. More instances in the window, I mean. I did copy and paste, but also duplicates it. Yeah. So that you're gonna wanna save it as a branch. Oh, let me switch to a different project. This needs to be 4.2. Okay. The name of the function that gets the root node? There's different ones. The one at the tippy top? I like get owner. That can sometimes help. But there's also like get tree, right? Like that can be something. But I feel like you know that one. Yeah, you're welcome. So let's say you want to do what you're talking about, right? So let's say we want, so this static, this ground, I'm gonna call this the ground in the game that I showed you earlier, that little thing that we put together. Not that one, this one, all right? I'm gonna make an instance of the ground. And so Killa, here's what you're gonna wanna do. You're gonna right click on whatever that is. In my case, it's gonna be ground. I'm gonna right click on it and hit save branch as scene. Save branch as scene. Right there. So now when you do that, you're gonna name it something, right? I'm just gonna say, I don't know, objects ground. So we'll save it. Now I'm gonna find that in my file list here, objects ground, and if I drag this in, now we've got another version of it but you can see it looks a little different. Instead of just duplicating something, it has this little scene icon next to it. And this means that they share all the same information. So if I make a change in one, it'll happen in the other. So if I click on that scene icon, it's going to open up the scene individually. So let's say I want to change the size a bit. So I'm going to stretch it like that. Now if I come back to the main project, oh, I have to save it. We come back here, both of them will be super big. So that way they're actually duplicates of each other. You only have to change one and they both change. And that's how you do that. So save, right click, save branch as scene, and then you can add that in there as duplicates, and then you can update them by only updating that one scene. You can also double click on the scene file in here. All right, back to this. I'm adding a signal to my global variable script, signal attempting grab. We've got it set up over here on the camera. You are so welcome. I love that the more I learn, the more I can like help. That makes me very happy. So we have this variable that we're setting is attempting grab, thanks to Joshmo's suggestion. It's false by default. And then when I hover over something that I can grab, and I go to click on it, it's gonna check to see is attempting grab false. And if it is false, then it's going to allow the grab by adding that thing to the grabbed group. And it's also gonna set is attempting grab to true. What is the condition where you want it needs to not be able to grab? I guess it'd be the alien eats it, or what is the condition where you want it, where you want what it, I know what you're trying to say, I think. What is the condition where you want it needs to not be able to grab? I guess it'd be the alien eats it? I'm actually a little confused. I like kind of understand what you mean. I know you're on mobile. One, it needs to not be able to grab. If the alien eats it? I don't know, I'm confused. I almost understood you. Okay, so it's setting it to true. It's false by default. As long as it's false, it'll allow us to grab, and then it's gonna set it to true. Now in my global signal script, I've created a signal attempting grab. I've set this up in project settings, auto load, and I've added this messenger script in here, which means it's accessible by any script. So now I'm gonna come over to the cow, and I'm gonna say that once we release it here, we actually already have something happening here. Has been grabbed false. We want to say that is action just released. When we let go, I'm gonna say messenger attempting grab emit. And so this will call a function on the camera. So now that we have this signal being emitted, that messenger that has the signal is like, oh, I heard that ping, noted. If I come over to the camera now, I can connect that signal so we can receive that. Messenger attempting grab, connect, and then we gotta make a function on attempting grab, but it's actually the end. So it doesn't really make sense that it's on attempting grab. It's more like ending the grab. We should say on ending grab. That would actually make a lot more sense. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come back to my messenger, and I'm going to rename this to ending grab. And I'd actually rather name it grab ending. I'm just making some changes here. So I'm going to rename the signal to grab ending. I don't always come up with the best names. I still don't usually have the best names, but even when I put some effort into it. Grab ending is what we want to rename this to. I need to come back to the cow. And I need to make sure we say... Oh, this is the... No, this isn't the cow. There's the cow. We want to say grab ending and emit that signal. That's the name of it now, is grab ending. We emit it. Come back to the camera. That's looking for grab ending. This is an error because this function doesn't exist yet. So let's create that function. I'll create it right here. Func on grab ending. And then all we're going to say in here is attempting grab false. So what should happen... Oh, we got to say func, not fun. What should happen, we grab it. It checks to see if we're colliding with something. It checks to see if is attempting grab is false, which by default, it will be false. And so when that goes through, it's going to add the thing we're colliding with to the grabbed group and set is attempting grab to true. So we come over to the thing that we're going to grab, the cow, or whatever it may be. And so it's going to be is in group grabbed. All this is going to happen. We're going to be clicking on it during the grab. It's going to be constantly checking, have I released that? As soon as I release it, it's going to send a signal out into the messenger that the grab is ending, right? And then we're going to come back to the camera script where I've connected that signal right here. And when that signal gets called and it emits grab ending, it's going to call the function on grab ending. In on grab ending, it's going to say set is attempting grab to false. And then we should be able to grab something else. And that should be it. Now if you just set is attempting grab to false on release of mouse, would it work without the signal? No. No, it wouldn't. And the reason why it wouldn't is because that's on a different script. Right? Because the cow is in a totally different scene, I should say. Not just a different script, but it's in a different scene than the camera with the raycast. At the way this is set up right now, it wouldn't work. Does that make sense? So like there's the camera. Let's make a camera. Bam, camera. Okay, I can make a better triangle than that. Bam, camera. And on the camera, we have is attempting grab variable. That variable is on the camera. And then we also have the cow, right? There's the cow. Maybe not an emaciated cow. We can do a cow with a little more girthiness. I don't know about that word choice. Alright, cow. Done. So there's the cow. And on here, I can't actually... This is in a different scene. So I could say... We could also say... This is... main scene. Let me get this out of the way. We have main scene, and then we have cow scene. So there's no way for the cow, so if we say on just released or whatever, input released, what I can't do is just have this directly influence this because they're in different scenes. That won't work. Can't do that because they're in different scenes. Cannot access this. Now they do get added into the same scene if you think about it, right? Because when we run it, it's going to instance this into the main scene. But as far as I know, I can't actually have this access that variable. Hence, why we create the messenger. If there is some way to access it, Godot's going to give me an error. Yeah, Godot's going to give me an error because it's like, that's not there. It still needs some kind of way to confirm that this thing exists somehow. It's not declared in the scope or whatever, you know? So the messenger script is like this separate thing that exists. ChatGPT patch a script that freezes the game? You're right about it. Yeah, it's risky. It's risky! And if you do use it, you know, consider using Copilot, Bing's ChatGPT, because it uses a more recent version of ChatGPT. But still, it's, yeah, it's risky. But it can be helpful for learning, you know, as long as you're willing to check its code. Often it recommends things that don't actually work, or they're like old. So over here, I have my messenger, right? And so that's why I'm saying when the input is released, tell the messenger, hey, that grab just ended. And then this can pass that on to this, where I then tell it to affect the is attempting grab. Because this is an autoload, this messenger scene is an autoload / singleton / global script. That is to say, it can be accessed by anything, any script or any scene in the project. Whereas these don't have that global ability. Yeah. Let's see if it works. Look, I still don't know if it's gonna work. But in theory, it should work. Alright. So what we're looking for is that I can't grab two things simultaneously. So if I click on this, and I hover over that, it doesn't pick it up! Let's go! One thing at a time, baby! One thing at a time. Yeah. And it even hovers it. Which, honestly, I don't know that I want it to hover it. Now that I think about it. I really don't want it to hover it. That's not good. That's giving some bad information to the player. So I might want to add back in there that it can't hover if you're currently clicking down. So yeah, that fixed it though. So Joe, you helped me. You helped me. By suggesting that we set that variable in that way. And then I just used that auto load for us to tie it together. Let's go. I love it. Alright, so let's make this so it doesn't hover it. That should be pretty easy. Yay! Thumb up! Ding, 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 ding! And then we'll add in some of the stuff that Rogi figured out, which I think the only thing we need to add is the velocity situation, which is pretty simple, I think. There are a couple things that I want that we didn't get to. There's so many things I want that we didn't get to. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come to all of these obstacles and stuffs, and we're gonna say that it's only gonna set, it won't set visible to true if we're already pressing. So I'm gonna say, if we're not doing input is action pressed grab, as long as we're not grabbing. Might be a better way, but if it works, it works. Yeah? I'm down to a better way. I'm down for a better way. I'm down for a better way. So I was just gonna say, if we're not already pressing grab, then don't show the hover arrow. I believe you, there might be a better way. This seems pretty straightforward. Like, whatever could be better, like, how much better could it be? How much better could it be? Maybe it could be a lot better. I'm open to the possibility. But this seems pretty simple. Obstacle, copter, and then health. So I'll put it on here as well. Like that. And that should prevent, I think, other things from hovering. While we're already grabbing something. Whoa. That did work. Something else is broken. I've broken something. I can't attack things anymore. What? I think it's a good use case for signals. Oh, the signals thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's probably another way to do it. Yeah, there's probably a different way to do it. Sure. Killa just said, Killa just said, I figured you were gonna follow it up with something. So I broke something, though. I definitely broke something. What did I break? I feel like this has happened before. And I don't remember why. What could have caused this that I can't attack anymore? I'm trying to remember. This is an unexpected little bug. It shouldn't have anything to do with any of this. Did I like rename something on accident in the messenger? Something grabbed, something ungrabbed. I don't think I did. I have broken, something has broken, and I don't know what or how. But the helicopters are no longer, and the house neither is not attackable anymore. I can't click on them anymore. The health objects work just fine. Is it because? Surely it's not because of this. Right? Like, that would be weird. Would it be weird, though? So what if I take this line out of the copter? Okay, that didn't fix it. So what have I broken? Oh, man. What? I'm gonna look at, the, GitHub diff. What could I have changed that would make the helicopters stop being clickable? Unexpected sudden bug. Dang, I thought I was gonna wrap early. I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, what happened on the copter here? We added arrow hover stuff. Checking to see if the arrow hover exists. Mouse entered, mouse exited for the arrow hover. That's it. That's all that's added. So maybe on the raycast? Was it able to attack when you were testing it for not being able to grab 2 cows at once? Yeah, I'm thinking it must have something to do with that somehow. But I'm confused because none of this should be connected. I think so. I should probably try turning that off. Oh, I did get rid of this, but this is all for health. So that shouldn't really matter. Yeah, but like, why would that affect it, you know? I'll try it. I'm not sure why it would matter. And I don't really want to untangle all that code. But I'll do it. I'll do it. I guess it's not that hard, but... So I'll come in here, and we'll just say, no more attempting grab stuff. Just comment out all the attempting grab stuff. Burn it down. Is the copter now grabbable? What? That fixed it. Why? I'm just gonna put a little bit of this in one at a time. So we still have the signal being connected. I can't imagine that would cause a problem. It does! What? What? Grab ending. If I connect grab ending. What if I say pass? Here. Oh. Oh. Do you guys see what I did? Does anyone else see what I did? Do you see what I did? I see what I did. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Did I set the variable to false? That's not it. Look at my indent. I'm glad you don't see it, because it's affirming why I didn't see it. I interrupted the process function when I created this new function. I just jammed it in the middle of the process function. So that means everything that was in the process function after this just isn't running in the process anymore. It's now in the on grab ending. And what those happen to be are all the other raycasts that we need for the rest of the functionality. all those spaces. It was all those enters, all those returns. They threw me off so badly. Wow. Just another reason to use those nifty collapse arrows. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if that would have saved me. I guess it would have. I guess it would have. No, I don't know. because I need to have it open so I could modify this stuff. I feel like the problem was how many returns I put here that I didn't see the other logic in the process function. Yeah, the arrows are really nice, but I needed to have this open so I could see this. But yeah, the arrows are awesome. I often just don't do it because I don't really need to, or I forget. But I want to more. All right, so we can comment all this back in here. That is some silly stuff. That is some silly stuff. On-grab ending is now its own function. Do I not want that to be before process? I don't know if that matters. Yeah, I don't think that would have saved me. I feel like it's just like, I just had to notice it. I think this was the only way this could have ever happened. Alright, we can grab multiple things. I haven't fully re-implemented it. Over here on the cow. Doot, doot, doot. We are emitting the signal. I think I might need to put it after the process function. I think it might be why that's not working now. Or is it still connected? It must be. It is connected. On grab ending. We probably want to put this after. Oh, I know why. It's not because of that. I need to add back in and is attempting grab. Or we have to make sure we're not attempting grab. Then we'll be good. Smack it out the sky. There we go. Beautiful. No arrows appearing above things we don't want to. We can still attack everything else. We got little hover arrows. Beautiful. Improvements. And then, yeah, let's do the velocity stuff that Rogi had in there. So in order to fix that, and just to clarify what that even is, over on Rogi's project, which is not this, Rogi implemented a system that allows the thing that's grabbed to fall more gracefully through the sky. A bit more gracefully then. So ours, not so grateful. Not as great. Did I say grateful? I meant graceful. Not as graceful. So these, when I pick them up and drop them, they slowly fall and then gradually get faster. There's acceleration to them. Whereas this, when I pick it up and drop it, it just constantly goes down, right? Here, if I pick this, oh, I actually broke Rogi's project. I have to fix it. I'm deep diving into data types, trying to check if a group is empty. Cool! Ooh, Rogi finding out stuff we didn't know. I love that. Surely we can get a group, right? I don't know. I guess it'd be interesting to see, like, when they implemented that feature into Godot. And then, you know, maybe that would shed some light into how it was implemented. Someone might explain, like, here's how we would do it. Blah, 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 blah. Or something. Alright, we're gonna get this out of here so I can actually pick these up multiple times. And I can just, you know, show you when I want to show you. That this is, Rogi's is more grabbable. So pick this up, drop it. It has acceleration. It gradually starts to fall down. That's what we want. Not like my project. Not like my project, where right now they fall at a constant rate. And the reason for that is because in Rogies, the velocity isn't constantly being set to 0 in the process function. So that's what's happening in mine. So if I click this and drop it, it's gonna constantly drop. This one is also constant. It just has a higher gravity scale, so it falls a little faster. But in Rogies, it takes a bit for that velocity to build up. It's more realistic, you know? And so the way that's working is on Rogies, the velocity is being set to 0 real quick. And then it's allowed to just behave normally. So on the rigid bodies, we've got is action just released, and it just sets its own velocity to 0 on every axis. That's it. This is a very easy implementation. We've already got if input is action just released right here, doing a bunch of stuff. We're gonna add in, make its linear velocity 0. I just need to adjust here where we set the velocity to 0 constantly. We don't want that anymore. I guess I'd wonder, is Rogi setting it to a constant 100 in here? I would guess so, but where is that happening? I would assume that is happening. Oops, oh, I zoomed. It always takes a second to load when it zooms. I gotta zoom back out, which means I gotta wait for it to load, zooming back out. I don't know why its script editor's zoom is so slow, but I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna search for velocity. Oh, so this is part of Dragon Blade's original code. Oh, because it's just defaulting to 100. Mine isn't defaulting to 100. I see. So it's probably fine. I don't know what would be better. I guess it's fine. I could set this in down or not. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave it. This looks good enough. So we actually should be all set up. I've added to is action just released, grab, make the linear velocity 0, and I've removed the velocity being constantly set to 0. Now I need to change the cow's gravity scale as well. We can put it back to the default. One less setting to have to change or have changed, which is nice. Always nice. And let's see if we get that nice accelerated fall. Oh! We do not. Whoa. It is shooting off into the distance. Cool. What's that about? Why didn't that work? That was different than I expected it to be. It's just deleting it because it goes too far. I wonder why that's being different. Maybe because we're setting the velocity in the wrong place. I see. It's still 100. Well, I mean, it's a little confusing, but I think we want to say just velocity 0. Maybe. I don't know. I realize it's actually fundamentally set up a little different because you were using the linear velocity to set that up. So I think that's still constantly at 0. So are you not using... I'm a little confused. So, Rogi, where are you setting it? I'm wondering if disabling and enabling collisions could cause odd effects. Maybe. Maybe. So on Rogi script, it's got the velocity set to 100 by default. It's just already 100. On mine, it's 0 by default. Yeah. So if we say it's 100 by default, and we don't set it in the physics process, let's see if that makes a difference. Although, this needs to be different, so it's more like what Rogi's does, which is have the linear velocity be vector 3, 0. See if that makes a difference. So it's only going to call upon that velocity. That must be what it is. That has to be what it is. Oh, no, it's gone. Because it's at 100 right here. It's going to be constantly yeeting it all over the place. So there's some severe differences in the way these are set up. Evidently. I mean, just looking at it, has a velocity on it at all times. Yeah. I think that that's correct. I think that that's true. Somehow. How is that true? It's in the else. Here, linear velocity set to global position times velocity. If not in group, set velocity. Why is that there? Yours isn't. Yours is there. But yours looks a little different. Yours looks like this. Mine looks like that. Why does mine look like that? I feel like this must have been something we tried to resolve some other issue. But obviously it just caused something else. So yours is also doing that, but the difference is it's subtracting from its position and then multiplying it by the velocity. So yours in some way is still kind of doing that, but it's creating a vector, like a direction before doing it. So that's yours, that's mine. Oh, here it is right here. It's actually right here. Oh, mine's got an extra thing. Wait, this also exists. Oh, that's in the else. Wait. Your else if about grab moment. Huh? Oh, if grab moment. What is grab moment? Your else is about if it's in the group. Oh, that's your do once? Oh. This is a different else. So my else is from if is in group grab. Grab moment is how I made it only set it once. Mine is if has been grabbed, which is a little different. And there is no else to it. Oh gosh, that's quite a bit different. That's quite a bit different. That's a little different. Whoa. Oh shoot. This is kind of wild. As far as like the repercussions of doing things differently, or the implications of doing things differently. That's pretty interesting. The else in your code is connected to if it's in the group grabbed. Yeah, right. So if it's not in the group grabbed. So if not grabbed, set the velocity to 100? I'm confused. I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking we could try deleting it. I'm gonna set this, before I do that, I'm gonna set this back to the way that I had it originally before we started adding in your stuff. Which was really just this, right? Doesn't make sense. Rigid bodies should naturally respond to gravity on their own, right? Yeah, I just don't remember like why I set it up that way last night. I'm sure, I mean, we could just go look at the code, honestly, or the live stream video. That would be pretty doable. That would be pretty doable. All right, so this is the way that it worked before we implemented Rogi stuff. If it's not grabbed, it's setting the linear velocity, I don't know, to 0. It's 0. Oh, so this is the difference. Yes, the possibility is well informed. Right now it seems wild. Fair point. So here's one of the big differences, is I set the velocity to 0 by default. Right, so it's being set to 0 all the time. Right, so right now it's being set to 0 as it's sitting here minding its business. It's being set to 0. I am 0 velocity, I am 0 velocity, I am 0 velocity. We pick it up, I am 100 velocity, I am 100 velocity, I am 100 velocity. We let go, I am 0 velocity, I am 0 velocity, I am 0 velocity. Right. I am 0 velocity, I am 0 velocity, I am 0 velocity. I wonder if I even like multiplied it times like multiplied it times delta, if that would like make it not move the same way. Anyway. So me and Dragon Blade just don't apply the velocity vector, but always have the velocity at 100. Yeah, right. I feel like that makes more sense. If I'm being honest, I don't think it makes good sense to have it always be applying. Yeah. Right. I always applied the velocity vector, but set the speed to 0. I feel like I don't like that as much. Maybe. I'm not really sure. Like, I'm just kind of going with my gut here. But I don't know if I don't think I want to do that. So I'm going to have to, like, kind of reimagine this quite a bit here. So we no longer set the velocity to 0 when it grabs. We'll turn off the collision. We don't set it to 100 when it's been grabbed. It's just gonna go for that. So it's probably gonna behave pretty wildly when we let go. So we grab it, moves around. Yeah, so now it's behaving a little obnoxiously when we let go. And this is what I was trying to correct for, was getting this to not happen. Where when I let go, it does unexpected things. Great and all for a future throwing mechanic, but not what we want to worry about right now. Especially since it's so obnoxious. And so now, if we put that line in here, we should be good, right? Or like pretty good. When input is action just released, grab. Then set the linear velocity to 0. Smack, smack, smack. Nice. There it is. It's got the gradual acceleration. When we drop it, nothing wild. It releases in a good spot. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that feels good. Oh, can you guys feel how good that feels? Oh, that feels wonderful. It feels so nice. It feels way better. Get the house out of my way. I like that you can carry things with you. It's pretty fun. This works really well. This works super well. This is not bad. This is not at all bad. This is mad decent. Now, the other thing is we can still stick it through the floor. So that's something to think about. Didn't you say you added something like that in there? I felt it when I coded it and copied some code from Dragon. Yeah, you felt how good it is? Yeah, it feels good. Oh, it's just so much more natural feeling. Just feels right. It's good. Sweet. Besides the floor stuff, wasn't there like something else that I'm forgetting that I might have wanted to do? I don't remember. Yeah, it's good. It's good, good, good. Cool. I did add stuff to restrict without collision, but it is tricky because your floor is angled up. So I'd have to do another linear thing. My floor is angled up. Can you still move the cow onto the floor? Yeah, we can. Very much so. Bye-bye, cow. Goodbye, orb. Yeah, 100%. We've solved a lot of problems. Many, many problems have been resolved today. What was another thing I was gonna do? What are the errors? Something stupid. Your floor is angled up relative to the camera, so my way doesn't work for faraway objects. I just have to believe you. I think I understand what you're saying. Oh, because you're saying it comes from like the level of the camera? Oh, ignore this crap. I basically just restricted where the object could move based on the viewport. Oh, okay, yeah, that won't work. Yeah, you're right, that won't work. I thought there was like one other thing, at least. So it seems like we've integrated all the cool things that you did in the project. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that was a big one. That was a huge one, Rogi. Was getting that in there. Other things I wanted to do today, but there's no way I had time for it, was getting like score dunk stuff. But we can always do that another time. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Yeah. Technically, if I could find the slope of the floor, I could use the Z value to correct for that, but I'm not sure how to measure the slope. And would that be adaptable? So like if the floor changes, right? Like let's say we add, you know, a level change, like a hill or something, right? Or like stairs. Would that mess that up? Yeah, it's kind of a whole other thing, I think, to think about. We might even just be able to say, you know, yeah, not adaptable. We might be able to say, like, we could even create a plane or something. I don't know, we probably don't need to. But we could say if it's, you know, intersecting somehow, with the ground, then it breaks the grab. You know, something really simple like that, I think would probably be sufficient. This is great. This is amazing. I'm really happy with how this is. Like I could even finally put something in the helicopters. There are a few concerns about how that would work that I have. But in theory, I could add a health object into the helicopter. And it'd be a pilot. I could make a raycast from the cow down, get that Y position, then restrict the movement to a bit above that, in theory. But that's too much to say. No, don't do that. Why do you have to do it? You don't have to do that. I'll do that. I love how excited you are about getting involved. You give me the idea, I'll do it. Raycast coming down from the cow, you got it. It's a new element, Rogie. Somebody who's like coming in with code. But always remember, there's the repo. There's the GitHub repo. You can always download it, and you can always tinker with that. I know it can be overwhelming jumping in someone else's code, but you know, that's not a bad skill. That's not a bad skill to learn. Or, you know, whatever. Yeah, and you could do merge requests. You could do a pull request. We could literally practice actual collaboration. Look at how I restricted the movement. Wait, did you say you set that up? Wait. And just do that with the raycast and the floor. Oh, so you're saying we could use the same thing. Yeah, oh, you mean telling me is an excellent way to do it? Hell yeah, just tell me. Just tell me. I don't know if I'm gonna do it tonight, but maybe next time. That's the way. I forget, Rogie, that you haven't been able to join these streams for so long. Rogie is like a personal friend of mine, and Rogie is someone that I've collaborated with before I started working on Godot. But Rogie hasn't been able to show up to these streams as much as they want to, or I want them to even. And yeah, it's very common for people just to like tell me things to do, and then I just do it. And so that is acceptable. That is acceptable. It's in there. A raycast would be an elegant way. Yeah, it would. It would. It'd be so easy. It'd be absurdly easy. I don't even know. I mean, whatever Rogie did, we could look at it, but... Oh, restricted cursor? But I'm sure I could come up with something else, too. Restricted cursor. Whoa. And it clamps it? Oh, so yours actually has this implemented. Oh, whoa. Okay, this looks buggy. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this is buggy. I see why it's buggy. Oh, cool. I see why it's buggy. It's buggy because of the one I spawned in the back, just like you were saying, not adaptable. Because that's not on the same plane. So now it's gonna fall through because it's on a different angle. You gotta think in 3D. You gotta think about that 3D. But I see how it's like bouncing, and then but you can still move it. Oh, okay, that's awesome. Okay, I like that, because I was just gonna say you just drop the object, but screw that. This is way better, dude. That's awesome, Rogie. Okay, all right. That's cool. Why do we have the X? Oh, I see. So you can... No, I don't see. Yes, I do see. Oh, because you're plugging it in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, nope. This is awesome. All right. Wait, maybe I could do that right now. I guess I could do that tonight. Hold on. Hold the phone. I was like, no. That's too much. I can't do that tonight. Are you out of your mind? Of course you're not. That's so doable. It is elegant. I don't know. I was just nervous. I was nervous. You made a good thing. We can do this. All right, let's go. But yeah, you can always do it this way. Forget merge pull stuff, requests, all that. You don't gotta do none of that. Yeah, literally, you send me a project, tell me where things are, I'll grab it and paste it. That's a workflow I can get down with. All right. You could also always just send me the script sometimes, if you didn't want to send a whole project. Either works. Okay. Because my computer's gonna get filled up with roguey projects. I should start saving things in a temporary folder. That's what I need to do. Okay, so let's add a raycast onto the cow. So this would have to go in everything that's a health object. It's gonna need a raycast. I think scripts is better sometimes. Maybe I could start recording videos to show you. You could do that. I do like copying and pasting. You should do whatever's easiest for you. Honestly, do whatever is easiest for you. I'm just happy to be helped. I'm not a beggar be choosing. Like, literally. You help me how you want to help me. Works for me. I like being able to let you test what you like to see if you even want to try it out. I like it too, Rogi. It's actually really, and like, it's visual. Like, for the live stream, it's super awesome. Because I can be like, here's Rogi's project, here's my project, we do this, we do that. Like, that, having side-by-side instances is awesome. It's super visual. It's a strange precedent that I'm the only one sending you stuff. It's a beautiful precedent. And you know, in terms of like downloading files and stuff, it would be ideal if you could put it on GitHub. Like if the beggar is gonna be a chooser, I would say if you could like put it onto GitHub or something. I don't know how that really works. Like if you can make it private so it's not clogging up your GitHub, but that would be ideal. I think I'd feel safest downloading it from there. And then you can always update it, so I don't have to download multiple versions of a project. I could just like get the latest and update it. But you know, you should do it however you want. Truly, if you want me downloading stuff, but you make a point where like if more people start doing that, you know, it might be kind of like, well, yeah, I trust files from Rogi, but not from you. Right? Like, that's not smart, because then someone could hack you, send me something, and now we're in danger. Rather than being a strange precedent, I'm more concerned about no one else would have that chance. Why not? Because I normally wouldn't download stuff from other people? Yeah, because of viruses. You're right, you're right. Yeah, that's the point I just made. Alright, you right, Rogi. Thanks for thinking about that. Thanks for thinking about that. It means a lot. Alright, so let's try this. I'm adding a raycast in here. We're gonna say raycast on floor. Raycast on floor. Floor detect. That's what I named it. That's what I called it. I guess we could just make it shorter. I mean, I hear raycasts are like expensive or whatever. So maybe I should make it as small as possible. Really doesn't have to be that big. It really doesn't. Now I do want to make sure this I do want it to be kind of big. I want it to be long enough that I can easily put it in the model and then extend from it. So it crosses the point that it would collide with the floor, which will be the bottom of the collision. So I just want to make sure it is long enough. So that should see the floor, no problem. And then it's already actually will be set up to look for the floor, because the floor is in, it's a body, and the layer that is the ground is layer 1. So that should already be good to go. And then we'll just connect, if I remember correctly. Do I remember correctly? Where did we do this? We did this with the helicopter. on Monday. So the helicopter. Oh, right. I was going to add the health on here, but I never did. Well, I guess I won't do that then. The helicopter has a raycast on the nose, and this is how it detects if it is time for it to explode. Is if this little blue line right here, right in there, if that hits the ground, it explodes. The helicopter. And that is being looked for here. Is colliding. If it is colliding, that's all we need. That's all we gotta say. Is it colliding? Simple as a pimple. So we'll check in here. If raycast floor detect, which I could set this up in here. Could do an on ready variable. Raycast floor detect, or we could just call it detect floor, maybe. Detect floor. Or on floor. Floor, whatever. Detect floor. If detect floor is colliding, then now these variables, these restricted cursor things, I guess I want to put these in the physics process. Is that okay if I put these in the physics process? It's probably fine. It's probably fine. So we can just create those variables there. Restricted cursor position. Viewport cursor position not declared in the current scope. Rogi had that. Don't we have that? Isn't it though? Oh. It's just called cursor position. So we'll just say cursor position instead of restricted cursor position, right? Oh, with a capital P? Oh gosh. Oh, I hate that. I mean, I kind of like it. I'm just not used to doing it that way. This was because we used Dragon Blade's code. I see why Rogi renamed it. Because it has like these conventions that we don't normally use. Oh, Rogi, I like the conventions you changed from Dragon Blade's conventions. Although I'm sure Dragon Blade has a good reason for doing it that way. Maybe not. I actually prefer these conventions. Now I'm conflicted because I don't want it all to be different. Whatever. We'll just keep it. We'll just do it as simple as possible. And we'll keep it the way that Dragon Blade had it. Cursor position. Not declared. What you talk about? Cursor position. Cursor position. C# uses the conventions in Dragon's Code. That makes sense. Gotcha. Is it because it's... Oh, because it's created in the if statement. I see. So it's not... So we have to make a global variable so I can actually see it. Variable cursor position. Ugh. This is actually a little trickier than I would have liked. I guess we could just say, I guess we can create it in here. It doesn't need to be all the time. I could just put it in here. It only needs to happen if it's grabbed. Right? That's the only time it needs to actually happen. So, you know what? We'll just drop it in here. We'll just drop it in here. No problem. Totally fine. Indent that in. What did I do wrong? Wait, where is cursor position? Why am I so confused? Oh, I see. I see. I indented these wrong. Indented this. I need to indent this in, indent that in, this in, not that. Oh, cursor position, it still can't see it in there? What? Seriously? So it's really locked into that if statement. Okay, fine. So we set the cursor position earlier. That can't be it. So if I do that, then it sees it. Oh my god. Alright, what if I put this elsewhere? Cut this. And what if I put it down here? Then that will have existed in the scope, and it knows it exists. Right? And we're all good to go? Ugh. What? Dude, what do I keep doing? I knew I shouldn't have done this tonight. I knew it was gonna be more complicated than I thought. I mean, it's not complicated, but it's like brain power that I am running low on. Alright. Come on. I would have probably done something anyway that was out of my brain power. It just would have been something else. Okay, so everything's fine, everything works, no complaints. I don't understand why all the code for the viewport is needed when you have the raycast. Could be wrong. I don't really understand either. Also, yeah, I don't really understand either. Maybe Rogi knows, since it's Rogi's code. Expect statement found indent instead. Maybe I don't quite understand which viewport code do you mean? I don't know if I can handle it, Joshmo. I don't know if my brain can handle it. Expected statement found indent instead. What you talking about, mate? I don't know how to explain anything, guys. I got nothing. If detect floor is colliding, do this. What you talking about? Expected statement found indent instead. What do you mean? Are you saying I indented too much? That's what it's saying. It is saying that. I did too much indent. I did too much indent. I am a monkey at a keyboard right now. Max cursor Y. Not declared. Okay, so we need max cursor Y. I'll get there, but it's my focus is very like myopic right now. Look at the wrong code. Oh, yeah. It is confusing since I'm looking at Rogies and then coming back over here. Gotcha. Yeah. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I can't handle it. I don't know about nothing. Max cursor Y. No, we don't. Wait. What is this? Is this gonna work for my project? Max cursor Y 500? To a variable because we have to set it based on the raycast. Can you be more specific? I beg you. Set it to what? What do I set it to? What is this? Max cursor Y is the lowest the cow can go on the screen. I got that. Restricted cursor Y, clamp. Now this is cool that you're using clamp. This clamp is something I don't use enough of. At all. Because it kind of intimidates me for no good reason. Clamp is value, so the thing that we're clamping, the minimum value, and the maximum value. The thing that we're clamping, minimum, and then maximum. So the thing that we're clamping is the cursor position Y. Hey, see you later, Joe. I gotta get out of here soon, too. Take care. Thank you so much for all your help, Joe. I gotta make sure I add you to the credits. Because we added a thing to the credits where I increase the numbers now. Which there's probably plenty that I need to increase that I haven't. Take care, Joe. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. You've been so helpful. And I'll see you next time. So to get that, we raycast down, get that point, then project that point on the viewport with Project Orange stuff. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. I would say that's kind of complicated. Can't we just get the thing that it's collided with and then just find its Y position? Assuming its Y position is going to be the one that we limit it to, which might not be a fair assumption. Fix it another day? Oh God. I feel so vindicated. I knew it was gonna be a little too complicated. Vindicated by myself against myself, I guess. Joe Schmo. Moral support, multi-arm attacks, reach animation. Restrictions based on viewport, so Y position isn't enough. Oh God. I'm a little confused because isn't max Y just one value? I thought we were just trying to get one value. I believe you though. Grab mechanic. It's hard to say because like it's hard to know how to increase these. Because I kind of need to know what day I increased it. What if I added this today and I just added 2 on here? You know, that feels like now I got to keep track of like when I update these. It's a little confusing. Max Y is one value, but max Y applies to the viewport. Okay. Oh. And the floor is angled, so... Oh. So we would need to dynamically... Oh my gosh. I knew it was gonna be too complicated. It's so complicated. That's so much complication. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm just gonna back out of this. This is all going in the garbage. I'm throwing it away for now. That is way too much to think about. What? Holy freaking crap. Hell no. Absolutely not. Negative. Won't be doing that. Yeah, don't think so. Time to nope out of this one. It got complicated real quick. What did we do today? Grab mechanic, object destruction. I guess grab stuff. When did I add this? I'm just gonna give it a 2. It feels like Joe needs a 2. Just feels like Joe deserves a 2 on this one. Feels like Rogi deserves a 2 on this one. You know, it's like, is it giving 2? I feel like this is giving 2 for Dragon Blade. Psychotic came through, offered some thoughts about something. I feel like we gave the 2 to debug, or gave the debug to Psychotic earlier. So I probably didn't want to add Psychotic to this on purpose. So I think that this is actually, I think we're solid here. I think we've got all this updated. Okay, cool. And then we can reshuffle this. Brogan's climbing the charts. Climbing the charts, and so is Joe. A little bit. Joe's probably needs to be added to something else too. I feel like Joe has been helpful with other things, if I'm being honest. Wait, why isn't Joe in more categories? That's actually unthinkable. Joe is definitely a Godot consultant. 100%. Oh, Joe asked me a question like 20 years ago. Joe's gone now. I forgot. I forgot. What was it? Oh, it's gone now. It's not on my list anymore. That's okay. That's why I suggested a linear equation with the slope of the floor, because that is less complicated if you believe it. I kind of do now that you mentioned it. We survived, and you know what? That's good enough. That's true. Could you imagine not surviving? I coded so hard, I died. There's too much coding. I has now died. I'm fine. Is there a cheerleader role? That would be my contribution. Yes, that's actually a role that you have to ask for. Congratulations! You have done the thing that gets you that role. It is, I think only one person is, maybe 2 people are in there. Moral support. There it is. Moral support. We've got Edward, Milo, and I think Frank is in there. Knuckle Blaster, Frank, and now Insane Alphabet. A lot of dreamers in there. A lot of dreamers. Get you on that credits list. Either you ask for it, or like, you know, it becomes like obvious that you deeply need to be there. All right, there we go. Add it in. Oh, it's not calculating this far down. I still have the old equation in the rest of these. That's how fresh it is. That we don't even have the new equation in there. I gotta like figure out how to set all these. I don't really know how. But there we go. Reorganize it. And you can actually access this from the GitHub repo, link in the description, and then there's a link to this page if for whatever reason you want to check up on the leaderboard. It's in there. All right. So we're gonna get all of this logic out of here. I mean, it's kind of tricky. Hey, what's up, Christian? Thank you for the greetings. I appreciate it. Hello. welcome. I am nearing the end of this stream. Not the end yet, but getting there. I'm gonna say this can all die. You know what we could try, just for fun? What if I just said collision disabled true? I mean, it would need to then... We would also need... This could be chaos. This could cause a lot of problems. Alright. We're taking a risk here. Hard to deny that. We're gonna get rid of all this stuff. None of this stuff. But since we added the raycast, maybe I'll squeeze some use out of it. For just a moment. For just a moment. And see what happens. Oh, it didn't do anything. Is it actually running? Yeah, you're welcome, Christian. I made a mistake? I must have. Something weird is happening. You set them both to true? Ha! It didn't seem to fix it, though. That didn't really help anyway. That didn't help anyway. Oh, I see. They needed to be false. Never mind. That one needed to be false. This one needs to be true. Oh, okay. I did make a mistake. Yeah, you're right. I knew I did, but I didn't realize that it required testing again. But it does. Yeah, it's not great. So it kind of works if I pull down gently. If I gently pull down, oh, but if I put too much energy into it, so gently, it'll land on the ground. But if I put too much energy, it just says, screw your collision. So it's not great. So these numbers are debug numbers. They are not gonna be in the final game. Just so you know. Not gonna be in the final game. But for now, they're just here for debug purposes. And they represent the hit points of these objects. So if I click on this helicopter, you can see one of those numbers goes down on the left. If I click it again, it goes down again, and it explodes and it hits the ground. The house has 5 hit points, so if I hit it 5 times, those hit points start going down, and it falls apart. Yeah! The helicopters, you might notice, have an extra number on the side, and that number represents its sub-obstacle. Yeah. So whenever you, super long arms, yeah, it's like the alien's special ability that it can like stretch them really far. Oh, I need to load it again. So there's a second number next to the helicopter, and that's its sub-obstacle hit points. And what that means in this context is that after we hit it, you'll notice it flies through the air, and it can actually hit you and hurt you if you're not careful. And so what that second number means is that if we hit it again while it's flying through the air, then it will blow up in midair, which can keep it from hitting you. So there's flying at me, but if I click it in time, which I didn't, it won't hit me, but I didn't click it in time. So I can also increase that sub-obstacle's hit points. Let's give the sub-obstacle 2 hit points. So just to make it a little more obvious what's happening there. So if I jump. So now you can see that second number is a 2. So if I click on this a couple times, you'll see that number goes down. So that's as it's an obstacle, if you want to break it before it hits you. It's kind of like smacking it out of the way so it doesn't actually hit you, sort of thing. So that's what all the numbers are for. We're going to put that back down to 1. Lucky you have Pierogigon to figure out the bugs. We got Pierogigon Dragonblade, Psychonic Joe, all these wonderful, amazing, brilliant people who come through and offer tips. Look at all these awesome folks giving tips. Very lucky, incredibly lucky. And look, most of these folks are in the Discord. So like, it doesn't just have to be me. We all can help each other and ask for help and stuff. You can break it before it touches the floor to prevent it to take damage. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Right. That's the idea. The game is very much a work in progress. It is barely a game yet. But, you know, starting to slowly add some of these things in here. But it's fun. It's fun to try to, like, break it in time so it doesn't hurt you. It's pretty hard, but... Oh, what just happened? Oh, the game crashed. In a good way. What was that error? Ooh, someone just found a bug. I have to stop everything. I have to stop everything. What was the bug? It seemed to be when I was clicking on... in the middle of attacking the helicopter. There, right there. Attempt to call function is colliding on base null instance on a null instance. Oh, the raycast. If detect floor is colliding. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because there's a sub obstacle. I'm a little confused. Why would this be on... Oh, I see. I know what happened. I know what happened. It's because of the second health thing. So we have two health objects right now. The cow and then this, which was just a debug object. We don't even really need it. I could delete it. But now that we've added something new into the health that could be forgotten if I'm creating a new health thing, I kinda should say if has node if it doesn't have node is what this says. If it doesn't have node raycast floor detect, we're gonna say somewhere a floor detect child is missing. So that way this error comes up and I'll know what the problem is. So now when I run it, before I even get to click on that thing, the game's gonna stop and say, hey, we got a problem. You need to look at this. And now it's gonna come right to this area. So I know exactly what the issue is and how to resolve it. So let's just add one of those in here, even though I'm just gonna delete this thing anyway, just for the sake of doing the dang thing. We can just take this ray. It's kind of hard to see that raycast in there, but that looks quite sufficient. The is colliding doesn't work well right now. Yeah, custom errors, exactly. That's the idea. That's the idea. I saw you doing the 1 hour game jam, and I think it's super good habit to do something different and short/fast in between projects to have more practice. Yeah, yeah. Well, you're in luck. I'm doing it tomorrow. I'm doing it tomorrow. And you know what? That's a good note to just say, hey, that's the end of this stream. Well, it's not the end of the stream, but we're pretty much very close to there. Because tomorrow, we gonna be back. Hoppa Game Dev gonna be back tomorrow. We ain't all done. Every Friday, we do a 1 hour game jam. That's right, you can join one game in 1 hour. The only rule is that you have to make sure I can play it in the browser. Other than that, pretty much whatever engine you want. I'd love to see you there. If you can't make it, that's okay, you don't have to be there. But come stop by sometime. I agree, it is super helpful to just like get to slap something together really quickly and to just like, for me, it's just nice to like have that experience of like practicing coming up with a game idea and seeing what it's like. And I try to set different goals. Sometimes, you know, maybe I just want to explore a certain mechanic, or I want to, you know, make sure I get music in my game or something, you know, whatever. It can be a really useful thing, for sure. I agree. Thank you for stopping by after checking out that game jam. We did some great stuff today, by the way. Some excellent things were achieved. Couldn't have done it without the help of people in the chat. The grab is working so much better. Oh, I still got that breakpoint. We still got that breakpoint popping up. I'm like, let's show off the progress. And the project is like, no. No progress, not yet. You have to keep working. You must keep working. And I said, okay, geez, sorry. Breakpoint statement. What did I do? What did I do? There's no raycast floor detect. Oh, I thought I added it. I did think that I added it. I was under the impression that I added that, but I think maybe I didn't add it to the thing in here. It looks like I did add it. It looks like I did add it, but you know what? We're just gonna delete this. Then we don't have to worry about it. Christian says, I will try to be here. I'm starting with Godot, and I'm doing my first serious project, and I have to practice. Yeah, and here's the thing, look. If you submit a game, and it's not, like, freaking amazing, that's alright. That's okay. Oh, did I, like, spell it wrong or something? That must be what it is. Raycast underscore, oh, capital C. I needed a capital C. You gotta be spelling things correctly. It's important to spell things correctly. You know, sometimes people just submit a mechanic. It's not like a full game or anything. All right, we're not broken. It's just like one little mechanic, and that can be enough, you know? And if it's incomplete, if it's not perfect, it's all love. We will celebrate you. Killa has been making great games in Game Maker for a while. And here's the thing, we're all learning. I'm learning. So, you know, this isn't a community where anyone is going to hopefully, and if so, I will be like, stop, or anyone's gonna make you feel like you're not good enough or something. So if that's nice to know, then now you do. Thank you, Killa, for letting Christian know that there are people learning here. Killa literally just made some 2D movement stuff just today for the first time, which is pretty exciting. For me, the things I got to get achieved today, this awesome grab thing. I can move this cow around very well, thanks to Dragon Blade for that. It now drops at a nice gradual rate. That was a nice Pierogigon addition. We got this arrow that pops up above things that you're hovering over. I love that. That's a super nice thing. It now doesn't tumble all over the place. It just lands neatly. We don't have as many like collision issues with the object. It's kind of hard to break it and mess it up. It works really well. And it was just a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun putting this together, getting things done. And I think this was a really successful week. So thank you everybody for helping. Collision with the alien reduces the health of obstacles after hurting the alien. Oh, that's a good idea. That's an excellent idea. Do you even know why that's such a good idea? You might. You might know why that's such a good idea. Because part of what could be bad is if you accidentally run into a house, that's going to affect your karma because you're destroying an innocent person's house. And there's karma in this game. Dude, that's awesome. Oh, that's such a good idea, Rogi. Okay, well, I guess I need to do that. I'm gonna add that. Oh my gosh, I hope I don't forget to implement that. Maybe we'll do that next week. Oh, that's such a good idea. Dang! Oh, I love that idea. Sometimes people give me ideas and I'm like, that's a good idea. I like that, all right. Or I'll be like, that's a great idea. I don't have time to implement it. But then sometimes it's something like this, and I'm like, okay, that needs to happen as soon as freaking possible. Oh my gosh. Player destroys or hurts obstacles run into. Obstacles that are run into. Thanks, Pierogigon. Alright, we've got that. I'm not even gonna put that on in progress, so I really remember it. So I really remember it. Another good idea add up. It does add up. It certainly does. It certainly does. Kayla says, I don't think I'll be able to use Godot for tomorrow's game jam. Understandable. Since I'm a newbie in it, I will use GameMaker as always. Yeah. I mean, when I was first learning Godot, I wasn't using Godot for the game jam either. I wasn't ready. Good night, Christian. Thanks for stopping in. Take care. Good luck with Godot, and maybe I'll see you around. I hope I do see y'all around. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Some of y'all have been supporting this channel, and I just want to give a little shout out to y'all. I want to give a shout out to y'all who've been supporting this channel. I appreciate that. Dang, do I appreciate that support that you guys give. You can go to patreon.com/hypergamedev and join for free to get a newsletter in your email inbox. It'll come with a secret live stream. It's a secret live stream that you can access by getting that email, and it will let you join in on our newsletter streams every Friday after the game jam. That's kind of a cool thing. But whether you join on Patreon or YouTube, if you give your monies to the channel, you'll get access to an even bigger secret live stream that I do. It's 6 to 10 hours, and yeah, it's a big one. I do it every Monday, and then you'll also get a song sung to you in every stream, and emotes if you're on YouTube. So yeah, kind of some nice perks. Thank you guys for supporting it. That's all that matters. I just appreciate that you do. It means the world. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello. Welcome to you watching this after the live stream. You made it this far. You made it this far? Oh my gosh. Are you subscribed? You're subscribed, right? If you're not subscribed, remember to hit that subscribe button. And you who are watching this after the live stream, you can tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last live devlog that I did on this game. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog that I'm gonna do. And I look forward to seeing you there. Take care, everybody. Thank you.